What's up, everybody? I'm Kyle. Been with you all weekend. I have been your host. Welcome into part 2 of day 3. I know it's complicated and technical, but there are rules on the internet apparently now. So we are here now, joined by Rich Davis and Travis McIntyre. Rich brings you. Rich is from Cult of Dracula, and Travis McIntyre brings you so much stuff that we've heard about in the last few days as the publisher and best beard at Source Point Press.
That's right, beard champion. Well, Chris Tadlock is up there too. I don't know if you've seen him, but he's starting to look like a starving wizard.
Well, he's starting to look like the lost member of ZZ Top.
Yeah.
So
That's accurate.
I assume he's in the back somewhere, whiling away and yelling at me for not bringing him on this thing. So let's
be accurate.
It's true. Let's start here. We'll start with Rich. Rich, how did you come to be in comics, man?
Man, I've been into comics since I was a kid. My parents actually tricked me into learning and loved to read comics when I was little. The thing I wanted to do was play baseball and play video games. And so my parents started giving me comics as a reward whenever I would do well in school or if I played baseball well. And my little 10-year-old brain didn't realize that comic books were reading. So, I started reading comics, which led to me just becoming an avid reader. And so now I'm a lifelong comics fan and a big reader, all because my parents were very clever and tricked me when I was little.
Travis, why did you choose to take this crazy path? You actually have discernible skills.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know about discernible. So my story is not super dissimilar to Rich's. When I was little, at that time, comics were available at supermarkets and things like that. So I would go with my mom grocery shopping, and this is once a week or so, and my brother and I were allowed to pick one comic off the rack. And so that's how I started, collecting and reading comics. And I remember very clearly that it turned into a thing where she didn't really care so much if it was a $1.25 book or a cheaper book, but she just cared that we only had one. And so I remember, like, really clearly for me, when the Infinity Gauntlet series started coming out, this was still happening. So this is early 90s. And those books had a lot of characters on the cover because that's how I judged what I was going to buy, is if it did it have a lot of characters on the cover. Yeah. And so that was probably, like, for me when I was maybe 11 years old, 10, 11, and that was for me when I sort of discovered that like the cyclical, subscription-based kind of model of what comics were, and decided I really liked that, and I really liked the ritual of it, and the, show up to a store. Because shortly after that, I discovered, like, a comic book store for the first time in my life. I wasn't buying my comics at a supermarket anymore. So yeah, for me, it kind of goes back to buying books with my mom in the supermarket, and then getting to Infinity Gauntlet, which really it was the first book I ever followed from beginning to end, month after month.
So how did you find your way to being the person held responsible at Source Point Press?
Oof. Well, it's interesting because a lot of people don't realize, like, I had a career prior to this. So I worked in the science industry and research and development, and it was going pretty well. But I'd also gone to school for creative writing, and I wanted to do something creative. And I had started sort of like futzing around. I was still a huge fan of comics, and I've been writing a script, and I've been talking to different artists, and so I made a little comic, and I submitted it to Caliber Comics, to Gary Reed at the time, who I thought of at the time as, basically, like, being from Michigan, Caliber was a huge deal for me. And in the 90s, as I was growing up, and you go from being like the guy who's buying Marvel and DC to being like, oh, Hellboy is a thing, and Vertigo and all these other types of titles. Caliber was a big deal, with Dead World and The Crow and stuff like that, and being from Michigan. So, and Gary took the book. So I got into publishing that way. And from there, I sort of developed into, I got into editing and just sort of helping Gary do stuff. And I kind of realized that I was actually a lot better at managing projects and editing stories and helping other people get their project along to the finish line than I ever was as a creator myself. I was sort of mediocre, really, if we're going to be honest. And it's kind of interesting because it does tie into the skill set that I used before, which is, managing a project and taking a giant big thing and dividing it up into little bite-sized pieces and moving forward. So that's sort of how I got started into it.
And the book that you had at Caliber, it's interesting to talk about Caliber, because so many of the people I've talked to this weekend got their start at Caliber, or Gary was their mentor, or so many. And you were one of the people who's won the Gary Reed Independent Creator of the Year Award, or Independent Comic Book Person of the Year Award, whatever they want to call it. I called it the Gary Reed Not Pat of the Year Award earlier to somebody. So he's watching. So I need to continue to troll him. I trolled him his whole panel.
That's the best name I've heard for it. That's what I'm calling mine.
Not Pat of the Year Award. So
who's the most not Pat this year?
Well, it was Casey, which is true.
Yeah, she's very not Pat.
This coming year, I think there are a lot of not Pats. But this is his response to this. Just 3 dots, just ellipsis. Anyhow, so let's. I just wanted to point out that Gary Reed in Caliber Comics is so important to the industry. If you don't know about him, find out about him. And Travis and a lot of the guys who are Gary Reed disciples are great people to tell you about that. So I'm going to come back over here to Richard, and I want to talk to Richard about Cult of Dracula for a few minutes. I got to turn your microphone back on. So give me the pitch on Cult of Dracula. Whole spiel.
Yeah. Cult of Dracula reimagines Bram Stoker's original tale inside of a Charles Manson, Jim Jones inspired cult. It's witchy, it's weird, it's helter-skelter in a hippie cult dedicated to an ancient blood goddess. So I promise, no matter how many times you've read Dracula, no matter how many Dracula films you've seen, you have no idea where Cult of Dracula is going to take you. We take the traditional Dracula mythos and we blend in vampire mythologies and scary stories that humans have told for centuries in all these different cultures. And we kind of take those loose threads and tie them together to create a new spin on the vampire mythos. So it starts really small, like a Tobe Hooper film. It's very intimate. And then the deeper you go into the rabbit hole, the larger it gets. and the more chaotic it gets, and the more you find yourself as a reader losing control along the same lines as the characters that you're following are losing control as well. So it's a little bit familiar. It starts from a familiar place with the same characters from Bram Stoker's Dracula that everybody's familiar with. And then the further you go, the less and less familiar it gets.
So let me ask you this. I know Cult of Dracula has had a life of its own.
Yes.
Before coming to Source Point.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me about that story, kind of how it got to how it started, how you started, and how it got to where it is now.
Yeah, I started way back in 2012, kind of marinating on this idea. And Cult of Dracula was originally conceived as a stage play. It was produced for a month in 2013 in Wilmington, North Carolina at the Brown Coat Pub and Theater. It was nominated for several awards. It won a couple. Extremely successful play, and had the very fortunate opportunity for Tony Todd to see the play. He was in the audience one night. He was in town filming something, and he really enjoyed it. And Tony and I struck up a friendship, and Tony kept telling me, he's like, look, Rich, you don't need to let this go. You need to stay with it. And so I originally adapted it into a screenplay with the idea that Tony Todd would come on board and play a role. I actually created the role of Agent Malcolm Brom for Tony to play. So spent a couple of years developing it as a screenplay, and some things happened in life. My wife became very ill with kidney disease and had to kind of give up on that aspect of things. But Tony and a lot of people were still very supportive and wouldn't let me let it go. So I decided, I can't make a $50 million film project right now, but I could write a comic book script and see where we could go. And so began developing it into a comic book script, and worked my ass off to shop it to different publishers. And, ultimately ended up here at Source Point. They were very kind to give me a chance to prove myself, and I've been busting my butt every day to reward them for that. And you're right, the book is definitely taken on a life of its own. It's already more successful than I ever thought it was going to be. I mean, I seriously thought I was going to sell like 5 copies. I knew my mom was going to buy 3, so if I could sell 2 more, I would be I'd be in good territory. But yeah, it's really kind of lit fire and got a really big underground buzz to it. And yeah, I'm excited to see where it goes when it finally it's in previews right now, so comic book shops can still order it. And I can't wait till it actually hits shelves nationwide and really gets that wide distribution and see what readers think.
So when you decided to bring the book to Source Point, what was the pitch like? Was it helped by the fact that it was a done product? What was your experience in bringing it to them?
I think Travis can probably chime in on this because he's the one who ultimately greenlit it. I think the fact that I was able to bring a completed project, with already with the art, the colors, the lettering, everything was put together, it was ready to go. It wasn't just an amorphous idea. So yeah, I hope that gave me gave me a little bit of a leg up, and then the rest of it was me, turning on my P.T. Barnum and selling myself and my book to Source Point, which was really cool. I'm glad they listened.
Travis, what was it about his pitch that got you?
Well, I mean, the reality is that we're in the world of small press, we're fairly large, but in the world of publishing, we're still quite small. So for us, when we look at a project, we're looking at the project and do we think it's cool, and do we think it fits our brand, and do we think it fits somewhere where we can put it, in our schedule somewhere. That's like half of it, but the other half of it is, do we like this creator? Do we feel like this creator has the drive? Because this is a very competitive, very hard industry. And I think a lot of people who want to break into it or want to be on the creative side of it maybe don't quite realize that. And so with Rich, it was evident immediately that he was someone that we wanted to work with. Even if we didn't like Cult of Dracula, it would have been, well, what's the next thing that he's going to do? Because he's in the industry already. He understands how tough it can be. He's willing to do the work. He's willing to put himself out there. He was creating buzz on this completely by himself and without conventions. Because let's not forget, this whole thing is happening without the benefit of being able to actually walk in somewhere and get a 100-unit print run on your own and show anybody what you're doing, which makes it much harder and the barrier for entry is higher. And so he had all the things that we want, all the things we consider about ourselves. We're grinders. We're going to push it. We're going to get the book done. We're going to, shoot for the long game and not just focus on what exactly are the sales on this now. So he was already that guy. So we were really excited to work with him at all. And then Cult of Dracula came in. It fit what we do so well that it was really like a very easy. It was a really easy decision. I mean, the hardest thing about it, honestly, was when we sort of we kind of came into it. He was already, 3 or 4 issues into it, and he was ready to go. He had talked to retailers who were ready to buy, and some of whom who had put money on the table already. And so he needed, production support right away. And I think the biggest challenge was less about, does this book fit? It was more about, like, can we shift things around to get this moving as quickly as possible? Which I think, I don't know, maybe not quite what Rich hoped, but by our standards, it happened very fast. So
I think compared to a lot of standards, it happened very fast.
Mm-hmm.
So,
sorry.
No, absolutely go ahead.
What I was going to say, I was really thrilled that that SourcePoint saw the momentum that we were building and wanted to help keep that going. And Travis and Jacob and Garrett have been fantastic to work with in helping me continue to cultivate that relationship with retailers. Because when it came time to sell Cult of Dracula, my wife and I sat down and we put together a database of every comic book shop in the country we could find. I mean, we were just Googling, comic book shops in Michigan, comic book shops in Florida, and we were calling them, and we're calling them every day. And we ultimately hired a couple of people to call with us. So, when we finally did come to SourcePoint, and Travis is absolutely right, we had retailers ready to buy this book, and we had already sold it before it had ever even been really published and produced. So when SourcePoint saw that and was ready to kind of grab that momentum and kind of drive it forward with me, I got really excited. And being able to get it into the January issue of previews and get it on the shelves in March, that was really a fast turnaround, and I was really excited because we never lost any momentum, and that just allowed us to kind of capitalize on the momentum we already had going and push it forward even more.
So when Travis, and you can probably speak to this with some authority because it's happened for you several times. When you have a book that hits previews with as much momentum as Cult of Dracula did, because it's happened with Dead End Kids, it's happened with No Heroine, it's happened with so many books that SourcePoint has put out in the last couple of years. Does that change the way you think about production, and does it change the way you think about your internal marketing? And what does it do to the company?
Well,
does Chris Tadlock have to start drinking no-dos like crazy?
I think that's probably already a thing. I don't. I think what it does, like a book like Cult of Dracula, because they've done so much work ahead of time, what it does to help the company is that it puts the company on the radar of a bunch of stores that maybe don't already know about it. So, for us, that's the number one benefit outside of like, oh, cool, the book is going to be hot, or we expect the book to do well. It's that store, because this industry, I mean, I don't know if this is true, but I've heard a number that about 13% of of all direct market comic book stores, they don't carry indie books to the point where they don't carry like Saga, and they didn't carry Walking Dead. You know, like these are top books, right? So for us to get on the radar of as many stores as we have, I think is a huge win. So every time we can get a book that starts to penetrate past, you know, the 800 or so shops that are already very indie publisher friendly is a big win for us. In terms of things like Cult of Dracula, specifically, the biggest logistical challenge we had was the number of stores that were interested in exclusive variants and things like that. It was the only thing I can compare it to was probably like the rush we had with No Heroine, if you remember when that first came out, and it was probably even more than that, to the point where I started to worry that like we're gonna have to start telling people no pretty soon, you know, because I don't want to. It's a weird balance. Like you want to give stores the opportunity to have something special, and at the same time you don't want to like undercut your own market. So it was the feeding frenzy was pretty heavy there for a while, and part of that is because we got, you know, because of Rich, stores were very excited about the book, and because I think we got a handful of cover artists that are really something special and are starting to blow up at the right time for us.
Yep.
So one of the things was the exclusive variants. It's a big game that's happening right now, and I know, Rich. There were more than a few.
Oh yeah,
Cult of Dracula.
Yeah, we, you know, that was one of the things, you know, Jacob and Garrett and I talked about very early on, was, you know, building a foundation, a sales foundation through these retailer partnerships before we ever hit previews. And, you know, I felt like that was going to be a really excellent way to drive forward because, you know, really, by the time Cult of Dracula hit previews, we should have already been in the black because of all of the retailer exclusives and those relationships that we built. And, you know, Travis is right. We ultimately ended up turning down 7 retailers who wanted exclusive. They still bug me about every other day. Hey, did somebody cancel? Did something change? Can I do a cover? But we cut it off at 10, and, you know, because we wanted to avoid oversaturating the market and kind of make exclusive special. So yeah, there's going to be 10 retailer exclusive covers for Cult of Dracula, plus the A and the B cover. A covers from Buell and Nemeth, from Shannon Mayer. They're both available for previews orders right now. And then we're going to start leaking, I think, the retailer exclusive covers. We should start putting that art up pretty soon to kind of build some more buzz around it. The Nemeth and Mayer covers, they've been out there for a while, and they've been insanely popular. And now we'll start putting out those exclusive artists. But we're working with some great artists: Carla Cohen, Lucio Perillo, Alex Rigel, Ryan Kincaid, Tiffany Groves. Just some excellent cover artists, and the art they're producing is mind-blowingly cool. I can't wait until these kind of hit the open market and see what people do with them.
Well, and there's something that's really unique to Cult of Dracula: the amount of retailers that asked for exclusive sets of the whole run. And there's some stuff that's going to be coming out that are really, really astonishing. Really, really astonishing. I'm really looking forward to some of the art getting released. I mean, I saw some today it's some next level stuff, some of this. And some of it's from artists that are already hot, and some of it are from artists that I suspect will be hot soon. So it's going to be worth watching.
So let me ask it this way, because we've been talking so much about. Oh, okay. You got. All right. I see how this works. Teaming up on me in the comments.
There we go.
Up, Jacob? Jacob Way in the comments with the links. Guys, hit the links in the comments. We will we'll put these on our website as well.
Such
He's got them all. So we will hit these on our website as well. Thank you, Jacob, for that. Appreciate you. But let me ask you this, Rich. We've been talking about collaboration a lot this year. Oh God. We've been talking about collaboration this year in 2021 a lot. So is there someone you would love to collaborate on to get them to do an exclusive cover, or an artist you would like to work with, or just another creative that you would like to do a project with?
Man, there are plenty. I mean, I'm a total neophyte in this industry. I'm brand new to this club with all the cool kids. But I'd love to work with someone like Lee Bermeo or Jacques or Bill Sienkiewicz. A lot of their artwork had a strong influence on me growing up. And so being able to work with one of those, or Stefan Sayek. I'm a huge fan of his art. I think it's just stunningly beautiful. So right now, I'm thrilled to be working with Henry Martinez on Cult of Dracula. He's a fantastic artist. Recognize him from his work on Ghost Rider with Marvel. And I count myself lucky just to be able to work, period. But to be able to work with some of these amazing artists, man, it's still a rush and an incredible feeling for me. I haven't developed any of that. I don't take it for granted yet. I'm not. It's all new, and it's so awesomely cool.
So to bring it all back around, because we've talked about collaboration, we've talked about and we talked about exclusivity and that kind of stuff. Now that you're working with a company like SourcePoint that is kind of big in the small press world, or in the independent world, do you feel like that's going to afford you more of those opportunities? And are there any of those that you're already working on the horizon that you maybe can tell us about?
Yeah, I think a lot of that is going to be dependent on how well I do. I mean, this is a show me industry, and nobody owes you anything. Nobody owes me anything. So, if I can prove some success, then I hope that's going to open some more doors. I hope SourcePoint's going to ask me to pitch some more books. They're going to want to work with me more, and I'd love to keep doing this for the next 20, 30 years.
Yeah, I mean, not to interrupt, Rich, but we try to. A lot of the creators we work with them over and over and over again because we like them. They have a good work ethic, and generally, I think that they end up really liking us because we're transparent. They know that we have a good work ethic, and everybody's happy. And I mean, I think Rich has already shown that he's that guy, and we're certainly planning on working with him again, whether that's continuing Cult of Dracula further than it is, or whatever the next thing is he wants to do. I don't really think there's any question about that.
That's good to hear.
There you go. We broke some news.
That's
Rich
great
needs
news.
to work on his. Rich needs to work on his. Yeah, I'm going to do this.
Yeah. I do know Jacob and I have been talking. SourcePoint's going to Cult of Dracula was written to be told as a 3-volume story, kind of like the old Hammer films of the 60s and 70s. So the first volume is Cult of Dracula, the second volume is Rise of Dracula, and the third volume is Reign of Dracula. So Jacob has talked to me about being able to produce those. I think the goal is for Rise of Dracula to hit shelves in January of 2022, and then Reign of Dracula to hit shelves in 2023. I've been noodling on some ideas. A Frankenstein adaptation that's kind of set in the Atomic Age. So that kind of that Fallout meets Frankenstein feel. I've got a really controversial idea that Jacob seemed to like when I pitched it to him, but he was like, we got to figure out how we could actually make that one work. But it's a loose idea called Shooter. And it's kind of Red Dawn meets The Last Starfighter. But it's about a kid who decides he's going to he's been bullied, he's snapped, and he wants to kind of shoot up. He wants to do a school shooting. He wants to kill his classmates, and an alien invasion happens right as he's about to do that, and he finds himself right place, right time. And becomes kind of a hero by fighting these aliens and saving the classmates that he wanted to kill. So I really wanted to do that as an exploration of, of bullying and also of what drives someone to snap. And I realize that's a kind of a controversial topic, so I don't know if we could actually make that happen, but I think it could be really cool if we took a deep dive into what causes people to end up doing these tragically horrific things.
I recognize the look on this face. There's wheels turning in this head right now.
Regretting you want to work with me again.
What I would say is this: is we're certainly not at all opposed with like heavy content or content that has risk involved with it. What I would say with unsurprisingly, we've received several pitches lately that are about a pandemic or things along those lines. And, I think that anytime you're doing something like that, you're looking at it to be the right thing and the right tone, and the content that you're talking about, I think would be extremely good and very timely, but it would all come down to tone, because there's a way you can do that's going to speak to people and it's going to be great, and there's a way you can do it that would be trite and disrespectful and probably fall on its face. But you're a good enough writer that I'm sure you're aware of that.
Thank you. And yeah, that's definitely you've got to walk a line. And, I had to do that in Cult of Dracula too, because, Cult of Dracula deals with some pretty intense things with cults and the way people are manipulated. And, there's a fine line that you have to walk between, shedding light on these subjects and exploiting the people who are involved in them and who are victimized by them. And, that was a very difficult thing that I aware of as I was developing the script for Cult of Dracula. And then, if I get to Shooter, I would definitely have to walk that line again. But that's just where my brain goes on things. I don't tell the nice fluffy stories. There may be some cute animals in my books, but they're in some really dark situations.
So right now at the bottom scrolling is the information. Do you think you could be kicking butt with Source Point Press 2? Tell them about your project on their submissions page, and there's a big long link, and I realized that I sounded dumb just reading that, but I wanted to make sure the words were on the screen when I said them. So check that out. Thanks to Jacob for sending me that information so I could get it up as a scroll. This is what's great about working with SourcePoint, guys, is that you start working with them, you start hanging out with them, and everybody's your friend. And you could just shoot them a real quick text and be like, hey, I need that information on that project, and they get back to you.
Yeah.
Or you send Travis a text in the middle of the night, hey, I'm doing a convention. And he's like, I'll be there.
Yeah.
It was the tagline of the Retailer Summit a couple years ago. Detroit hustles harder and SourcePoint hustles extremely hard.
That's been our mantra since we started, is just try as hard as possible, because otherwise this industry will just chew you up and throw you out. And I'm sure Rich, owning a comic book store is exactly the same way. You better be trying, you better put in the time, or it's going to chew you up and throw you out.
Yeah. People think that you just get to sit back and read comics all day and that's all you do. But, you've got to grind, man. You got to hustle, to sell comics, especially. And then, with what little experience I have creating them, I've learned that work ethic has to carry over as well, because people aren't going to open doors for you. You've got to be willing to kick them down yourself. And once you get through, you'll find there's a whole lot of awesome people that are willing to support you and help you. And, SourcePoint's been great. As a creator, I couldn't imagine a better experience and a better working environment than what I have, because there's so many people who are willing to provide advice and guidance and just support of whatever I need to get this book done. And that's an incredible feeling. It makes the writing come a lot easier, because there are some things I don't have to worry about that I was, always concerned with before. So yeah, Source Point's a fantastic company to work with, and I'm very lucky to be here.
Well, that's a funny thing. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say that the funny thing that he kind of just dropped there is that literally every single thing about this book and the process of the book and everything we've done with the book is all in addition to the actual creating and writing of the book. Like every single part of it, as that we've talked about, has nothing to do with like, oh yeah, and also you have to sit down and write the thing at some point and get it edited and rewrite it and everything else. Like, I mean, I think that if you can find a creator like Rich who comes into this already understanding that, like, yeah, on top of spending all the time and effort and creative energy making this thing, I'm then going to turn around and I'm going to just, I'm going to put in the time on the street, making sure that as many people as possible have a chance to see it. Then you want to work with that guy. You want to hold on to that guy.
Rich, as a retailer, you mentioned it, and I wanted to ask you about it. As a retailer, there are certain things that take up way more time in your life as a retailer than you would expect.
Yep.
So for me, it was always searching for the tape dispenser.
Yes. We're always out.
20 minutes later, where I just had it in my hand. I'm taping bags and boards. Where did I put it?
Yep.
And it's literally right below my face. So as a creator who's also a retailer, I want both the answers. What's the one thing in your shop that it sucks up way more time than you'd like to admit, because that's just dumb like that? And as a creator, what's the one thing that you struggle with because it slows you down or distracts you, and how do you deal with that?
Yeah. As a retailer, it's the bagging and the boarding, because we bag and board everything that we put in our store. And so it takes up so much of your time to bag and board all of the collections that we buy, all of the new comics that we buy. And then the thing that personally obsesses me in the comic book shop is the way things are displayed. I am perfectly happy to spend, my 12-hour day in the shop completely reworking our feature displays and going through every comic that's on display and making sure there's exactly a finger width between each comic on the shelf. I obsess about little things like that. So making sure that we're merchandised well and that the product is presented well, that's probably the biggest obsession, the biggest time eater that I have as a retailer, because I think the presentation, if you're going to ask somebody to pay $30,000 for a comic, you can't just throw it in an old faded bag and board and lay it on a table. You've got to present it and make it look like it's a $30,000 product. Same thing with even a $50 book. You've got to make it look valuable, because if you don't care, the customer's not going to care. So yeah, I tend to obsess a lot of my time in the store on the proper way to bag and board. I like 2 pieces of tape, one on each corner. They have to be straight. When we put a price tag, it has to be in the upper right-hand corner. It has to be straight. All of these little bitty details that drive my staff insane. But our store looks really, really good, and people can find things easily the way it's organized. So yeah, that organization, that display stuff, it takes a lot of time, but it's certainly worth it. And as a creator, the one thing I've learned that I've struggled with is there's a lot of distractions, because when you're sitting there and you're responsible for writing the book, you don't have somebody standing over your shoulder saying, hey, this is due Friday. This is due Friday. This is due Friday. It's like, you've just got to know it's due Friday. And, nobody cares if you work at 3 a.m. or 3 p.m. as long as you get the work done. So what I've had to do, because there's so many distractions around, I've had to kind of develop, treat it like a full-time job. I have an office in my house where I write, and I go there at 9 in the morning, and I might not leave until 6 p.m. Or later sometimes, but I'm in my office writing every single day that I'm supposed to be there. If I'm not at the store, I'm in my office writing. And so having that discipline, having that work ethic, even if I'm not able to write something that day, I mean, I may stare at the computer screen and type the same sentence 20 times. But at least I'm putting myself in that position to create and to be there every single day. And that has helped me develop the discipline to get the scripts done so that nobody's waiting on me to finish my work.
So as a retailer, you bring a different perspective to being a creator, because you have seen the things that work for people, the things that don't work for people, the things that work for retailers and don't work for retailers.
Sure.
So when you started the project, what knowledge, or is there one piece of knowledge that you have as a retailer that you applied to Cult of Dracula and to anything else you've worked on, and then that you would give to other creators to say, hey, look, this is something most retailers, might not tell you, but because I'm both, I can tell you this.
Right. What I would say is the people aren't going to just stumble upon you because you have a paragraph in previews. You've got to be willing to hustle and promote yourself, and you've got to be willing to pick up the phone and call 50 people and have 49 of them tell you to screw off. They don't have time to talk. And then you've got to keep calling 50 more. You've got to be able to sell your product. I mean, if you're Scott Snyder and you're writing Batman, or if you're Nick Spencer writing Spider-Man, those books are going to sell themselves. I mean, a Batman book and a Spider-Man book are going to sell in any store in the world. But if you're not writing those books and you're not those guys, you're going to have to hustle. You're going to have to go talk to people. You're going to have to message people on Facebook. You're going to have to follow them on Twitter, and, you're going to have to sell yourself. Luckily I've been very fortunate to be able to do that. I've never met a stranger. I'm not afraid to talk to anybody. I would have been perfectly happy working for P.T. Barnum back in the heyday of the circuses. But that really that's the biggest eye opener, is people aren't going to find you. You've got to find them. You've got to find people who are interested in your book. You can't just sit back and hope that they find your paragraph in previews. And not that previews isn't, a huge thing, because it is, because there are lots of people that'll see you there. But it's such a huge magazine and such a competitive marketplace. A lot of times retailers may not even get to the small press section of the book. I mean, I hate to admit it, but there's been a lot of months when I just didn't really have time to go through and look at every single page of the book. So the chances of finding a small press book are really difficult unless you're willing to sell it and hustle like that.
Well, and that's one of the things I wanted to commend you on being here today, because I know FOC is due. So, yeah. You probably, if you don't have your previews catalog sitting right there next to you, you've probably got your notes somewhere real close.
Yeah, it's on my desk.
So I got to commend you on being here to do that, even though you probably are on a deadline for your store. So that was going to be something that I was going to mention, is as a retailer myself, there were months where we were so busy I didn't have time to even look at previews. Mm-hmm. So if I had gotten reached out to by Travis or by Jacob or by somebody like yourself going, hey, my book is on solicitation, or on FOC, this is the dates, these are the codes, the chances that I bought them were 80% higher.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hold on, Travis. Start over.
I was going to say, I think a lot of it, and I think part of the reason that Rich was very successful with his outreach to retailers is that, we as publishers, we know that we don't have the Batman, the Superman, X-Men thing where you just have built-in readership and the 80 years of cultural momentum of people who are going to come and pick these books up. We require more attention from that store owner. We need the store owner to be familiar with our books, also be excited for our books. And we know that we're asking them to not only give us money and give us square footage in their store, but we're also asking for some time on top of that, because you're going to have to hand sell these probably and find the customers that they fit with the best. And I think that something that Rich really did really well, beyond just like raising just general awareness for his title, was educating retailers on, look, this is how you can make money on this. This is an opportunity, and how you're going to be able to sell it, who you're going to sell it to, and how. Because so many retailers operate on such a slim margin that I think a lot of them are like, they're looking at it like, well, I could buy 10 of your book and put it on my shelf, and then sell 3 of them maybe, and then have to struggle to sell the next 7, or I can buy 10 extra copies of the Detective Comics that'll sell itself. So you have to get over that. You have to get over that, barrier to entry with a retailer. And I think a big part of that is educating them on how to make money on your book. And I think that's something that Rich did really well.
So, we're running short on time. We got about 12 minutes left, and I know the list is long. So I want to give you some time here, Travis. What is coming out from SourcePoint that people need to be putting on their pull lists right now? They need to be calling their comic store today going, I know FOC is due. Here's the stuff I want to add to my pull list from SourcePoint Press.
Well, yeah, so Call to Dracula obviously is coming up. Right now, number 1 will be hitting stores in March, and it's in the previews catalog right now. A couple of series that I've been really excited about. Issue number 1 comes out January 27th. One is called The Eighth Immortal. It's by a new writer named Jacob Murray that I think is really, really quite good. And another one comes out January 27th called Damn Cursed Children, which is sort of a throwback black and white kind of hardcore horror book that I'm also really excited about. And I think it's going to be really good. Both of those come out, what's that, 2 Wednesdays from now. So if you haven't ordered them yet, get them in. I think that they're going to do really well. And then, we also have we have the return of Dead End Kids is coming up. Those are in previews now, and number 1 comes out pretty soon. The Suburban Job, which is a continuation of kind of the Dead End Kids type of storytelling, which has done really well. And then a couple of longer running series, Era of Great Wonders, which is sort of a very underground indie take on a kaiju story, is going to be wrapping up over the next 3 months. And another one called, which is a detective noir comic called Black of Heart. Number 3 comes out in a couple weeks, and that goes through 5 issues. And it's a really great story. It's done really well for us. And I think that there's still plenty of the copies of number 1 back there in the warehouse. So if you want to get caught up, now's a good time.
And, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't talk about previous panels we had, but SourcePoint Press also has Get in the Game from Pat and Rob, who were on earlier. That's in previews now. That'll be in stores
it is.
in the future.
Well, it's not really fair. I can't list off all 50 things.
Well, no, I understand, but I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't create synergy.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, in our next panel, we have Frank, who you talked about, Dead End Kids number 2 or volume 2, The Suburban Job, and we're gonna have Garrett in as well. I know he's got some stuff coming down the pike, and then we had Team Floppy Cop on Saturday. Their book is going to Kickstarter. You guys have used Kickstarter really
volume 2 is going to go to Kickstarter. Yeah, we try to make it so if we're going to do a Kickstarter, we're doing it for like a very specific reason. Floppy Cop is a really interesting case in which it's some of my favorite creators. One of my top 5 artists. I love Seth Moose, and the book is extremely funny and extremely well done. And the first time out, as issues, it really struggled to find an audience. And I think that came down to us maybe not marketing it quite appropriately for what it was. And then when the trade came out, it did much better. So what we decided to do this time, as opposed to, because it's very difficult to come up with like, hey, here's volume 2, it's starting with issue 6, and hope that that's a big mountain. So what we decided to do this time is sort of start with the collection and be like, we're going to go straight to Kickstarter with it and make it sort of like, this is the exclusive version of this, so that all the people who kind of picked up at the trade with Floppy Cup Volume 1 and really enjoyed it have something directly to go to pick that up. So we try to figure out what's going to work best for every book that comes our way. And Floppy Cup is a really good example of, something that we feel like has a lot of quality and a long life, and we just have to figure out how to get there.
All right. So Rich, what else do you have in the pike? What else can you tell everybody about? I know Cult of Dracula is a big thing and it's our big push right now, but tell me what else you're working on.
Yeah, well, we're also developing. We signed a deal with Shore Pictures to develop Cult of Dracula as a film project. So that's going on. They've done a lot of work with Netflix and AMC, Hulu. So Jerry and those guys have been really cool. So I'll be focusing some attention on that. Developing my pitch for the Frankenstein adaptation. Which again is kind of a Fallout meets Frankenstein, and where the atomic bomb is, or the creature is a metaphor for the atomic bomb. Working on my pitch for Shooter, and one about, I'm just obsessed with circuses right now, so I'm in a very loose stages of developing a pitch for a Depression era circus, and makes a Faustian bargain to save it. But yeah, that and keeping the store going, those things are keeping me busy right now.
Well, we here at the Comic Book Shopping Experience our goal is to promote the local comic shop. So plug your shop, man.
Yeah, it's Nirvana Comics in Knoxville, Tennessee. You can find us on Facebook, Nirvana Comics Knoxville. We're on Twitter and Instagram as well. But we're a cool little shop. We're very indie focused. We believe there's a comic book for everyone. So we are, no matter who you are or what you're looking for, we've got a comic for you. We're very genre focused. We carry more than just capes and tights. We carry a lot of horror, a lot of sci-fi, fantasy, action, comedy, romance, and our store is divided up to where if you're looking for a romance book, you know right where to go. If you're looking for horror, you know right where to go. Things are easy to find. So it's Nirvana Comics Knoxville, and we'd love to have you guys, if you're in the area, check us out or find us online and send us a message.
All right, so we got just a couple minutes left, and so now it's time for the fun questions. We've done the business, we've done the hard work. It's time for the fun questions.
Okay.
So we'll start with Travis. Favorite Pokemon?
Okay, great. Oh, geez, that's a what's the giant one that sleeps on the
Snorlax?
Snorlax. Yeah, that's my favorite
spirit
one.
animal.
That's funny. My kids asked me that yesterday, and I said the same thing. I'm like, that big one that sleeps. That's the one I am.
Right? Same. Rich, favorite Pokemon?
Charizard.
Both good options. I have a very small Charmander that lives on top of my camera.
Oh, nice.
So I'm interviewing John Romita Jr. yesterday, and I'm staring at the Charizard because I'm so nervous. I'm just like, I'm going to talk to the Charizard.
He will protect you.
Yeah, right. So I've asked Travis this before, so I'm not going to ask him again. So I'm just going to go back to Rich. Ultimate Nerd Garage. You get one car and one spaceship from all of pop culture. What are you putting in it?
Serenity, and the DeLorean from Back to the Future.
So many people have said the DeLorean this weekend. It's been fun because I think they're kind of cheating, but I can't argue with them.
Or I'll take the station wagon from Near Dark.
Okay,
that's fair.
That's fair. If you guys could grab one IP from all of pop culture and shepherd it into a new project, what would it be?
Me?
Yeah.
I've been asked this a few times. There are two that I really, really want. One is GoBots.
Yes.
And I would want to do like a really just super embittered leader one, who is like, they live in the same universe as the Transformers, but you never see the Transformers. The Transformers are always out there like doing awesome shit, and the GoBots are always just like, this is terrible, you know. And then the other one is Hungry Hippos. I've always wanted to do like a creature feature horror movie based on the Hungry Hippos.
I would read both.
We've run late on previous virtual conventions talking about these concepts. Travis and I have gone into the weeds on these.
They're not new. That's the people. Whenever anyone asks me, they're always like, "Yeah, that." And then they'll be like, "Well, have you tried to get them?" And I'm like, "Yeah, of course. I've talked to Hasbro more than once about this exact thing." But yeah, those would be my top two.
All right, Rich.
I would love to tell stories in the Witcher universe. I'm obsessed with The Witcher. It's just a brilliant game, and I'd love to be able to tell stories in that universe. That would just be phenomenal. Second only to maybe Battlestar Galactica, I would love to tell some stories in that universe as well.
So, okay. We got just about a minute left. I think I'd like to see your take on Battlestar Galactica, Rich. Having looked at Cult of Dracula for a while now, I think I'd like to see that take.
Yeah, it would be much darker. I promise that.
Yeah. Well, and we're treating this weekend like it's a vision board of The Secret, so just put it out there, and we'll use our considerably limited resources to try and make it happen.
We will start that Twitter hashtag campaign.
Start thinking about it real hard. Okay, with our last minute or so, we'll start with Rich. Hit us with the socials.
So mine are super easy. Cult of Dracula is at Cult of Dracula on Facebook. It's at Cult Comic on Twitter, and at Cult Comic on Instagram. And I don't have one of those fancy author pages with the blue check mark yet. So if you want to find me on Facebook, it's just Richard Davis. And if you message somebody on Cult of Dracula, 99.9% likelihood it's going to be me that responds. And I return every message I get, and I reply to every comment that I get. So if for whatever reason, if you want to talk to me, you can find me there.
Travis?
Anywhere you look with SourcePoint Press is us. You can follow me personally at T McIntyre1 on Twitter, or at Travis the Beard on Instagram.
Nice.
Travis does have a great beard.
You do have a great beard, man. I like it.
Thanks. I'm thinking about getting rid of it, so get ready for that.
Oh, wow.
That's going to be weird. I wouldn't do it. Don't do it. It's going to freak me out.
Every couple of years, I feel like it's important to see how many chins you've developed. And I think I might be in for some really bad news.
So I am going to take this opportunity real quick to point out that SourcePoint Press, we are going to have a big relationship with SourcePoint Press here on the Comic Book Shopping Experience. We've got some stuff that we're working on that I'm pretty excited about. In fact, it's pretty much giving me life right now. So we will be back in just a few minutes once my camera stops freaking out with Frank Gogol and Garrett Gunn, more SourcePoint Press guys. So.
There's something for every imagination at your local comic shop. Visit comicshoplocator.com to find a store near you.
All right, guys, we are back. My camera's still spazzing out a little, but that's not going to stop us because we're going to bring in two guys who have had absolutely massive years but can totally understand being spazzes. Garrett, Gunn, and Frank Gogol. What's up, guys?
What up?
Hey, how's it going?
It's been a fun weekend, and I'm glad to have more familiar and friendly faces here on the screen. Some guys that I know I could just goof off with and like not have to worry too much. So let's start here. Let's start at the very beginning. You guys have both had kind of massive years. Like 2020 for both of you were pretty good years.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Frank's had a big year.
I gained like 10 pounds, so yeah, huge year.
Well, but Garrett, you had all of 2020 with Franklin and Ghost happening, and the shelter division stuff, and all this other stuff.
Oh, that's Bob. How dare you?
Or that's Bob. Sorry, that's Bob.
Damn. See,
I just did a hey. It's the first time I've done that all weekend. Lone Wolf Legion stuff.
Last Wolf Legion. That's right.
Almost there. Almost got it that time, Kyle.
Last Wolf Legion stuff. Yes. Last Wolf Legion has had a great year. Yes.
Guys, I've been behind the mic for something like 32 hours this weekend, so
we can make it. We can make it.
Yeah, we can do it. We can do it. As long as I don't mess up my next panel, I think I'll be fine. But the guy on my next panel is from Brooklyn and make me disappear.
Yeah.
So didn't you start this by saying this would be the easy one?
He did say that.
I don't have to worry about it. But then I jinxed myself.
All
right. One of you go first and tell us about the year you've had.
Go ahead, Frank. Lead him in.
All right, so we're 18 days into 2021, and mostly nothing's happened so far. So that's pretty good. That's the year I've had so far.
Let's talk about 2020. You had a big 2020.
Yeah, 2020. Well, I mean, it was a garbage year. It was a bullshit dumpster fire year. Obviously, we had some issues with public health and whatnot, something like that. But released a book called No Heroin, and it was pretty solidly received, sold really well. It was kind of one of those things where I released Dead End Kids, and that did really well. And it was kind of like my freshman miniseries release. And, there's always like that worry that you're going to, have a sophomore slump on your second book. But happy to report that, unlike Franklin and Ghost, the follow-up to Dead End Kids, No Heroin, did really well. And it was a lot of fun. I got to spend a lot of time at home, which was kind of cool, even though the circumstances sucked. Probably saved my marriage. 20 cons in 1 year is a lot. But 2020 was good. I got my first work for hire gig that I can't talk almost anything about. Garrett knows what it is. It's very exciting. It's huge for me. No complaints other than pandemic and not being able to leave the house and being stuck with my wife all the time.
Garrett?
I mean, Frank is so good at passive aggressively tearing others down to make himself look better. Or maybe not so passive aggressively. But unlike Frank, I had a great year. Yes, there was a pandemic, but I stay in my house all the time anyways, because I'm literally a fucking gremlin. I got to watch my mouth, I think, on this, right? I can't say.
No, you're good.
Oh, I'm good. All right, cool.
Thank God.
So I'm a gremlin, so I never leave the house anyway. So really this year hasn't felt any different to me. And I just got a ton of stuff done. It's amazing when you're not traveling to conventions and wasting time in the real world, how much writing you can get done. We released a Warcorns miniseries 1 through 4, a brand new story with some new characters, tying some story back into the Franklin and Ghost universe to sort of remind the readers that this is set in their world. And we got like 6 other books planned that we've been working on. We finished the full trailer for the Franklin and Ghost TV show. We got the pilot. The pilot's written. I don't know if I'm supposed to tell you that.
It's okay.
And,
I know already.
and I took a bigger role at SourcePoint recently as the production manager for basically all the variants that the company produces. So 2020 for me was about trying to elevate myself above being just a creator and trying to get more involved in helping the rest of our team be as successful as I can. So
that was the big thing I wanted to talk about was you've got a new job there at the Source Points.
I do.
Extracting more money out of my wallet, essentially.
Yeah, so, trying to wrangle all the creators for Frank to take all their money.
Yes, it's true. So what is that like now? Kind of stepping out of that role of creator into company man.
I mean, it's a lot of fun. Like it's a weird. I mean, it's also like very humbling because like I'm used to just doing what I want. And now I have to like ask for permission to do things from people. But it's a lot of fun. I mean, you get to put your hands in a lot of pots, right? Like things that I never got to mess with before. Now I get to be like, hey, I want to help facilitate, this thing for, Claim or, for Dead End Kids or whoever. And I want to try to get some awesome artists, to bring in for a variant on whatever book, I just think it's I don't like to stay still very long. It's one of the unfortunate side effects of my disabilities. But so this kind of gives me the opportunity to constantly do something different. And it's a lot of fun.
And I think that's true of both you and Frank, is you guys you're never not doing something. You're always working, always promoting, always hustling. And that's also an attribute of SourcePoint. So talk about that. Take a minute and talk about that drive and what instilled that in both of you to keep working, keep producing, always be hustling.
I mean, go ahead. Garrett, take this. No, after
you're gonna let me take this. I honestly, I think it's a testament to the talent that we surround ourselves with. Like I think that the only reason I push so much is because I see people like Frank and I see people like Bob and I see people like Dirk and I see all these people that aren't fucking around. And I'm like, I've got to try to keep up. And like, there's always new people like that are, pushing more and more and more. And so I think like, for me, it's just a catch-up game. It's like all it is. Like it's trying to just stay with the pack, really.
Frank?
Yeah, everything Garrett just said is true. We do have an incredibly deep talent bench at SourcePoint, and it's it's kind of weird. Like as a creator, I think this is true for a lot of creators. You kind of feel like you're in competition with your peers. I've got buddies who are getting miniseries at Image and Aftershock and other places, and it kind of makes me think like, oh wow, why aren't I doing that? And like, that can be a really kind of toxic feeling. Like, you get down on yourself and start comparing yourself in ways that aren't really applicable. But at SourcePoint, like there's like a healthy version of it because you've got all these people kind of lifting you up and rooting you on. And we all kid around, but at the end of the day, I like Garrett, I love Bob, I love Casey. Everybody who's involved there, I want to see them succeed, and I think that's a mostly mutual, feeling, with the exception of Garrett. So no, I want to see Garrett succeed, and actually, Garrett is one of the few people who actually does make me feel those toxic feelings. I see him with all his logos for his 500 projects. I'm like, I really should be writing something else right now. So like in the end, it works out. But yeah, it is a really good environment, and you just had Travis on, and Travis can be a tough ass. I know he likes to tell Garrett that his ideas are shit. I've heard that line a few times before, but it comes from a place of love and makes us want to do better.
Yeah, I mean, I have video on my computer right now that if I had permission to play it, where it's just Travis going, well, this is no good, and this is no good, and this is no good. And it's all stuff that's come out because everybody who he says that to works hard and makes it better and listens to their editors and listens to their creative team. And like, that's, I think, the great point about SourcePoint is that everybody is working for the common good, even Dirk. And we say that just because he was on earlier. Like we make fun of everybody, busts each other's chops too, which is a kind of a strange relationship, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, like Frank said, like, when he talked about getting his first work for hire work, and like I know what it is. Like when he told me, I wasn't remotely jealous. Like it's a phenomenal gig that he's got, and I'm just happy to see like that somebody on our roster is getting the recognition they deserve. Because like
absolutely,
then that's more coattails I can ride.
Exactly. Well, that's what it is. It's coattails, and if everybody has coattails and it's a big coattail train, like everybody starts moving faster.
We just pull everybody.
It's like a big old human centipede.
All right. So I was talking to Bob Layton yesterday, and he was talking about how back in the day, everybody at Marvel when he was there was looking at everybody else's work and trying to one up them. When you put out a project, are you worried? I don't want to say that worried. I don't want to say it that way. But when you release a project or you work on something, do you worry about what the next guy coming is going to do, or are you just or what your friends have done, or are you just trying to one up your previous project?
I don't think
that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that anybody who's ever read anything I've made thinks that I have given any thought to what the public thinks or other creators. Like I've said this in numerous interviews. Like everybody, that I knew when I first got into comics was like, I want to be the next Robert Kirkman. Like I want to make the next Walking Dead. Like I give absolutely zero shits about making anything just to make a successful comic. I'm trying to make something that's fun and that I enjoy making, and that hopefully that, drives readers to also have the same amount of fun. Because if you're constantly thinking about, how you have to one up each other, like you're going to lose sight of like the true thing that's important in this, which is comics should be fun. They should be entertaining. They should be enjoyable. And it shouldn't be a measuring contest.
Yeah, just second everything Garrett just said. It really, I don't know. I personally, like I said, those feelings like of competing with other creators can be really toxic, and like, I'm not like immune to them. Like I said, I feel them sometimes, but it's such like it's so unimportant to me, like what other people are doing. Like if Casey's book sells 10,000 more copies than me, I'm happy for Casey. If Garrett does, I might get a little concerned. Well, you've seen it.
Rightfully so.
Yeah. I love Franklin and Ghost. I could never write that book. So it's not even something that we could compare anyway. Like Dead and Kids is not fun. I didn't have any fun writing it.
And I didn't have any fun reading it. So it's perfect.
No. Yeah. But no, my measure of success, like, in like a really woo-woo, like self-help kind of way is like, am I better today than I was yesterday? And when it comes to releasing books, it's, what are the pre-orders for issue 1? Dead End Kids did X, No Heroine did 2X, and Dead End Kids 2, which just got its pre-order numbers in for the first issue, did this much better than No Heroine. As long as those numbers are at least staying the same and going up every time, like that tells me everything I need to know. It means people are liking the books and they're coming back for them. It means more people are finding them. And those are just kind of like the really basic metrics that you should pay attention to. And at the end of the day, I like what I'm writing. Like that's the most important thing. If no one pre-ordered it and I loved it, at least I'd still love it. It's a little less satisfying that way. It makes it a little. I do like making money, so please keep buying the books. But yeah, like it's being in competition with people like creates divides, and working with people and helping people move along makes a company succeed. Like if you look at Source Point Press, the company's been around since, like, I don't know, what does the publishing indicia say on the inside of all the books? Like 2012.
Holy shit.
Yeah, but I mean,
it's a while.
2014, I think they put their first book out. So in a 5-6 years, like they've really taken a share of the market, found like a really nice group of creators who are putting out like a really diverse quality set of content. And honestly, you said like we like to rib each other and like kind of like, get on each other's, backs and stuff. Like that's because it's not like only a publishing company. Like in like a real way, it's very familial. Like it's the difference between the Avengers and the X-Men. Like a lot of publishers are the Avengers. They're a team of people who do this thing. The X-Men are a team of people who do this thing, but they also like, have all this drama between them and share hotel rooms and sleep on floors and shit like that. Like, I mean, maybe that's not what the X-Men do, but that's what we do.
Yes. And I think like that's the thing is like I don't think you should look at anything you make as being in competition with other creators. I think you should look at everything you make as being in competition with yourself. Like I think that you look, like Frank said, you look at the last thing you made and you figure out how this next thing can be better. Even just not in sales numbers, in quality, in everything. I think that every time I make a new Franklin and Ghost book, I mean, you can look at the trade paperback and you could see the evolutionary process of like how much better the art and the writing and stuff got, because it's like I always was like, fuck, like Nick, we did a great job, but like this next one needs to be better. We need to step it up. And I think that you should always do that with like everything you do.
So let me ask it this way. When you started to have some success, where do you find the momentum inside yourself to one up yourself? What about, where do you find that drive?
I mean, I was gonna say extreme depression and imposter syndrome. I think that's probably the answer. I don't really know, other than like I'm not really sure. I just have a desire to make, like, to see, when I first came to SourcePoint, Travis McIntyre, when I had my first phone call with him, he told me, he said, all right, kid, we don't do time travel. We don't do superheroes. I've done both of those things since I've been at SourcePoint. And I think that, for me, the gauge is Travis, because I'm constantly trying to see what I can get away with at the company. And the next thing has to be weirder, and he'll tell me no, and then we do it anyway. And then he'll tell me the next thing is that's a shit idea. We're not doing that. That's dumb. It'll never sell. And we do it, and it sells. And it's just, that's my motivator, is continually trying to convince Travis that he's the one with the shit ideas and not me.
Which is not very hard, it turns out, because we put out like 10
it's
books.
not. It's not. It's pretty easy, actually.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll never know how good a writer Travis is and like how good his ideas are, because we'll never get Up the River #2, which, if we're going to start any hashtags today, it needs to be Save Up the River.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Travis's Huckleberry Finn meets Mad Max story that he had one issue of created. And it is, I'm going to say this in full honesty, it is the best thing SourcePoint has ever put out, and he refuses to finish it.
I think he actually might be finishing it. I might have seen some future solicitations with maybe some hints at Up the River continuation. But
you've got my attention.
Yeah.
So we'll ask a question, and I'm going to ask it a little differently. You're both writers. So if you guys were going to collaborate on a story, and I'm sure you guys have had this conversation, if you guys were going to collaborate on a story, what kind of story would you tell?
A really, really schizophrenic one.
Yes, that's it. Frank and I have talked about multiple times, working on stuff together, and we've both thrown out ideas of stuff to work on together. And I think it just has to be the right thing, because I think especially recently, I've been trying to team up with people that are very different from me in terms of storytelling and their approach and everything else. And Frank, to me, is he's my Bizarro Superman. Frank, to me, is the opposite in so many ways of his approach to writing and his storytelling abilities and stuff. That I think Frank's going to try to insert a jab here because he sees an opening.
But I have it. Just slow down. It is true. We are opposites. I write full script. You write,
it's true,
whatever it is you write. It's paragraphs with doodles. I write well, you do not. So like it's really hard. I got it. All right, you can come back to
Okay, all right. So so I think to me, it's about finding the right thing that those things kind of converge at the right point. And like we've gotten close a couple of times, but I really respect Frank and the things he's made, and I think that it just is it has to be the right thing. But I would love to work with Frank on a book.
Dead End Fox. Yeah, let's do the crossover into the no, real talk. Like that's one of the things that's really great about SourcePoint is that because everyone's so close, there's room for a lot of collaboration in the creative process. Like I definitely bounce ideas off of Garrett, have him read things. Same with Casey, send stuff to Travis for him to tell me his shit and then keep doing it anyway. You'll see, especially I think into the next year, that we're going to have a lot of things come out that are co-produced between writers. I know Garrett's got is it Good Boy with
Good Boy with Christy Blanche.
I know that Christy's helping Bob on the second volume of Broken Gargoyles. So like there's like cross-pollination happening already. Like Garrett said, it's just going to come down to the right project at the right time. Garrett's got a billion things going. I have really big writing plans for this year. We're starting work on a sequel to No Heroine. I think I have one more Dead End Kids story to tell. There's a new property sci-fi horror thing that's coming up next after Dead End Kids 2. So there's a lot of things going on, and it really will just come down to time. But I would be very surprised if on my 99th birthday I die and we haven't done it yet.
So I guess the next pertinent question is, Frank, when are you doing a book with Dr. Christy Blanche?
I don't think I'll ever do one with Christy. And it's not because I don't want to, but it's because I enjoy her writing so much that I would always want to be on the outside of it so I can enjoy it with fresh eyes. I remember reading Charlie Wormwood for the first time in Denver last year. And I think that's when I met Christy. It might have been that show or the show before it. And I ended up spending a bunch of time with her at her table away from the SourcePoint booth and just watching her sell. I don't know if she's watching this, so she's going to be mad if I tell the story, but tell the story. She's not great at hand selling her own stuff. She does the comic book shopping network. She can sell comics like it's no one's business. But when it comes to selling her own book, she just can't do it. Like somebody came up to buy a set of Charlie Wormwood comics, and she was about to close the deal, but then she said, no, let me just give them to you. Like, I mean, she's totally backpedaled out of making money, and I had to be like, no, Christy, no. She is really just an incredible mind. Like, I mean, she's obviously the smartest person and whatever. So reading her stuff is really satisfying for me. So I don't think I could ever be involved with it because I'd want that experience to be very pure. That said, if I can ride her coattails a little bit, I absolutely will. That's
what's so funny is that like for someone so incredibly talented, she sabotages herself constantly.
Well, she's a writer.
Yeah. And like the same, I've experienced the exact same thing with Christy at a show. And I'm like, Christy, no, like take their money. Like that's, you spent so much time and energy making this book and it's great. And they want to give you money for it. Take their money. Like, I don't understand.
She's one of our shows on here, and Christy has so deep roots in the industry and so many friends. And it's like, Christy, do you want to talk to your friends and interview your friends? Oh, no, I'll let somebody else do it. Really? Come on. Like, so
doing Princess Leia panels and Doctor Who panels with like real people who matter.
That's not true. She interviewed Bob. We know that's not true.
That's true.
With him. Maybe I don't want to read her stuff anymore. I
don't know. We love you, Christy.
We do.
So let me ask this question. Because we've talked about collaboration, and you can't pick each other because we already talked about that. Is there somebody out there who's on your radar that you're like, that's the next person I'm going after to try to collaborate with?
Are we talking about artists or writers, or are we talking about
human people?
Human people
at SourcePoint or in general?
Anybody.
Like
Alive.
dream gig or realistic?
I was gonna say, this is a loaded question, man. Like,
Right.
it's yeah.
Garrett wants to write a book for Magnolia to draw. Like, I mean, that's the end of the story.
That's it. Yeah.
See, we know each other. It's fine.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna assume I understand the question, and I would love to have David Aja draw a book for me. Hawkeye, The Seeds, Iron Fist. Before Kirkman was putting out Firepower, I had dreams of doing the Perfect Iron Fist book with him, but now the Perfect Iron Fist book now exists. But yeah, anything like I like a simple kind of clean style, like clean panels and really easy to read art. And David fits into that, or Chris Somney, or in kind of the other direction, maybe Andrea Sorrentino, somebody with like a real strong sense of graphic design to their art, like definitely one of those three. Maybe David Mack on the very other far end of the spectrum.
Like for me, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I'd love to see David Mack's take on No Heroin. Like, just throwing that out there. I think he'd do something that would blow.
I did send him an email cover. He has been reached out to about doing a cover, but I never heard back. He might be too famous for me these days.
Well, I think I like think back to earlier when I was like first starting, and like I got the opportunity to work with people like Peach Momoko, which Peach Momoko is a huge deal right now in comics, and like I knew her in 2015 at Wizard World, like she was doing headshot. Yes, absolutely. She's doing Shikishi board like busts for people for $75 and like fully watercolor crazy pieces. And now like you got to be on her schedule's like a year and a half out. And so like I've always found it very intriguing to try to find like people that aren't necessarily in comics or don't work in comics, or people that have a very different style from traditionally like how comics look, and trying to get them involved in stuff. And recently, since I've taken over the like Source Point variant stuff, I've started looking a lot into like Korea, and there's a really huge market of fine artists in Korea whose styles are incredibly fitting for comics, and like they just don't do it. We're working on a variant for Cult of Dracula by Sehun Jung, who I think he goes by Mipopa is like his art name. And the man like is painting things that could probably be in a museum somewhere. And they're all like the most humble, like, oh, you want me to do a comic book cover? Sure. That sounds fun. Like, those are the people that I want to work with. All of those people, more than anybody who's in the industry. Like, those are the people I want to work with because they're the most fun. Because it's uncharted territory for them.
I've recently gotten a chance to meet a couple of young artists that are just sort of breaking in from the Korea, from South Korea, from Taiwan. Where was the other one from? Kazakhstan.
Borat?
And it's like, and this person, they're like, we're trying to break into comics. And I'm going, how do you discover comics? And he goes, we don't have them in Kazakhstan. I had to find them when I went to college somewhere else. And he's like, now I want to work in comics, but he's a brilliant painter.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, yeah, keep submitting because it's going to happen. He's that good. Yeah. So it's true. I mean, that it's entirely possible that the dream collaboration is somebody who's not even in the industry yet.
Yep.
So
absolutely.
I'm going to ask the question, but you already kind of alluded to it, Garrett. Franklin and Ghost has been in development for a while. We've been hearing about it. You said you've got the pilot done and the trailer's done.
Mm-hmm.
Or the pilot's written and the trailer's done.
Pilot's written and the trailer's done. Yep.
Where are you at in the process? Like, other than that, like, what's happening that you can tell us about?
So what I can tell you about is, I can tell you nothing about the production or studio stuff more than I already have. But I will say that, like, our goal now is starting to, now that, Franklin and Ghost is sort of lined up, like, what we've been doing is, looking sideways, right? Like looking at other things that can be brought into that world that can sort of, we can take advantage of the fact that, of what we're doing with Franklin and Ghost. A lot of my books exist in the same universe, Warcorns, Cold Dead Hands. And so for me, it's okay. We've got Franklin and Ghost now. So now let's bring Cold Dead Hands into it. Now, how can we start developing Cold Dead Hands so that it's ready for when it's time for that to step in, in Franklin and Ghost show or whatever else. The biggest part of that was Warcorns. With, this new campaign and this new book, we decided to do an audio drama of the comic, which was sort of our way to be able to make a cartoon without a cartoon. It reminded me of like the old like Power Records, right? That Marvel used to do. You put the 45 on and it would be like Captain America saves the day. And to me, being able to like create a new experience or a hopefully, more unique and diverse experience for the reader, and also start to build our animated universe without, putting too much in the world, was the goal. So we brought in a bunch of voice actors, professional voice actors, brought in a full studio, full setup, full everything, and produced a professional, audio drama with these actors that's coming out in like a couple weeks, as sort of a tease to people of what they can expect quality wise with the TV show and with anything we make. So, while Franklin and Ghost continues to push forward and we continue to just make everything, where things are at is that we're trying to culminate more than just Franklin and Ghost. We're trying to be ready with multiple IPs and multiple character rosters that can be brought into this show to make it as jam-packed awesome as we can. So
when you write, and I've heard this from many, many people, and I'm sure it's true, I'm sure you hear the voices of the characters in your head. What's it like to hear those voices come out of someone else's mouth and maybe be slightly different?
I think it's kind of hard actually, because like I feel like you do. I mean, to a point, I sort of agree with that, right? Like when I write, I don't really think of like voices in my head, more so just like how somebody would talk and, sort of the attitude that they have, behind their voice and stuff. And you always go into it. I've done this like 3 times now, walking into a studio with these voice actors being like, here's the script, here's the character sheets, here's this, like we're doing auditions. And you go in with this idea of like, this is how this character sounds. And then you get an actor that comes in and does a read that makes you doubt that, because it still has the same, they still have the same, vibe in their voice, but they bring a sound that you weren't expecting. And it's like, I'm like, scrap all of this. I've got to change it. I got to change it all. This is now the voice, because this is too good. This is so much better than I could have, imagined or expected out of this character. So I think you do hear voices to an extent when you write. But I think it's so weird. It's such a weird experience to try to sit down and make it real. Like those voices hardly ever in the 3 experiences I've had, those voices hardly ever are direct, link to what it ends up being.
So Frank, give us the rundown, because it's in previews now, or it's in previews in 2 weeks. I forget the exact dates, but Dead End Kids Volume 2. Give us the elevator pitch. I read it so long. I read it. You sent it to me, and I'll be honest. I just sent Travis my email order then, and it was like, all right, just here, take my money. So I don't even know exactly what the release schedule is anymore. Sure. But give us the elevator pitch on Dead End Kids Volume 2.
So Dead End Kids Volume 2 is called Dead End Kids: A Suburban Job. It's kind of a true detective approach to Dead End Kids. The first book was like a much bigger success than anyone kind of expected, and I never really planned to do more. And when I started thinking about what a second book would look like, I didn't really want to kind of do the same thing over again. So this is a new cast in a new place, new time period, new crime, new everything. So it's looks and feels like the original series, but really is its own thing and is completely accessible to new readers. This one takes place in 2008. It follows 3 sort of former friends who have fallen out over the years, who are also all the children or relatives of victims of 9/11 in one way or another. So we've got the daughter of a first responder who died on September 12th at Ground Zero. We've got the brother of a soldier who was killed in Afghanistan. And we have a young Pakistani American woman who's kind of dealing with a post 9/11 America where racial tensions are really exacerbated and things are not great for her and her family. And like I said, these are friends who over the years, there's a lot of animosity between them for reasons when you're reading you don't really know yet. And they kind of get sucked back together when they find this item that belongs to a local drug dealer who wants it back. And they have to figure out how to get along long enough to survive the experience, to stay off his radar, and to pull off kind of a low-key suburban heist that only teenagers could do. No money, no tech, no cars, just this really, what's in the garage kind of thing. And it's like I said, it's in the vein of the original series. I wanted to do something that was different though, so we did a sort of kind of heist story. But at the core, it's really about these kids and what they're going through, sort of 7 years after 9/11, what their lives are like, and in a lot of ways, it's a reverse version of the original series because these kids aren't this tight knit group of kids who can rely on each other and take care of each other, the first issue drops on January 27th. We just found out a couple days ago that the first printing, all 3 covers of the first issue have sold out at Diamond. Issues 2 and 3, pre-orders are really strong on those. The 4th issue is about to hit previews for next month. That'll be the last issue, so it's a 4-issue mini. For people who read the first one, it's more of probably what you loved the first time around. If you haven't read the first one, you don't really need to. And I'm pretty excited about this one because I think when I wrote the first one, it was my first time writing a miniseries, and I kind of got lucky that people received it so well. Like, looking back on it, I think it's a good book, but it could have been a total wash. I've since written a couple more miniseries and done the production thing a few more times, and have a really good sense of what the series is about. This is, for me, the better of the two, and if I had to hand somebody one of the 2 volumes, this would be the one I would hand them. So I'm pretty excited for people to finally get to read it and kind of see the Dead End Kids universe get a little bit bigger.
Cool. Let's go back to when you were. No, I can't elaborate on the book without spoiling it at this point.
I was having a hard time saying it too. Like, I finally, while I was just doing it just now, figured out how not to spoil the end of the first issue. But now that nobody can get it, I don't have to pitch it anymore.
I got to walk away because if I start talking about it, I'm going to tell people things that will be counterproductive here. And we've all seen that my brain is not firing on all cylinders like normal.
But you can again,
so let's go back to when you were first getting started. How did you guys each come to be at Source Point?
You want to go, Frank?
I'll go first. So this is a longer question than I think you're thinking. So I'll try and do like a broad strokes Cliff Notes version. At the end of 2015, I was at a job that I absolutely hated. And it was a good job, paid well, great benefits. The work came easily to me, but I wasn't happy or fulfilled. Had a long conversation with my then girlfriend, now wife, about what I might do next to find something a little more fulfilling. And that conversation took like a left turn I didn't expect and ended with her telling me to take a year off of work and focus on comics because that's what I wanted to do. So for the entire year of 2016, I I didn't work a full-time job. I did some freelancing stuff on the side to keep, money rolling in and to make sure I was pulling my weight around the house. But essentially 2016 was button seat, studying, writing comics. I did a few classes with Comics Experience, which was a big part of it. Andy Schmidt over there has been a really great mentor and friend to me. And during 2016, I wrote a book called Grief. It's a short story collection about the grieving process, kind of through sci-fi and horror stories. While I was learning to write and doing all that work in 2016, I was also going to a lot of conventions to do, networking. I was talking to somebody about this morning. The two things that really got me going were sitting down to do the work and going to cons and meeting other creators and publishers. And I went to a bunch of the big shows, C2E2, New York, Baltimore, introduced myself to all the small press people, met all the artists who were kind of a little further along than me, but kind of still batting at my level. And it's kind of funny. I ended up at Source Point, not because I chose to pitch there or anything like that. Andy, who runs Comics Experience, was talking with Travis about a co-branded Comics Experience in Source Point Press. And he, on my behalf, pitched Grief as one of the first round of books, and Travis picked it up. So I was at New York Comic Con in 2016, and 2017 at this point. And I walked up to the Source Point booth, talked to Travis, and about halfway through the conversation, he stopped me in the middle of a sentence and said, what'd you say your name was? And I was like, it's Frank Gogol. And he's like, oh yeah, I just read your book. We're going to pick it up. I'm like, no, you're having some kind of stroke or dementia. You clearly look like you have dementia. And he's like, Grief, right? I was like, yeah. He's like, yeah. Andy sent it to us and we're going to pick it up. And we finished that conversation. I walked away, thought I was having a nervous breakdown on New York Comic Con's show floor. But the next spring, in April of 2018, the book came out at C2E2, and like it's been a done deal ever since. Just put out Dead End Kids after that, No Heroin, Dead End Kids 2. I have another book coming this summer, and like it's been a really productive relationship. I don't want to call it a relationship because like I said, Travis is a friend and some kind of like cross between like a really shitty older brother and a dad. Like he's been good to me. Source Point has been good to me.
Your big beardy uncle.
I mean, it's even
Gym
more.
teacher?
It's more gym teacher.
That's gym teacher's more accurate.
Like the gym teacher from Big Mouth.
But somehow more gross.
I can see Travis working at the Patrick Ewing Brewing Company.
You gotta go. But yeah,
that was deep.
That's how I got involved. That's how I got started. And then I saw that as kind of my shot. Like, I was at C2E2. It was my first con ever. Travis was giving me all these pep talks because he thinks he knows better than everybody, and he does. But he was like, listen, it really doesn't matter how many you sell. You got a weird little book. It's going to have a niche audience. If you sell a few copies, like, that's a win. And we were like, all right, let's see if we can move 20 of them by the end of the weekend. All right, let's shoot for like 7 a day because it was a 3-day show. And we ended up selling 25 the first day and like almost 70 by the end of the weekend. And it's equal parts the people who love Source Point coming up to the booth and just buying whatever they have because there are some diehard people. I've been at cons where people come up and just like, give me one of everything you've published since the last time I saw you. And then, just watching Casey and other people sell and like doing what they did, putting the book in people's hands and making them give me their money. Like it's almost a form of harassment.
Have you ever done the Garrett Gunn method where you beg someone to take it off your hands so that Travis will buy you a dinner? Because that's happened.
I've seen Garrett unsell his book though.
It's true.
He'll hand sell it. The person will be going to pay him like, nah, you don't want this. You don't want this. Go talk to
I call it it's the Christy Blanche approach. Blanche.
I just my copy of Franklin and Ghost #1 I got because Travis was trying to win a bet with, or Garrett was trying to win a bet with Travis, and get a steak dinner, or was it lobster?
It's something fancy. I mean, we were in Michigan, so I'm not sure that anything that fancy is served.
Potatoes. I don't know what's in Michigan either.
I don't know. It's a bunch of weird hot dogs or something. I don't know.
Travis does like hot dogs.
Yeah.
It's true.
Out.
No, like I said, that was what hooked me on Garrett, though, was the fact that he's like, look, I had already placed my order for Franklin and Ghost #1. Like, the book was sold to me as a retailer. He's like, no, you got to take this copy, because if you take this copy, then I get dinner.
Travis. Yes, and Travis loses, which in any instance is great.
It's a win, huge win.
Yes.
Great sales technique.
Yeah. Yes.
So, Garrett, how did you come to be at SourcePoint?
In 2016, I had made a relatively famous friend by the name of Billy Bob Thornton, and I had gotten to know his band and the other bandmates and stuff that he was playing with, and I had this weird idea for a book at the time. It was called Hardcore Mega Metal, and it was kind of like Scott Pilgrim meets The Hobbit. And it was like this weird band of this group of people who like played music, and they use these like weird gifts that they're given to like go out on this adventure. And I was like, oh, I'm an idiot. Like, I can't afford to hire a fake band and record fake music and do all this stuff. So that's super stupid. And my friend told me, who'd really dig doing a comic book is Billy Bob Thornton. And I think we lost Kyle.
All right.
So,
I just took myself off the screen because I needed to bend over and grab something.
Got it. So he was like, oh, Billy would really love this idea. And I said, all right, cool. So I did a little bit of a rewrite of the story and sent it to him. And I was like, I'll never hear back. It's whatever. And like 2 hours later, he's like, Billy's going to call you. And I was like, oh, fuck. So we had this conversation. He was like super into it. I was like, all right, cool. Now I need to find a publisher to publish this. And I had reached out to multiple publishers that, through research I'd found had some experience with dealing with like personality based things, things that were centered around celebrities or music groups or whatever. And finally, Bob Sally told me, he was like, I just pitch it to SourcePoint. And at the time I'm like, I don't know. These guys seem weird. And the first conversation I had when I pitched this book to Travis is when he said, we don't do time travel, we don't do superheroes. So I was like, well, this is a time travel book. And he was like, I was like, but Billy Bob Thornton's in it and he endorses it. And he was like, fine, I guess. And he published it. And that was the first thing. And then after that, it was Franklin a Ghost and Warcorns and Cold Dead Hands and now Good Boy and everything in between. But that was it. I came to SourcePoint through my first disappointment that I placed in Travis, basically. And I haven't stopped since.
First of many.
So we've got about 10 minutes left here, guys. So let's do the business. Let's do the work here. What do you have coming up in the next year that you can tell people about? What should people be getting their orders in on now? What should people be getting on their pull list? That kind of stuff.
You want to go first, Frankie boy?
I'll go first. So this year, first up, we've got Dead End Kids, A Suburban Job. Like I said, that's coming out starting at the end of this month, and I'll run through April. By the time that ends, we'll be talking about the next book. It's a horror sci-fi thing that's not announced yet. But it's an older idea. I had it in 2017 or 2016. It's essentially aliens with a hint of another franchise that I really love for like a really fun mashup that really kind of bucks horror conventions. It's a really bright book. Garrett's seen some of the art, and it's definitely not what you'd expect from a horror book. On top of that, I have something at my first work for hire gig, which is a one-shot, it's 40 pages, on a property that is super important to me. It's one of the biggest properties in comics right now. I can't really say any more than that, or I'll give it away. But I'm really excited about that. That should be announced in the spring and come out over the summer, I think, give or take a few months. And then, the rest of the year is just, it's a lot of writing. I'm looking to have a big 2022, and we're still stuck in the house for who knows how long. So I'm trying to do the Garrett Gunn and just bang things out and get stuff rolling. No Heroin 2 is going to happen sooner or later. writing that right now. It's just going to come down to when Sean is almost a lock. I just got to make sure that the story that I have is the one I want to tell. I think it'll be the last one. And then there's a lot of new projects coming. A few Kickstarters I'm planning. Kind of trying to keep diverse and keep stuff coming out.
Garrett?
Yeah. So I have currently in previews. The Warcorns miniseries is available for pre-order. We're on issue 3 this month, and then issue 4, the final book, is in previews the following month. And that was sort of, the Warcorns miniseries was kind of my way after the unexpected success of the first one shot to be like, all right, let's Quentin Tarantino this. Let's go back now and let's start at the beginning and let's see like how these guys, these losers became the Warcorns. So it's a 4-issue miniseries introducing a lot of new characters that are going to be very important in the TV show and throughout the Franklin and Ghost universe as a whole. The following month, I think in March, we have the solicit for the collected edition of Cold Dead Hands, which, if I'm honest, was probably the most fun I had on all of 2020 writing a book, because it was very different from a lot of the stuff I had written. I don't do a lot of supernatural stuff. So it was kind of freeing to be able to just be like, hey, plot hole, magic. That's it right there. So we got the Cold Dead Hands Collect Editions coming out. And then we have a slew of other things that are being released this year. I've got the Warcorns Birthday Bash comes out in May through previews, which is a one-shot that's sort of an event-based comic meant around launching a bunch of other things that are coming later in the year and into 2022. I've got, as we discussed, the new book with Christy Blanche, Good Boy, which will be released via the Source Point Press Ashcan subscription box, which is available on their website right now. And that book is essentially John Wick in reverse, told from the perspective of the dog who is avenging the death, getting revenge for the murder of his owner. And then I've got a bunch of other things going on. As Frank loves to point out, I've got like 400 million logos of books that are currently in production. I've got Postmasters, which is Postman meets Mad Max. I've got Blade of the Butchered King, which is a novelette that I'm writing right now. And a bunch of other bullshit that I'm sure will just be ammunition for Frank to put me down.
I can't wait.
I really did think when you said Postmasters, there was going to be a follow-up to Boxmasters about people who deliver the mail.
So Postmasters, I thought it'd be really funny to do sort of this. I worked for like 2 weeks at the post office, and that is the most like disgustingly like awful place to work. But I've had an idea for a while of like sort of this Book of Eli sort of story where, what if like mailmen never like, the creed of the mailmen, right? Like nor rain nor sleet nor dark of night, very Green Lantern shit. They have to deliver the mail no matter what. So I'm like, okay, well, what happens if like letter carriers die? Like, do the routes just get bigger and like you just have to carry mail everywhere? So this book is sort of like the journey of one mailman as he's like delivering this sort of very important piece of mail cross country, and in a post-COVID world where COVID's sort of a virus, and the anti-maskers have become the wicked, which they're basically the virus took over their body, and it's a whole thing. It's a lot of fun, very ridiculous, but also very serious. Pieces of it that are ties to actual social issues we're encountering right now. So yeah. And and Izzy is here to remind me, and also Familiars. I wasn't going to say anything about Familiars yet because we're sort of like, we're still trying to tease a little bit. I do a book, as you can see on my hat, called Familiars that comes out this year, which is adult Pokemon. It is violent, dark, ridiculous Pokemon, and Izzy's Comics and Collectibles will be the sole exclusive store that will be selling the Ashcan early release preview of the book. So in order to get the first 16 pages, you have to buy it through Izzy's to get an idea of what the story is. But yeah, it's adult dark Pokemon.
So I always try and come at you with a weird off the wall fun question. And since you just talked about adult weird Pokemon,
Okay.
favorite Pokemon?
Mimikyu. And
Really?
I know Frank's. Nidoking. Yep.
He's got him in front of him.
I was right. They sit on my desk to remind me that I need
Yep.
to be a big
I've got Pokemon tattooed on me. As everybody at SourcePoint loves to make fun of, Pokemon is a huge part of my life. It's part of the reason why I've now gotten to work with Pokemon actors from when I was a kid and stuff. People who don't know and probably don't care, Mimikyu is, that character is very strangely special to me because it sort of relates to how I feel about being in comics. There's a whole conspiracy theory about back in the 90s, there was an episode of Pokemon that this character Porygon was in that gave like 600 kids in Japan seizures. And like it was like a big lawsuit and crazy stuff against Pokemon, and Pokemon ended up banning that character from the show for 20 years because that was like part of the lawsuit. They were like, well, we can't blame it on Pikachu because he's the face of Pokemon, so we've got to ban it. We've got to blame it on this other character. 20 years later, this new character Mimikyu comes up. He's a ghost. If you see his true identity, it kills you. And so he hides behind this mask of, being the most liked Pokemon in the world, which is Pikachu. And he wears this, creepy Pikachu face because he wants to be accepted in the world and doesn't want to kill anybody else or doesn't want to hurt anyone. And to me, that's us as a society, right? Like we all wear these fake masks to try to be liked by people and try to be, like those that people love. And I think that's constantly how I feel in this industry is, trying to wear a mask so that people will, like my things or buy my things or respect me as a writer because I constantly have the most insane imposter syndrome ever. But yeah, that's Pokemon is the shit, man. That's it. Like gave you like so much more than you needed, but it's your fault because you brought it up.
Well, I feel like you and I could get into the weeds like Travis and I do on GoBots. So on Pokemon, but last thing here before we got to wrap it up is we've got about a minute left. Hit us with the socials.
Yeah.
So all my stuff is at Some Writer Guy. If you can't remember who wrote some stupid book, I don't know, Some Writer Guy on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, all the things.
Awesome. Frank?
Everything like Garrett is all in one place. It's just at Frank Gogol /Frank Gogol at Facebook.com/Frank Gogol, Twitter.com/Frank Gogol at Frank Gogol, Instagram at Frank Gogol. I try to keep it simple. I got in early, got my actual name. So that's always a plus. And then I do a newsletter every few weeks. It's like every 2 or 3 weeks. There's signups to submit submissions for that, or to subscribe to that on Twitter and Instagram, and I post on Facebook all the time. That's the best way to keep up. There's no algorithms or any bullshit to stop you from getting it right to your inbox. So, whatever, pick your poison. But I definitely recommend the newsletter.
All right, guys, thank you so much for being here. Make sure you check out both Garrett and Frank's work, or Frank's and Garrett's work, so nobody gets top billing through SourcePoint Press. Get it in your local comic shop. Go there right now and tell them you want it because their FOCs are due today. So you should be calling during the break here, calling your local comic shop, being like, hey, if you're not done, order books. So
and can I throw one quick little solicit out for SourcePoint as a whole? So SourcePoint has just launched the Ashcan subscription box. It's $9.99 a month shipped to your door, and every month you get a brand new Ashcan teasing a new character, new story, tie-ins to other books, etc. And you can sign up for that at tinyurl.com/Ashcan program if you want to check it out, or go to offlinemedia.com.
All right, guys, thank you so much for being here. Guys, everybody stay tuned. We'll be back in 2 minutes with more legends. We've had a bunch of legends on, including these new legends, Garrett and Frank. But we'll be back with two more legends in Jimmy Palmiotti and Amanda Connor in just about 2 minutes on the EXP Expo Day 3. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
There's something for every imagination at your local comic shop. Visit ComicShopLocator.com to find a store near you.
All right, everybody, we're back. I'm Kyle. I've been your host most of the weekend. We are going to get right into it with two people of whom I have been a huge fan for a really long time. Jimmy Palmiotti and Amanda Connor. I almost said Jimmy Connors because I've been thinking about sports today. It's been a whole thing.
I was going to say you must like golf or something if you're going to.
I think he's tennis.
Is he tennis, Jimmy Connors?
Yeah.
There's a golf player too. There's a golf.
Is there really?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
yeah. Whatever. It's Palmiotti and Connor. It's
Connor, Jimmy and Amanda, the legendary pair.
I always crack up whenever I hear that. I'm like, no.
Amanda's definitely a legend. Happy Martin Luther King Day, everybody.
Yes.
Today.
Yes, absolutely. Happy
That's
MLK.
why your kids are home today, in case you wanted to know why you're home today, kids.
Yes, it's important to know why you're home.
Yeah.
I said earlier in the day, the banks are closed and so is the post office. So if anybody's working, they're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Our teachers, our next door teachers were home today also.
Yeah, that's how we know. When we see their cars in the driveway.
Like, is it a holiday?
Right.
That's how we live our life. We're like, all the days blend into each other. And then like when we see the cars in the driveway, we're like, it must be a holiday or a weekend.
Yeah, we both work at home, so we never go shopping on the weekend. That's for everybody else. We're very considerate that way.
Right. I mean, I work from home as well most of the time. And it's like when there are kids riding bikes in the neighborhood, I know it's either the summer finally or that there's something going on. So let's start at the beginning.
Okay.
You guys both had very historic and prolific careers in comic books. But why are you in comic books? Why did you decide that this was your medium?
Because I knew how to draw, and it was my favorite kind of art when I was younger. And I think my mom wanted me to be like a fine art painter. She wanted me to be like either Marie Cassatt or she wanted me to be Georgia O'Keeffe or Frida Kahlo. And I was like, comic books. And that's where it went from there.
Yeah. And then I really wasn't good at anything else. No, I'm kidding. I actually was in advertising and I did a lot of other jobs, but I've always loved comics. So I always, no matter what I did for a living, I kept going back to comics, and I was until I could figure out how to make a living, because it's really not a very great paying job, So there's a lot of maneuvering you have to do to make a living doing this. You just can't say I want to do comics and then you get hired and you do a book a month and think, well, now I can live off that. Most of the time you really can't. So there's a lot of maneuvering being a comic book person.
Yeah.
And let me ask you this, Jimmy, because you said you're in advertising. There are a lot of people in the comic book industry who are also advertising people. Neil Adams made a wonderful career out of it. And there are a lot of others that, I started off in advertising, and then once I had a steady career, I chose to do this. So what do you think it is about advertising and comics that play so well together?
Well, I started in comics, and I was working, I was ghosting for a bunch of artists. I was ghosting for a couple of well-known artists. I'm moving a light here. I'm looking at okay, that's too bright. Looks like we just got busted for something. It wasn't me. Yeah,
you guys are fine.
Anyway, so when I started out, I was ghosting for other comic artists, and I saw how horribly they were living. They were making no living for it. And I said, I can't do this. I grew up in a home that had no money. There was no way I was going to take another job where I wasn't bringing home money for the family. So I didn't get into comics. I got into advertising, which paid a hell of a lot better and still does, pays a lot better. A lot more stress, a lot more, I had clients like Pepsi and Maybelline and, all these big name clients, but in the end, I still loved comics. So the advertising helped me to understand how important a deadline is, and then how to also communicate with people and how to interact with clients, and that helped me as far as when I started job hunting and dealt with editors and started doing work, getting it on time, because half of the battle for comics is getting your work in on time. Ask any lazy editor and they'll tell you they don't want to hire anybody that's a lot of work. They want somebody that gets the work in, So I took that from advertising and applied it to comics. But it makes, look, Neil was working in the same city as I, and actually your dad used Neil, right?
My dad used to hire Neil. My dad's was in advertising, and now he's happily retired.
Yes.
But yeah, he used to hire Neil for, like, if he needed a job that needed to get really sold, he would get Neil to do it.
Yeah, so and Neil makes Neil's a very smart guy. So anything Neil Adams says, you kind of got to listen to a little bit. He's been around, he knows what he's doing, but he's also the guy that got us royalties and got us our artwork returned. Like Neil is there's a lot about Neil Adams that we love as comic creators.
He's responsible for people being able to get their artwork back and stuff, and
stuff. I like stuff.
We had a big long interview with him. We talked to him for 2.5 hours, and it means we ask him one question, but that's okay because when Neil talks, you just sit and listen.
Yeah, yes. Pretty much. Yeah.
He told me once how to make $1 million if starting with $1,000.
What happened?
I didn't make $1 million. That's not Neil's fault. I blame COVID. That's my new go-to. I just blame COVID.
It's so true. We have a question. Popkill, did those ideas come from the corporate ad world?
The idea came from Dave Johnson, pitched me the idea, but I was able to apply what I knew about advertising to it. So there is a lot of stuff in the book that's that kind of pokes fun at it. In the end, though, the book is about character. It's character driven. It's not teaching anybody about advertising, except that it's a cutthroat business like any other business.
Right.
Kyle, you know how it is. Come on, man. You know how it is. It's cutthroat out there.
And my thing is I'm still in the advertising world.
There you go.
So, I'm the producer here at the Comic Book Shopping Experience, and my whole job is to advertise for creators, for the industry, and for local comic shops.
Well, you got logos behind you, so right away you say all you say is advertising to me. I see that. Look at you have like moving logos and look that expo sneaking up on you. Yeah, there it goes.
For the week, I didn't know how to animate. I taught myself how to animate this week.
Good for you! Awesome.
Now, if you can reanimate, then you got a different business going on.
To be real honest, I misspelled so much of it that we had to bring in a comic book editor, Drina Joe, to edit my animations. So it's true. It's hard work hustling. But
spelling sucks too. Amanda loves it, but I'm like, when I'm writing, I don't care what it's spelled like. I just got to get the idea down, and then Amanda goes and swoops in and says, "What the hell did you just write here?" And I'm like, "Okay." She cleans it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I misspelled Tuesday 4 or 5 times. So
I enjoyed like spelling and grammar when I was in
nerd.
I know.
Nerd.
But I'm not like we know people who are like so good at it. Like I know editors that like Joanne and Chris, and they're like really, really good at it. I pale in comparison to them.
No, you don't pale. You're just pale. You're just that Irish pale look. That's all. Trash pale. I'm trash pale. You're just pale.
See, you guys really do. You have a very unique sense of humor, and a pair of collaborators that really comes through. I think it has to do with the fact that you guys, your relationship is incredibly strong. And so,
yes,
how does we've been talking about how I believe 2021 is going to be the year of collaboration. Everybody's been stuck in their house for so long that they're going to be itching to work with as many people as they possibly can.
Oh, there's going to be orgies in the street, man. I'm just saying. It's going to get crazy.
You mean after COVID?
People, after COVID, people are going to be collaborating in every nook and cranny out there.
Yeah.
But so the question is because you guys have worked together so much.
Yeah.
Is there like a shorthand at this point, or is it still the process as it was when you first started, where it's how have it changed over the years?
I definitely have a shorthand for you. If I'm writing it, if like Amanda and I will discuss a story, and then I'll throw it down in a file, and then Amanda will go in and spice it up and add sound effects, tickle it, change some dialogue. Like she messes with it, but I know she is, and I'm so confident with her work that I never look at it again. And once she touches it, I'm good to go because I know it's good, right?
Be sorry.
No, I'm always sorry after when it comes out and I start reading it and go, "What the hell is she doing here?" But I trust her when we do a handoff, and then she kind of adds, especially with Harley Quinn. Like there was a lot of humor, and basically that book was written that I kind of put the plot down and tried to make Amanda laugh, and then Amanda went in and tried to make me laugh, and then we just sent it into DC and hoped for the best, Yeah,
and hope that it wouldn't all get cut.
I mean, we were writing 3 books a month, so we didn't have a lot of time to sit there and like just dig in too much. We just kind of said we got to get this stuff out, and we were writing at one point, right? It was like 3 books a month. There
were certain points where we like. I was like, I can't do all this. I'm dying here, I mean, mostly it was like 1 to 2 books a month, but then it started becoming 2 books a month. And then with, like specials on top of it, every time we did a special, it would be like 3 books a month. It'd be juggling 3 storylines a month.
Yeah. DC would have had us, if we could do a book every day, at that point, they would have had us do one daily.
I'd love to be able to do a book a day.
You could do a page a day. If they could put out 1-page comics, we can get that done. No problem. But no, it got a little crazy. So that's why we're not doing it anymore.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a certain point where I'm just like, I'm burned out. I was just like, I can't work at this pace anymore. I'm going to, have a heart attack. And
yeah, we needed the vacation and spend time with each other. Comics are great, but that's not our life. That's what we do. It's not who we are,
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's Wes brings up a good point. Even in a rush, the Harley series is fantastic. One of his favorite runs.
Well, that's why we love Wes. I mean, Wes is out there saying that stuff and people believe it. So good for you, Wes, man. We owe you a beer, or if you don't drink, we owe you a Coke.
There you go.
Stack of 20. I don't know.
So, but the question is when you're working at that pace, it does become untenable, for sure. I mean, there's only so much creative output any person can do before they've eventually got to consume sustenance and sleep.
Yes.
Pretty much. Yep. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I mean, we would have our food breaks, and then where Amanda would get mad if I brought up the comic because she's like, "I'm eating."
I just needed like an hour to myself where work wasn't involved.
Yes,
it's like, holy crap.
That's why we got a cat. So she can complain to the cat, not me. I don't want to.
And the cat doesn't talk to me about work.
No, the cat. All it does is crap in a box and
give you so much love.
It gives you so much love. The cat loves her. Anyway.
So I have 2 questions about this, and one of them I'm going to ask first is the fun question.
Okay.
Do you have a go-to food when you need to take a break that takes a little while to make, but it'll distract you longer?
I'm not really good at cooking.
Or a restaurant that's, slower. That way you don't have to work.
Actually, you know what I've been having lately, and I did this back in my 20s, and
it's
now
what
I'm
cows
doing
do when they're alone.
No.
Oh, it's not beef stroganoff?
No.
Okay.
I was making beef stroganoff for a while, but then we started really gaining the COVID-19, and I'm
Okay.
like, all right, I got to cut this out.
Okay, go ahead.
I get like a piece of hard bread, you know, not like old bread, but like firm. You know, you don't want like soft Wonder Bread. You need like a firm bread, like the stuff you get at Sprouts or something like that. Smear it with apricot jam and then slice strawberries and put them all over that and like make a strawberry and jam sandwich. It's so good. And that's sort of what I do to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, I like pizza. So,
but do you make pizza?
I do make pizza.
You do make
know
pizza.
that.
Actually,
I make
good.
pizza.
Yeah,
I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I make pizza. I can make pizza.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think that's required of being a New Yorker, right? Isn't it?
Yeah, well, the requirement of being a New Yorker is to complain about everybody else's pizza. That's a requirement. It's not so much making it. I make it, but a lot of New Yorkers love to complain about other pizza as they're eating it. So, you know.
Pretty much.
I was talking to someone the other day, and we were talking about which Comic-Cons we're most excited for when we're allowed to go back to Comic-Cons. And I was explaining to them that it's Chicago because I have deep dish deficiency. And they look at me funny, but it's because right up the street here is a gentleman who was born and raised in the Bronx and bought his family's 100-year-old pizza recipe to Toledo, Ohio, so I can get top-level New York style the perfect thin crust. You got to fold it 4 times.
Does it drip oil? There's a lot of oil drip out of it.
You could change the oil in your car with the oil that comes off a slice.
That's good.
It's amazing, and it's just so I don't have New York style deficiency. So
But you do want other pizza. I get the Chicago. I love the deep dish pizza. I love a Detroit pizza. Although cons, one of my favorite cons is the one in
Kansas City.
Planet
Comic-Con.
Planet Comic-Con. They feed us like they're gonna slaughter us on Monday. You know, they make sure they give us barbecue. That con knows how to take care of its guests. Let me tell you.
Yeah. Oh my God, the barbecue.
Oh yeah, no, Kansas City is great for that. I like Kansas City and I like Memphis for the same reason. The barbecue after the convention.
I don't think I've ever been to Memphis. Never been.
Yeah, no. If you ever get a chance to go to Memphis, you go to the convention, work all day. After the convention, you eat an entire pig.
Fantastic. Love it. Poor pig. Too bad.
But the other question I have about that kind of frenetic pace you're talking about is, how do you manage so many books? Because you've got to be working on them all kind of at the same time, right?
Yeah, I mean, so
you're a good juggler. I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm used to, and again, advertising background. Although some people,
I was in advertising.
You're a hyper focuser, though.
But I was like storyboards.
Right.
So it's like I didn't have to juggle 20 storyboards. I had to work on the storyboard that I was working on, and then go to the next one. Where you're able to like spin plates, and I can't do that.
I do. I have a lot of notes. I can't flip the camera and show you how many Post-its I have around my computer. It's ridiculous. Amanda's looking at it right now.
Yeah.
But the thing with the Harley is we would lay out what we're going to do for the next 6 months, and then I would look at the book. But the joke with Harley was no matter what we think we're going to do and we tell the editor, we would hand in something different, because Harley's kind of a character that no matter what, if she's in the middle of something and gets distracted, it's a whole nother story.
Yeah.
And that's how we wrote 100. How many books? 100.
She sort of like told us, like Harley sort of went in the direction that she wanted to go in, and we just sort of wrote around it. It was like
it was one of the few gigs, I will say, and thank you, Dan DiDio, where and Chris Conroy, is one of the few gigs I've had, other than Jonah Hex, where the editor said, do whatever you want. And we don't get that very often. And it's why I do my own books with Paper Films, is because we usually get somebody telling us exactly what they want. And that is not a great thing when Amanda and I are working on something. A part of me says you have to hire us because you want a book by us. And we got really lucky with Harley because nobody thought it would sell. And then all of a sudden it started selling like crazy, and they were afraid to mess with what we were doing. So they kind of left us alone all the time. And
awesome.
Yeah, that worked to everyone's advantage. It changed Harley, and it changed the way DC looked at Harley. I mean, before, when we got it, it was a canceled book. They looked at it as like, it's a dead character. You're only going to last for like 6 issues, so don't worry about it. Just have fun, and then, and now she's bigger than us. That's for sure.
Popular thing on HBO Max.
Yeah, she's on HBO. She's on the movie. She's on somebody's butt cheeks and T-shirts, and she's everywhere. She's right behind you. You just can't see it.
It's true. I wouldn't doubt it, and I'd take the bat to the back of the head, and I'd probably have deserved it. So
that's all right. Yeah, I doubt it.
Well, so here I want to ask you about non-Harley Quinn stuff, because Harley Quinn we could talk about for days.
Yeah.
But one of my favorite projects of yours, Jimmy, was Back to Brooklyn. With the work you worked on with Garth. What was it like collaborating with Garth Ennis?
He's a pain in the neck, but I love him. I know he's. Garth and I was sitting in a bar one night, and this is when they only made 2 Die Hard movies, the first 2. And I said to Garth, I'm like, they should, or maybe even the first one. I said to Garth, they should make movies like Die Hard, with a guy in a situation that it's just impossible for him, and they should be doing more of that. Now, obviously, they do millions of those, but at the time, they really weren't. And so I came up with the idea for Back to Brooklyn, the whole setup. And then I went back to Garth and I said, you want to write this with me? Like, here's the story. You want to do this? And he's like, yeah, what the hell not? Why the hell not? And but he's a guy I've known for a while, and he's a drinking buddy, and he's a friend. So the only thing we worked on, well, actually, when I was doing Marvel Knights, I hired him and Steve to do Punisher, where I inked Steve on it. So we became really good friends after that. We've been to his wedding. We've been overseas with him. And, so we know Garth for a long time. So working with him is always easy and fun. And with Back to Brooklyn, we were kind of like trying to outdo each other on that. I mean, that's why there's like a couple of scenes in that book that we've almost had it adapted for movies a couple of times. And then they get to the scene with the mother and they're like, how the hell are we going to do this? We can't do this. This is too crazy. If anybody hasn't read it, it's available. You can download it or try to find the book. But it has a scene in it with.
It is brutal.
It's brutal, and there's a scene where the main character has to deal with his mother, who calls him a racist. She's a racist, and he has to listen to his mother yell at him, and he doesn't react to it very well. Think of James Cagney in a staircase with a wheelchair, and it's not too far from that,
I have the paperback copy, and it's well read through. I mean, the cover's about to fall off. I need to find another copy. It's one of my favorites. Now, Amanda, let's talk about your time with an iconic character from the independent world, Vampirella.
Oh yeah, yes.
What's it like working on a character that has such an iconic look and tone and all of that? Vampirella is, you say it and everybody knows exactly what they have the picture in their head and they know the tone of the book.
Yeah.
So what is it like to work with something like that?
I was so happy. I think Jimmy helped me with this. He was like, he had talked to David up at Harris when David was up at Harris.
Johnny, actually.
Oh, Johnny.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Johnny. And Johnny Reingold, and said, hey, why don't you hire Amanda for Vampirella? And I guess they saw some of my artwork and they're like, okay. And
well, you were doing Gargoyles at the time.
I was doing Gargoyles, and I had been doing Barbie, and I was just dying to do, although Gargoyles was really fun to work on, I was dying to, get my claws into something that was like really dark and kind of like scary and vampire-like, and, where I got to draw a lot of blood and flying teeth and stuff like that.
Half-naked women.
And she's half-naked.
Yeah, she's half-naked.
Yeah, I mean, all of her bits are covered up, but anyway.
That's a shame. That's a shame. How dare they cover up the bits? One day I want to do like a comic where you can peel off the little stickers covering the bits, the naughty bits.
That's going to be so hard to do.
Well, just just so you can go to somebody's house and go, oh my God, he pulled all of them off, or he just pulled off the male, or he just pulled off the female, or just the dog or the horse.
I was so happy to be able to work on a character that was just so like had so much darkness and had like, so much angst. So yeah, it was thrilling for me to be able to do that. And plus I had remembered Vampirella from high school, I guess. Like I have a buddy, Steve Bunch, who collected all the comics in the world, and he would bring them to school, and we would just like, pour over them all. And I learned so much from him. And he's probably the one that introduced me to Vampirella, but I feel like I knew Vampirella even before that.
Who were the writers on Vampirella when you're working on them?
Mark Millar was writing one at one point.
Uh-huh.
And brain fart.
Grant Morrison?
Grant Morrison.
Right.
And
Warren
Ellis. Yes.
It's a pretty big lineup.
I had some great writers.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had really, so that was a fun series to work on. But the same thing happened with me that happened with Barbie. Like Barbie was all like light and sugar and saccharin and happiness all the time. And I was like so over that Vampirella was perfect for me. But there was a certain point where I was like, oh my God, it's just so much darkness all the time. I need to do something different. And that's when I started to lean towards like dark comedy. And I'm like, okay, this is something I'm really comfortable with. So, and Jimmy and I did a dark comedy vampy story that we got in so much trouble for.
Yeah.
So, but I had never had so much fun with Vampirella because, the splash page is Vampirella sitting on a toilet.
Yeah, the editor wasn't thrilled about it, but
we got yelled at.
But they still printed it. So,
I don't know if you follow kind of the secondary market on your work, but that Barbie stuff has absolutely blown up.
Has it really? I always thought that, people were finding it in quarter bins, We
have a box of them.
We do?
Yeah, we have a box
in the poly bags with the cards. They're $20 on eBay.
Really? Huh.
I think you got to sign all those, Amanda, and we got to put them on our website.
I do occasionally sign Barbies, like every so often at like once every 3 conventions or 5 conventions, somebody will have Barbies to get signed. So that's kind of fun.
I came across a stack of them, and I was just I knew nothing about them, and I was looking them up. I'm like, oh, okay, it's Amanda, and I'm starting to look at pricing and going, okay.
Well, you know what? Margot Robbie seems to follow whatever Amanda does. So it's Harley. She's doing Barbie now. We're wondering what Margot's going to do next. And probably not Power Girl, but it'd be fun if she did.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah.
But I actually wound up going back to the guy and giving him more money because I felt bad. Like we all thought they were, nothing, and they were this amazing thing. So
is it a recent thing? Is it a recent thing that they're worth money? Because I don't remember them ever being.
Yeah.
They popped off in the last year or so.
No kidding. So it's relatively recent, I guess. Huh.
Yeah.
How about that?
Go figure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if people follow that stuff or not, and I certainly don't until I come across something. But when you come across something that's like somebody's early work, or somebody's obscure work, and it's like, oh, this is a person I'm a fan of. Oh, okay, people don't know about this.
Mm-hmm.
It's
really I have a bunch of stuff like that. Like Bayou Billy for Archie Comics is pretty obscure. It was a video game back in the late 80s, I think.
Yeah.
And Archie had done the comic version of that, and I illustrated that.
And Avengers. Didn't you do a backup story in West Coast Avengers?
That was my very first published comic work.
What was it?
With that, actually, no, my first published comic work was the Strip AIDS book. It was.
Oh, right. The charity book.
It was charity to make money for people who had AIDS.
Right.
And so that was my first published work. But after that, the first comic company job that I had ever gotten was a backup story in Solo Avengers number 12.
There you go.
And
who was the character?
It was Yellow Jacket, the female Yellow Jacket, and Wasp. And The Black Knight.
Nice.
Yeah. So
I'm partial to the Black Knight. You know, they made him the Avenger for the state of Ohio. When they made
yes.
Avenger to all 50 states. So I'm partial to it. But you guys have also had tremendous success with having your work adapted into features and television and that kind of thing. And I know that you've worked on those scripts. So when you have a story that you wrote for a comic and it's being adapted, what's it like revisiting those stories, and what kind of changes do you constantly, or do you seem to have to make?
Jimmy does that.
Well, to tell you the truth, most of the stuff that has been adapted has not had us writing it at all. With the Painkiller Jane TV show, I wrote one episode. It's the best episode. And and I have to say that, right? But like even Random Acts of Violence that came out this summer, it's on Shudder right now. That was Jay Baruchel and his partner rewriting the book. So I do have a screenplay for Back to Brooklyn. I have one for Painkiller Jane I worked on, and I have one for other properties. But the stuff I've sold has been other people adapting it. And, and even like the stuff I worked on, when I was working on Jonah Hex, that DC adapted the Jonah Hex books and they destroyed it. And they did a terrible job with that. Just was not a good movie. And even with the Harley Quinn, the two Harley Quinn, the Birds of Prey movie and stuff like that, a lot of stuff is based on our work, but they haven't really, what's a nice way of saying it?
They keep us separated from it.
Yeah, they invite us to the parties afterwards or the premieres,
which is nice.
Yeah, but they don't really ask us to get involved, and that's a big mistake. So that's why we're doing more of our own stuff these days and less of things for other people.
Yeah, and well, that was going to be the second part of my question is, if they aren't asking you, would you like to take on that challenge?
Yeah, actually, we always offer. Birds of Prey, Amanda and I offer to pretty much do whatever job. Even with the Harley Quinn cartoon, Amanda did some turnarounds and stuff like that, and they used characters of ours, but they never involved us in developing it. And again, it's kind of like them saying, hey, we love everything. We're going to take everything you do and adapt it, but we don't want you on it. And there's only so much you can take of that before you have to walk away from stuff. So we're walking away from some things because, again, if they're not going to play ball with us, why would we play ball with them so much? It's kind of we're trying to teach them a lesson.
I don't think they care.
No, they don't give a crap. But in the future, you'll see more things done with our hands-on, because that's the way we're dealing with things now.
We have so many ideas for creator-owned stuff right now. We have like a backlog of creator-owned.
It is, and Amanda's going to draw all of them.
It's going to come out slowly because I am not fast lately.
Amanda's going to get so fast, she's going to knock them out a book a day, like she was saying earlier.
I wish.
So, and I want to talk about all that stuff because we met recently on a Reed Pop holiday hangout that they did with Mike Negan, and you guys were talking about you had a bunch of creator-owned stuff in the works, and you're going to use the crowdfunding and some of that kind of stuff. So I want to talk about all that stuff, but is there a IP out there that you haven't gotten a chance to work with from anybody that you would just love to get your hands on and be like, this is mine now. I'm going to fix it, or I'm going to take it.
Oh, you mean like something that the big companies have, or just like anything?
Anything you've seen, anything you're aware of, anything that you're like, I've got a story to tell.
I'll tell you this story because it didn't happen. But I pitched a Dirty Harry series for comics, and to Warner Brothers, and I reminded them that they had the rights to do it because they own all the Dirty Harry properties and stuff like that. And it didn't go through, but I thought a Dirty Harry comic would be kind of fun, set in the 70s kind of thing. But as far as the characters, we did pitch a couple of things recently that got turned down,
All I'm saying is if I were a billionaire, I'd see if I could buy Power Girl.
Right. Yeah, Power Girl one
I
would be
love
the
her so
character
much.
we would go back and if they can somehow just give it to us to do.
Yeah.
We would do some more Power Girl. We definitely have a lot of Power Girls ideas, but we pitched it a couple of times to DC and they're not interested, which we don't get. But that's their character, so what can you do?
Right. I mean, we got a lot of people who are. I like this. The Comic Source. I'm here for a Dirty Harry series. Get Dan Panosian to draw it.
I agree. Dan would be awesome.
That would be
He would be great at that, and I think Dan would want to do it. But people own the rights to things, so as much as we want to do things,
It is our fantasy, though.
it's our fantasy. Yeah. So that's one. I mean, I also wanted to write the Spectre. Darwin Cook and I pitched the Spectre. He was going to draw it, and we were going to write it together. And we pitched that to DC, and they had no interest in that either, which is a shame because it would have been a really good book, And some characters. I'm trying to think. I love Red Sonja, and Conan. I grew up with that. I like the Shadow. I like certain things I grew up with, but I've worked on a lot of them, so I've gotten it out of my system almost. Almost.
Is there a person other than the person sitting next to you in the industry
Yes.
that you love to collaborate with?
Yeah. Oh God, there's a lot of them. Amanda, you go first.
I do. Well, I had when we were doing the pro. I loved collaborating with Garth.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
What else did I? God, you know what? Yeah, there are like a lot of people I had fun with writing.
I
Does it make it easier if I stipulate it with someone you haven't had a chance to work with yet?
Oh,
I got one. Shane Black. I'd like to write a book with Shane Black, like a comic with Shane Black. That would be pretty awesome. Because he's got a really great sense of humor, and I feel like a lot of my things are always trying to be Shane Black. I can't be Shane Black, but I shoot for it, Also, yeah, somebody mentioned Fantastic Four. That's the one comic that I've never worked on. That's one of my favorite comics. So I would love to do Fantastic Four.
I'm thinking I've never done a big Barda series. That would be fun.
Big
Let's
Barda.
see. I love Big Barda.
You like Tiger?
Love Tiger, but that was Tigra. I did do the little. Remember, we did like the little
1,000 books.
Yeah, we did the little Tigra thing.
Yeah.
The Tigra changing careers thing.
Yeah.
But the Tigra is actually what got me my first job at Marvel. I was just, drawing. I was like making up stories in my head and just drawing pages that I wanted to draw. And I'm like, I love Tigra. I'm going to do a Tigra one this time. And I'd gone back to Marvel and DC probably, 5 or 6 times, and showing them new stuff all the time. And I'm like, well, what they're really looking for is some sequential stuff. Let me do like a bunch of sequential Tigra pages. And I did a bunch of sequential Tigra pages. It was like her versus Craven the Hunter or something like that. And they were like, okay, we got a job for you. So yeah, I have to thank Tigra for getting me my first job.
Thank you, Tigra. Time is it again?
I don't know. Right?
It's
6:41. Yeah.
Eastern Standard.
Thank you. Just checking. I have to go pick up dinner. That's why I'm just.
We have, speaking
What
of
do you have?
I got pizza.
I think I'm going to order one as well.
There you go.
So, I've been asking people fun questions.
Okay.
Random questions. So I'm going to ask you, Ultimate Nerd Garage. You have the Ultimate Pop Culture Garage. You get one car and one spaceship from all of pop culture. What's in it?
Oh.
Oh God!
I think
So much Star Wars stuff.
Yeah, I think Aston Martin from James Bond. I'd want his James Bond's car.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, if we're gonna go real fantasy, I want.
You want Kit? No, you.
No. I mean,
I wouldn't want a smart car. After Alexa lets me down all the time so much, I don't really want to involve a smart car.
See, I picked the ultimate smart car. Christine from Stephen King.
Oh, Christine is haunted though, man. I mean, Christine can turn on you.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm just saying.
I want the Rocketeer's jetpack.
There you go.
Rocketeer's jetpack. That's
Yeah,
good. Yeah.
I want the Rocketeer's jetpack, and I want
Jennifer Connelly in the Rocketeer.
I want
Is that the same thing?
I want triplicate girls' powers. Is what I want. I
Oh,
mean, I don't know if I
okay.
would keep that in a garage, but I want the Rocketeer's jetpack and
Right.
triplicate girls' powers.
Okay. How about spaceship?
Wonder Woman's invisible plane.
Yeah?
Oh hell yeah!
Over the Millennium Falcon?
Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay, no, the Millennium Falcon.
Star Wars geek. So
I mean, I think you know what? An X-wing is more maneuverable.
what? You're gonna have traffic? Like, what are you talking about?
Well,
you
I
mean
mean,
fighting?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the Millennium Falcon.
I'd
also
want
is
the
very-
giant starship, the triangle one. You know, the one that's like the bad guys are in.
I don't want to have to clean all those windows.
You would have clones. You would have millions of clones that can clean all those windows the whole time.
I already said I just want to be triplicate girl. All I need is like a few of me. I don't need a million of me.
I'm okay with 3 Amandas.
But I love that.
Yes. I can handle it. It all ends with me putting a gun in my mouth.
I
though.
can use 3 Amandas. Like I love those powers because like I always feel like I have too much stuff to do and I need more of me, but I don't want the one of me that's having like doing the fun job and then the one of me that's doing the tedious job is going to be jealous of the one doing the fun job. So I like at the end of the day I can all like come back together into one person and experience everything. So yeah, that's why I like that power.
Okay.
That's why.
So my answer was obviously Christine, but then I picked the Slave One because I have a small garage and it stores flat. So
Okay.
I would like Felix the Cat's bag.
Oh, that would be good.
Because then I can pull all those ships out and the cars out. So I think Felix the Cat's bag. I know you didn't ask, but it seemed like a good thing
It's
to
in a
have.
garage, and you could, yeah.
I
why
could
not?
fit a bag in my garage.
yeah, you put the bag in the middle of the garage and it just solves all your problems. Mary
Yeah,
Poppins.
Yeah.
pretty much, yes.
See, that's probably the best. That's probably the best one right there.
Although there's somebody looking it up going, Felix the Cat's bag. What is that? You know? I
If
expect,
they're looking it up, they're doing it wrong.
yes, that's true.
So let's talk about the creator-owned stuff and the things you have coming. You said you're stepping away from some of the stuff you've been working on for a while to do some of your own projects. Are there projects in the works that you can tell us about, and how are those going to come out? And
Yeah, the first one you can talk about is Captain Brooklyn.
Yes.
So this was a book we were supposed to do years ago.
Yeah, I started the first page ages ago, and that's it.
Yeah, and then Harley happened. It's a book that Frank Thierry and I wrote, and Amanda's going to be co-writing, and drawing. That's the first thing we have. I have the next Kickstarter coming out is Sex and Violence 3, which has Amanda and I wrote a story in it, and it's short stories all having to do with sex and violence. We've done already 2 Kickstarters on those books before that were very successful. So we just keep like one every year we're going to try to do. And then we have we have a smaller company, a very important soon-to-be giant company book we're doing, but they're not quite giant yet. They're not the big 2, but they're definitely the big 3 and 4 that we can't talk about yet. But let's see what else. What can we talk about? That's it, right? We're doing a book. We can't mention the band, but we're doing a book with a famous band that we're both writing, and Amanda's doing the cover for. It's a very famous band, but we're not allowed. There's so much stuff we're not allowed to talk about, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, man. I know it sucks, but.
right, but the tease of the band, and its
Yeah.
band is going to work with Jimmy and Amanda.
Yes.
And like in my mind, you're a New York guy.
Right.
The first band I went to doesn't even exist anymore. I think half of them are dead, which was the New York Dolls. So I just start going through my Rolodex of bands.
I won't. How about this? I'll say you're in the ball field of in the you're not that far away from what the band is. So, but that you pulled out the New York Dolls is pretty impressive to me. Anyway.
Well, it's like I said, I start thinking through New York Dolls, Velvet Underground, Reed. I start thinking about quintessential New York groups.
It's not the Beastie Boys. I'll say what it's not. It's not the Beastie Boys. That would have been a good one for me as well, but it's definitely
Jimmy adores the Beastie Boys.
I love the Beastie Boys, and Tina. It's not Bon Jovi. Although that'd be fun, but I'd be the wrong guy for Bon Jovi. Amanda would be the better one for me.
I don't know. My best friend from high school would be the perfect person for that because she has a crush on all of them.
Amanda loved the Cars, though.
Yeah, I love the Cars.
So
that was my favorite band.
Rest in peace.
So yeah. So we're not.
Yeah.
We're just mentioning ones that it's not.
Right. No, it's and the joke has always been. I spent some time in the music industry. That if you're from that area, you can be a Bruce Springsteen guy or you could be a Billy Joel guy.
I like them both. So
yeah, you can like either one, but you're either a Billy Joel guy or you're a Bruce Springsteen guy.
I don't know. I love. How about this? I like older Billy Joel, and I like newer Bruce Springsteen.
What did you think of the new record?
It's fantastic. I mean, Springsteen, one of his best, I think.
I've been telling people that it sounds like Bruce Springsteen got written by Neil Young and Crazy Horse.
Yeah, it's
sung by Bruce Springsteen.
It's got so much soul to it, and his heart is right there in every song. It gets better as you listen to it. That album, which very few albums do, I think. It's one of those ones that gets better all the time. So it is. I do buy more music than I buy comics. Amanda will back me up on that. I do buy more music.
That's the thing that you probably buy the most of.
Yeah,
besides food.
Besides food, I mean, yeah. But I listen to besides Amanda's Starbucks, it's the second thing I buy the most of is music.
I no lie, I go to the comic shop on Wednesday morning and the record shop after. I've got a pull list at both places. That's kind of my MO. So I totally get it.
Yeah.
So when you've had the success you've had with the big two, with DC, in the mainstream comics world, and you go to doing creator-owned and Kickstarter and crowdfunding, what are some of the challenges that presents? Because it can't be as hard as it is for some of the people who are just getting started, but it's got to present its own set of hard situations.
So a Kickstarter, when COVID kicked in, I had like 30 creators call me and say, "Hey, I see you do Kickstarters. Can you show me or tell me how to do them?" And after I told them to read the question part of, not the Ramones, sorry. After I told them to research, I would get on the phone with people and explain to them what I do. And 99% of them ran the other way because they're like, "Wait a minute, you have to take care of that?" And I said, "Oh, I got to check the printing. We got to pack all the packages. I got to do, people have questions every day. I have to answer every question. We have to, make sure the printing is done on time. And there's so much.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
So I always tell people, I'm like, it's a lot of work for a minimal amount of money. But for us, it's perfect because we get to keep our intellectual property, meaning we own it. And I get to connect. The great thing about Kickstarter is I'm connecting with these 1,000+ people, and they tell me what they want to buy. They back it or they don't back it. They tell me what they want to buy. But I talk to them, and I swear when I pack the packages, it's the same names. I start to get to know these people, and it's a very grassroots thing. And as much as comic books, I love mainstream comics. I don't get, unless I'm at a con, I don't get to meet and talk to the people. And even at a con, it's tough sometimes because there's a million people there. So with the Kickstarters, there's really is a lot of grassroots interaction. People ask questions, and I just love that part of it. But I also love the fact that I can create a book. Nobody's telling me what I can't put in it. Nobody's telling me what the limitations are. I can go to the printer and say, I want this spot varnished, and I want a triple thick cover, and I want this kind of paper on it. And I just love the control aspect of the Kickstarter. And if you've ever seen any of my books from the Kickstarter, the quality on them is 400 times better than most comic books that you buy. And it's because I'm one of those people that touches a very important thing. What do they call that? When
you're very tactile.
Yeah.
In touch with what you like.
Yeah. So so when I hold a book, I'm like, this feels like $20. You know, I have to hold it. You know, and it's the big two. You know, the comics they treat them like product. They just keep dumping them out as quick as you can buy them because they want all your money. And even some of the mainstream stuff, they don't even have cover stock anymore. The interior stock's the same as the cover. Like, for some reason, they've cheapened the experience for me by making it so cheap. And I think what we do is such an important entertainment. You know, it's important kind of entertainment that I kind of hate that it's so disposable. I got to tell you. And so with the Kickstarter, I feel like I make every book special. It's less disposable. It's more collectible. I personalize. You know, I sign the books, and there's so much more I can do than me just writing something and giving it to an editor and calling it a day and wait until the book comes back. This is so it's about control, you know.
I have a friend who is a pretty well-regarded independent singer-songwriter, and the thing she said to me about Kickstarter is that she can make a record for Columbia and make all kinds of money, or she can make a Kickstarter record and make no money off the Kickstarter, but then for the next 10 years, that's what pays her bills, is because it's an intimate relationship that you have with the people who back your Kickstarter.
Yes.
And those are the people who are front row center at your concerts, buying your t-shirts, you know, buying your posters, having your autographs, wanting to give you, you know, all of the love, as it were. And it's, you know, I think there's something to that, especially, you know, when you've had a level of success that to some people makes it feel hard to approach. But I go back to Kickstarter, and now boom, you know, it's got that thing. So we got about 5 minutes left, and I feel like we could talk for hours. Because I want to talk about New York. I want to talk about all of that kind of stuff, like so much more. But we got to do the business.
Okay.
So where can people follow you? Where can people find you? Where can people get the Kickstarter information the second it comes out so they can be there on that, be an early adopter?
Okay. So if you go to paperfilms.com, one word, paperfilms.com, and there'll be a pop-up that comes up on the screen. Like give it like 10 seconds, 12 seconds, it'll pop up. If you fill that out, you get on our mailer, and our mailer goes out like 2 to 3 times a month. It tells you where we're going to be, what we're doing next. We showcase some of Amanda's artwork. We'll stick some crazy photos in there. We just make it a fun mailer because we don't want it, you know, and then we also give a discount on our website. So if you're on a mailer, you get like these coupons, because we do sell Amanda's original art on the site and prints and stuff like that. But that's the best way to contact us and also see what we're up to. And you can buy our books there. And when you use that website to buy anything, the money actually goes directly to Amanda and I. So there's no middleman. There's no, 3 cents on a dollar thing. We actually get the money. And then both Amanda and I are on Twitter.
By the way, I'm a terrible tweeter. I'm not good at it.
But I'm on there a lot.
He's amazing.
Thank you, Wes. Thank you, Wes Greer, for signing up now. Awesome.
You.
But yeah, so we're both on Twitter. We're both on Instagram. Under my name, under Amanda. I think it's your name, says
Amanda Connor Art.
Amanda Connor Art. Mm-hmm. And that's pretty much it. The paperfilms.com is the definite way.
Yeah. Oh, my Twitter. I mean, if you want to follow me on Twitter, which I'm bad at it. It's Amanda Rants a Lot.
Which is a joke because she hardly rants.
I don't rant
on it. No. And mine's J Palmiotti. Just put Palmiotti. I think it's between me and my brother. There's only like 5 Palmiottis on there, so you'll find it. It's a picture of me and Amanda. If you want to find it, but that's where you can reach us.
So we got 3 minutes. We got about 3 minutes left, and I've got one more fun question, and I think I know Amanda's answer because she kind of already gave it. But if you could take any superhero's power and have it for a day, you only get it for one day, what power are you getting?
You got it? Okay. I'll start. Oh, you answered this already. That's right. Okay. That's our neighbor. He comes over for movie night, so we do movie night tonight.
Nice. What are
you
we?
know, he's like 15, so we kind of show him older movies instead of him watching the same movie over and over and over. I think I would like the power to be invisible because I have like a little devil to me. I'd love to run around and
Pants people,
pants the president, and I just think there's so much fun things you can do if you're invisible. And again, it is like the little devil horns come up at the tail. You can run around and be crazy.
give random strangers a wet willy.
Yeah, well, okay. Yeah, sure. I can stand over people, and say I could like sneak up to people at the comic shop and don't buy that, and then wait till try that book over there. That issue, that's mine. You should buy that. I could, I think I could have so much fun being invisible. I'm sure flying is great too, but I'm afraid of getting hit by birds and strange things in the air. Although they can run you over if you're invisible, if you're running across the street.
You got to be real careful.
Yeah.
People just like run into you,
Plus,
just like.
Are you naked when you're invisible, or can you wear clothes?
The unknown soldier had it figured out. He wrapped his head in bandages.
Right. So I guess you're naked when you're invisible, right?
Unless you're like wearing a disembodied outfit.
Yeah, I mean, so when you become visible, you're naked no matter where you are. I'd like to control when I can be invisible too. That would be part of my power. I don't want it to be random because that would be embarrassing.
Go back through and read the Invisible Girl origin stories and things and try and figure this out because I'm sure the work has been done.
I'd love to just sit on a wedding cake of somebody I don't like. Just get in there and just right on it and then run away the other way. It'll be fun.
All right, we have one last from Tina.
Thank
been amazing to listen to and to have you
so much.
Thank you, Tina. I like your what is that? Is that it's this boots and a hat coming out?
Oh yeah.
Tina's like chilling.
Awesome. Yes.
All right. Well, thank you, man. This was a lot of fun.
So much. This was so much fun, and it's been an honor to get to talk to you guys again and to hang out. Thank you for being a part of our launch weekend here on the Comic Book Shopping Experience, the EXP Expo. It's been truly an honor to get to promote so many great people this weekend, including yourselves.
Thank you for having
me. We wish you guys a ton of success.
Yes, thank you so much. Head over to paperfilms.com. Click on and buy all the things.
All of them.
It's not that hard. All the things.
All right, take care.
All right, guys. Thank you so much.
All right, time to eat.
Yeah, time to eat. We will be back, guys, in just a couple of minutes with more great creators, including some people whose names you haven't heard yet, but definitely should, and some people whose names, if you've heard, you probably are me. So we're going to be back with some of my best friends in the world, some great independent creators, in just about a minute's time. Stay tuned to the EXP Expo Day 3. Welcome back, everybody, to Day 3 of the EXP Expo here on the Comic Book Shopping Experience. The EXP, it's there. The next panel is a panel that I don't really have a name for. It's just me talking to my pals about comics and about the things they do and goofing around. I think Eric clicked on the wrong link. Let me send him the new link. Either that or time is hard. But he will be here in just a second. But first, we're going to bring in everybody. We have Gary Reed Award winner, the least beardy award winner of the Gary Reed Awards, Casey Pierce. What's up?
Hello. That's a hell of a mistype, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a hell of a mistype, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I mean it's kind of your thing. You are Fierce.
That's what Eric calls me all the time, Casey
Right.
Marie Fierce.
All right, now I gotta bring in frequent collaborator and homie, John Maratine.
Hey
Kelly
guys.
What's
O'Hara.
up, John?
She walked away. I read to bring her in.
What's up?
She's on a talk show set, doesn't she?
Mike Travis says Eric not being here is just him being a diva, which is true. And Dom is on his way, I'm sure. But there he is. There's Dommies.
Hey,
Dom is here.
Hey, Dom.
how's it going, everybody?
Click the wrong buttons. There's the right buttons. It's been a long couple of days, guys. So let me ask you this. Let's go around the horn while I try and figure out Eric's tech support problems. Excuse me.
Yeah, I can't hear anything though. I can't hear any of them.
Kelly, if you go down to the bottom where it says mic cam settings, click on that, and you might need to choose your headphones as an option. There's some weird defaults in this software sometimes. So why don't we start? We'll start with Casey, and then we'll go to John, and then we'll go to Dom, and we'll hopefully get Kelly figured out here.
How come I can't hear anybody?
There we go.
else?
Hey, Kelly. Can you hear us? Kelly, can you hear us?
She can't hear us
I
yet.
can't hear anything.
Still working on it. So I'm going to mute the mic while they work on it. But we'll start with Casey, and then we'll go around the horn. I'm going to figure out, Eric. Tell us how you got. There he is.
I'm here.
I've been trying to figure out Eric for way too long. So
It's not possible.
let's start with Casey. Why are you in comics? Tell me why you're in comics.
You should have told me that we were going to have questions like this. Why am I in comics? I was forced into it. I was kicking and screaming into comics. So Travis McIntyre of Source Point Press, when I had my novella out, my prose novella, Pieces of Madness, he said, "Girl, I need you to write me a comic book." I said, "I don't write comics. I write novels," even though it was like 5 little short stories. And he said, "Well, just pitch me something, anything." And I had been dabbling in a sci-fi that I was blogging a chapter a month of called The Prophecy Effect. And I had never seen a comic script before. I'm going to make this short. And I had the honor and privilege of looking at a Dead World script written by Gary Reed. And I'm like, okay, so this is kind of like a film, right? So that's why Nora issue 1 of volume 1 is such a slow burn, because to me it was like the first 10 minutes of a film. And that's how it lends itself cinematically. But I love comics. I mean, as a kid, I would read like Yosagi Yojimbo, even Mask, The Punisher, whatever my brother was reading. So to write one, I think, is destiny. So that's how I got into comics. So that's why I am in comics.
What? Oh, okay. I don't know why that happened that way. All right, John, you're up. Why are you in comics?
I like them. I still get my every week pull, so I'm just a big comic fan, and I've always drawn. So I've always known I wanted to create comic books. I didn't start till probably about 10 years ago actually doing it though.
Kelly, why are you in comics?
Kelly!
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Technical difficulties.
Kills bells.
I found my way here. I've been an artist my whole life. I loved manga when I was younger, and a few friends convinced me to try Comic Con several years ago. Started setting up, started rolling out prints and stuff and paintings, and then I met the lovely Casey Pierce, who offered me a little illustration job with her on Nora Volume 2, and here I am.
She makes me look good.
Dom, why are you in comics?
Well, John stole my answer. I like him. I always thought that the storytelling of comics was really cool. There's something that happens in between the panels. You know, like you have a bunch of still frames, but your brain interprets the still frames on the page and paints a whole picture. I always really liked it. It made me just go through the pages really quick. And I just wanted to be a creator and be a part of it in some way. I had absolutely no artistic talent. So I tried my hand at writing, and hopefully there's a handful of people out there that like what I've done. But I've always been a big fan of comics, and I'm still reading them today.
All right. This is the story. This is the one that you never can count on telling you something you can believe. Eric, why are you in comics?
Wow. Where'd that come from?
I half expect what I hear to be fiction because that's the kind of creator you are. So.
I don't spin yarns. I write yarns. I don't know.
There you go.
Everything that
Okay.
comes out of my mouth is usually pretty accurate. Maybe.
That's fair.
To a certain extent.
That's fair.
I mean, I've never met a radioactive mutant man, but I have done I've done drugs with like prostitutes and shit.
Yeah, but have you gotten drunk with a rabbit? Like,
I just recorded that on my
drunk with a rabbit.
What's that, Kyle?
Have you gotten drunk with a rabbit?
No, but I've gotten drunk with people that are very much like Max. But you asked me why I've gotten to comics, right?
Yes. Why are you in comics?
I mean, pretty much same deal with like John and Dom and everybody else here. Like you if you love it, it's a good way to express your creative side. You know what I mean? Whether it's illustrating or writing, and like everything else, you can tell stories, kind of certain aspects of your life through it. You know what I mean? So it was a good, when I wrote the Max, which, I got other stuff I'm going to write, but that in particular was based on a lot of shit that I experienced. So it was kind of morphed into the whole anthropomorphic thing. But yeah, just basically because I love comics. I love gritty comics. I love indie comics. I love, as John knows, I like black and white. John says I like a lot of garbage too, but
no, George Lucas is good.
I knew that was coming somewhere. But yeah, pretty much that's it, Kyle. Because I dig comics, I dig storytelling, and it's a good way to express yourself. Pretty much.
We got some comments from the fam out there. Dirk says, "I can't believe I missed that big face," which Dirk, none of us can believe we miss your face either. Mike Travis says it all makes sense now. Shout out to Mike.
Yeah.
I want Mike. I'm so pumped that this platform is going to let me work with Mike more, hopefully. So that's something that he doesn't know about yet, and I'm just announcing now. So it's going to be great to work with Mike more. D fam, look at the sexy beard on Dom.
I think she's talking about Eric.
Dommy's beard. Look at Dommy's little beard. It's like baby
Everybody, hey.
I've had this since its birth. I'm still going through puberty.
That's the Italian beard.
So let's do this because we all have been friends for so long that this has the opportunity to really get off the rails, much like it did with Pat and Rob earlier, where we just made fun of Pat for an hour.
Usually does.
Yeah, it's true. So let's go around the circle and give the elevator pitch for the thing you have out. And when I say elevator pitch, I mean take longer than it takes to go up in an elevator. So give us the spiel on the things that you have that are out that we need to buy and that kind of stuff. Let's start with Dom because I have several questions about Donnybrook and other things. So let's start with Dom. Dom,
Okay.
Give us the pitch on your stuff, man.
All right. Well, you mentioned Donnybrook. Let's start there. This series started off as my junior hockey stories. And all the interesting people that I played with or against or stories that I've heard from friends that played junior hockey, pro hockey, and stuff like that, and we came out with Donnybrook 1. It's there you go. It is a greasy hockey story. It is a fictional hockey league, fictional hockey teams that are owned by myself. I own the Michigan Massacre, former Detroit Red Wing, Darren McCarty. He owns the Burnaby Blazers, pot-smoking lumberjacks from Western Canada. And we have the Hell's Kitchen Heathens, which are owned by Brian O'Halloran of the Clerks franchise. And we have the Lynchburg Moonshiners, owned by Brandon Inge, former Detroit Tiger Major League Baseball All-Star. And Roddy Piper, the Roddy Piper estate, owns the Kilted Avengers. So basically, the storyline goes through the regular season and the playoffs, and there's a champion at the end. But it's more about what happens in the culture off the ice than the on the ice action, where the guys are sleeping with each other's wives and girlfriends and getting traded, and rookie initiations and the greasy stuff. It's an honest portrayal of what goes on in these minor league hockey leagues. So another layer of authenticity to all this is I have some of these athletes give me some of their true stories that they went through in their career, and they give them to me, and I have these fictional characters adapt them in the book. So this is book 2, and we have adapted Darren McCarty stories in this. This is one of Darren's rookie initiation stories where they had to lock him in the bathroom naked with his clothes tied in knot. So I'm really happy with this. This was something that's a little bit different. There's not too many sports comics out there, but this is kind of like an updated version of the movie Slapshot. That's what I'm selling right now. That was my latest release, and Mr. John Marquand, he did the covers for the 2 books as well.
So, and we'll come back to it in a minute, but I want to ask, did you have to, because I know what those stories are like in real life, that kind of, the rookie initiation stories and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Did you have to add any realism because you thought people wouldn't believe it? Like, because some of those stories are so far out there that you got to make them more believable because people would think they're fake.
That's a very good question. And I try to weave it into the story where it make more sense. And what's funny is that the kids that play today, they're like, we can't do that stuff anymore. So we'll get in trouble. There's cell phones and there's all this stuff out there. So I'm going to weave that into the story too, where the league's going to have no choice but to come down on some of these guys. I mean, there's stories floating around the internet with Wayne Gretzky was hockey taped to an elevator naked with a shaving cream all over his balls. So that happened. But if I told you that story, you'd be like, Dom, you're making that up. I see what you're saying. I have to. It's so wild that I have to actually rein it in a little bit. But that was the Donnybrook story we have that was just released this year. Was our Roddy Piper comic book. Go this way.
Yeah.
Right, it's right behind me. The Kilted Avenger. I'm very proud of this. This came out. We finally finished it a few months ago. It's available at ProWrestlingTees.com. Roddy is a talk show host by day and vigilante by night, and he meets up with some other wrestling personalities to take on Ruth S. Heel. And there's a lot of pro wrestling references in there. There's many references to Roddy's wrestling career as well as his Hollywood career. It's done really well. It came out during the pandemic, but we've been selling them online, and thanks to Pro Wrestling Tees, it's done pretty well. And we're currently in talks with some other pretty big name wrestlers that want to join Roddy Piper in his quest to take on Ruth S. Heel.
All right. So next is Kelly and Casey work together on Nora Volume 2. So let's have the 2 of them. Let me see if I can figure out how to make this work. You know what? I'm going to do this. Technical. It's been a long day, and my technical skills are weak at the moment. So I'm going to pull everybody off, but you guys give us the spiel on Nora Volume 2.
So Nora Volume 2 is the prequel to Nora Volume 1. And in Volume 1, illustrated by Sean Steele, Nora has the ability to go into the mind's eye and retrieve you from or help you cross over in a comatose state. She obtains the ability while working in pathogenic development for the CIA. And in volume 2, which is the prequel, we delve more into that history, and we go down the rabbit hole of her work in bioweapons and the origin of the drug that went haywire, and the result of why she has the ability that she has. So it's a dark, surreal sci-fi. Kelly was perfect for it because she's a big Blade Runner fan, and she's influenced by manga. And it's a very Kelly, would you agree that it's kind of a slow, atmospheric, dark sci-fi?
Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, and you can definitely see the manga influence in volume 2. It's all hand painted. We kept the hand painted style, which of course we wanted Kelly O'Hara. And we'll be rolling into volume 3, which issue 1 solicits in June. So we're very excited about that. And Kelly is just fabulous. This is her first comic, by the way. Her first, yeah. And she knocked it out of the effing park.
Yeah. We're real proud of it. It was quite an undertaking for me. I had never worked sequentially for such a duration before. It was a lot of fun. It was great working with Casey. She was perfect. She gave me a lot of freedom. It's an experimental kind of thing. There's no gutters. And it's just kind of a free flow. I got some of it right in front of us. It's from issue 1 of volume 2 right there. Yeah.
Selling one of her original pages if you want to show us.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, if anybody's interested, we have the entire volume, all the hand-painted work. So it doesn't have the lettering on it.
So that's the actual canvas. That's the paint.
Well, it's not a canvas. This is 100-pound Bristol board, and it's all painted in Liquitex acrylic wash. Nice flat finish, real clean.
Beautiful.
If anybody's interested.
We also have
where can they buy those, Kelly?
They can contact me directly, either through Facebook, Instagram.
Awesome.
We got some variants for sale as well. I won't take up too much time. This is a San Diego Comic-Con exclusive of issue 1 of Nora, volume 1. The cover art is by Seth Demouche. Demouche? Oh my God. I didn't even drink that much. Seth Demouche. And this one is going for $10 shipping and handling. There was only 100 of these made. This is one of 100 of Sean Langley's issue 1 of Nora, which is the Catwoman rip. We have that, and then we have the naked variant without the Nora logo. And I do have some Nora volume 1s, the trades for sale as well. These are 15 each. And again, $10 shipping and handling. And actually, I can put my PayPal in the comments if anybody is interested. Just give us a shout in the comments, and then go from there.
Cool. All right, we're gonna bring John back on. John, give what is the most recent thing that you have out, man?
The most recent thing I have out to buy is Mashika, which Casey don't even have a copy. You could go on Rocket Inc.'s website and get one. I do have some pinups that I did. That's all I can find. I can't even find my copy. To buy is Mashika, which Casey don't even have a copy. You could go on Rocket Inc.'s website and get one. I do have some pinups. Are you guys get an echo?
Yeah, is your stuff freaking out?
That's me. Sorry, that's me. All right.
Casey.
Sorry.
You do this kind of a lot with the Source Point Press people.
I need a Mashika as well.
Yeah, I don't even. I'm in the middle of cleaning my studio, so I don't even know where any of my stuff is.
I will offer you guys the same thing I offered Rob earlier. If I need to drive up and beat Tony about the head with a large sandwich, I will. To get you your books. I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah.
John, you can go over to his house.
I could walk across the alley and grab some books from Tony for a living. Yeah, Mashika's out, graphic novel, volume 1.
Indigenous sci-fi. It's really cool. Very Conan the Barbarian, primal, raw. It's great. Action adventure.
Yeah, other than that, I'm working on some stuff with Dom right now, the McCarty comic book, which is a big book. So
yeah,
I'll be working on it till I'm probably 50. Figure. It's all right. But so I'm busy on that. And then hopefully when I finish that, I can get back working to finish the mariachi story with Dirk. Hopefully.
Nice. All right. I'm gonna pull everybody back out and bring in Eric. Oh, put that down.
That's our buddy.
Let's bring in Eric. Eric. I recognize. We need a shout out time. So let's talk here. Max the Inebriated Rabbit. Plus, you got other stuff coming. So
yes. Well,
give people the pitch on. Go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was going to say before I run the Max spiel. My movie that I wrote like a shit ton of years ago is finally done. It's finished. It's released. You can order it on Amazon.com or you can go to Moviezing, ZYNG, and get your DVD or Blu-ray of Bender, the feature film that finally is done. It's out. It's going to be streaming soon. I want to say Marchish. I'm not sure, but I'll let you guys know about the streaming platforms that it's going to be on. But it's finally done. First feature film that I wrote. Hopefully, I just finished another script with my writing partner. We're shopping that. Hopefully, that'll get done. But that's non-comic stuff. So everybody.
Right. Yeah. I want to talk about Bender kind of a lot. Okay. But let's start with Max, and we'll come back to Bender. Let's go to Max.
All right.
Because a lot of people know you from Max. A lot of people who are going to be tuning in are going to know you from Max. So the people who are watching who don't know Max, give them the Max spiel, and then let's get into the weeds on Bender.
Max is basically like, just think it's like a cross between Ralph Bakshi mixed with Charles Bukowski with the dash of Hunter S. Thompson's Fear and Loathing. Very gritty, very Robert Crumb-esque. It's just anthropomorphic animals living in a world with humans. And of course, the main guy is Max, who's always inebriated. That's why his name's Max the Inebriated Rabbit. He's got a group of close friends. His best friend is Percy, the drug dealing squirrel. He's got a couple of like blue collar chimpanzee named Sergio. And it's just basically the misadventures of Max and all the shenanigans he gets into. It's definitely not for children. It's a rated R comic book. I'm proud of it. I mean, it's my baby. Black and white. I write it, I illustrate it, ink it. I do it all. And issue 4 is almost done. I have like a few more pages. It'll be done, and that'll be printed out. For now, you can get the Rocket Ink. You can go to rocketink.com and get the trade. I got the first 3 issues. Plus, it has an original story, pinups, one by John, forward by Dirk. Go to rocketink.com, Rocket Ink Studios. I also have some originals of issues 1 through 3. If anybody wants these, can contact me. I'll autograph it, send it out. Also, I have some sketch covers of issue 1. So if anybody's interested, I can do an original cover of Max or whatever. But I have those available too. Just contact me for those. But the trade is through rocketinkstudios.com. And I am working on another non-Max comic book, which I am writing right now, which hopefully will be done soon. And that'll be, when it's pretty much finished, that'll be announced soon.
So, like I said, I want to talk about Bender a lot, but give us the pitch on Bender.
It's almost like when I wrote Bender, I wrote Max about the same time. And this is when me and John kind of like hooked up again as friends. And I was in a weird place. So both those are reflections of where I was at the time. So Bender is really just, it's almost in the same vein, but with real people. So it's about, a friend, these 3 close friends in Detroit, they get together. They leave their problems behind for the weekend, but they get into like really, crazy situations, and hence the name Bender. And It's essentially it's about after hours Detroit. If you watch the movie, you can sense that it was wrote and shot like in a whole another time, like old Detroit. So it's gritty.
Well, and you put a lot of our friends in it.
In the movie?
Yeah.
Well, John is in it. He's an extra. My friend that I know, I wrote a character for him. He's in it. He has a speaking role.
Isn't the Chris Brown in it?
Chris Brown? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He has a speaking part. Yes, he is. Eduardo Martin.
Right, Eduardo's in it. You put a lot of our friends in it.
Yeah.
Which I imagine made it more fun to make when you're just you're making a movie, but you're also just hanging out with your buddies.
I mean, you gotta show love to your friends, The cool thing is, I got to sit back and work with a great cinematographer in Rob Skates, who's the head teacher at MPI. We teach cinematography. That dude is amazing. Virginia Bryant, she was great at directing and producing. So it was a very good experience on that movie. So.
All right. So I'm going to bring everybody back in because this kind of leads me to one of the points that I've been talking about with everybody this weekend. We've all been locked in our houses now for like a year, pretty much. So I believe 2021 is the year of the collaboration. This is the year that everybody's going to be out there trying to collaborate and work with as many people as they can. So what's interesting about this group is there's a lot of collaboration that has happened amongst this group. Eric has worked with John, and so has Dom, and so has Casey, and then Casey's worked with Kelly, who just put in the comments that she wants to do a Max cover.
Oh no, we've done other shows together too. We've done gallery shows, right, guys? Yeah. PBR.
So there's a lot of collaboration amongst this group.
I just want Dom to make lasagna for me. That's all I want.
Yep.
Hey.
Anytime.
Hey. That's the ultimate collaboration is having dinner together, right?
Well, now that I'm an editor, I can collaborate with everybody.
Eric knows exactly.
So when you collaborate with somebody who is also a good friend, because like I said, everybody here, you're pretty, you're all buddies, and you've all been friends a long time. So what's it like when you collaborate with somebody who's also your good friend?
Dom's a pain in the ass.
Yes.
Dom's really hard to work with.
I'll drink to that. Cheers.
Can I just ask, Kelly, are you on the set of Between Two Ferns or something? What's going on?
Yes, of course. Isn't that what we're supposed to do?
She looks like she should be holding a boom mic, like she's the sound check person.
I think.
Hold on, I got you.
There it is. There we go.
Kyle, looks like you're working on the set of a porn shoot.
Yes.
Dude, you would be shocked if you came into my studio right now how not wrong you are.
The background is all vinyl, so you can clean it off with a paper towel.
I think working with friends is rewarding. I think it's it makes things a lot easier, in my opinion.
He's talking about porn too.
Right. This is a double whammy.
What we're talking about now?
Right.
Working with friends is great.
I think
working with friends is cool because you can kind of you're not afraid to kind of say exactly what's on your mind. You don't have to pussyfoot or whatever around somebody.
You know how to read each other already, so it's non-issue.
Same language.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a reason why we gravitate towards each other, and there's a reason why we choose certain people for certain projects, because we know what they bring to it. But we also know that everybody here pretty much like we're flexible. You know what I mean? Like John said, if you're like, I don't know if I, you know what I mean? It's like you can't just be rigid with somebody. It does help that you know somebody, a little bit better than like if you work with somebody you don't know. So
right, and you might know each other's strengths and weaknesses as well.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. you know.
I love you guys. I'm just gonna. I'm having a moment seeing everybody's face. I haven't seen it so long.
Yeah.
I'm just having a moment.
Oh, you trust me.
Yeah, I forgot what your dicks looked like.
Hey, Kyle, this is how it goes.
Forgot what my dick looks like?
Yes. What I said.
I'm trying to forget.
Dom, you
Isn't
already know
that what
mine looks like,
Snapchat's
so don't
for?
ask.
Yeah.
Kyle,
We've
Tony's
jumped the
pretty
rails.
much, he'll call you or send you a message. He's like, "Hey, you want to write a story for one of my comic books?" And you're like, all right. When's the deadline? Hey, it's February. That's pretty much how it goes with Tony. You write me a
Shout out to
freaking
Uncle
story.
Tony, who would be here, by the way, but he was moving his kid into college this weekend.
Oh yeah.
So
He's on, man. He's old.
shout out to Uncle Tony.
Yeah.
What do you mean you're putting all this stuff in this one little room? It's not enough room. He's like yelling at the MSU staff. You're putting my kid up in a little cubicle. He can't even breathe. He's like 6'4".
If you phone it, you kill yourself.
We love
Tony's
you, Tony.
ears are ringing right now.
So I have a very specific. I have a specific question for Dom that I want to ask. So both Donnybrook and the Roddy Piper, the Kilted Avenger book, you deal with actual people in terms of their likeness, their image, their stories, their lives. Even though Roddy Piper is, a fictional work, but it's still, you have to respect who Roddy Piper was and his image and that kind of stuff. What kind of challenges does that present as a creator?
Getting his likeness and his attitude and everything as far as the story.
Well, like I know there are constraints because you have to deal with his estate and his family and that kind of stuff. So when you go to them with a story or you come up with this idea, how does that affect your creative process, knowing that this is a real person? Right.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, and this is a real person, and the head of the Roddy Piper estate is Kitty, his ex-wife. So I obviously don't want to present him in a way where she doesn't like it, So everything had to be approved, and she approved the script and the story and the use of everything that's in the book, like the glasses from the movie They Live. He puts those on; he can see at night. He has night vision glasses. Thankfully, I had a very talented artist, Eric Hodson, who captured Roddy's likeness perfectly, and he does many other great great wrestlers, and the prints that he does. I don't know if you've seen any of Eric's work. He takes classic comic book covers and replaces them with wrestlers, and it's phenomenal. He does some really good work. So I knew I had a great artist to really bring this story to life from my script and the pages of the comic. But yeah, so I was very, I've been a wrestling fan my whole life. I was at WrestleMania 3. I was at WrestleMania 23, and I've been to many, many shows in between then. And I had an idea. When I'm writing, I'm hearing Roddy's voice in my head. And I want to make sure that comes across on the page, with that rat-a-tat delivery that he has, and just very outrageous and like he's always had 10 cups of coffee kind of thing. But also capture Roddy as best as I can for all he has fans all over the world. When we had our Indiegogo campaign, I sent books to Australia, Japan, Scotland. It was really, really cool, and I had no idea. I knew Roddy was popular, but I didn't know to what extent. So it was an honor to work on the book.
And how is it different with DMAC? Because DMAC is still alive and will pound you into the ground if you mess it up, right?
Yes.
Kind of his MO.
Yeah, I meet with Darren all the time. He lives about 15 minutes away from me, and I actually get to talk to him and hear the stories and see the look in his eye and his facial expressions and just the passion that comes out when he tells me, here's how this worked, and I'm giving him pages to approve, you know, on a weekly basis. Okay, what do you think of this? All right, that's great. Here, I wouldn't say that. It was funny. I was talking the other day, and I had a word in there, like he said lovely. He goes, Dominic, I don't think I've ever said lovely in my life. And so I was like, that's fair. So we're taking that out, and I'm trying to, again, it's trying to capture the passion that he has. You know, and when he's telling me these stories that I lived through, you know, I was a Red Wings fan, I was watching it, but I'm hearing it from another point of view, from his point of view, somebody that was actually living it. And it was the things and the choices that he made make more sense after talking to him. And I really want to get that across on the pages of Darren's book that John's been brilliantly illustrating throughout this whole time. And his life story is really, really wild. I mean, it's a roller coaster ride of highs and lows. You know, he got married for the second time and then just went on a 2-week tour with Black Label Society and just lived on their bus the next day. Right, he got married, woke up, and just went on a tour bus and drank for 2 weeks straight. And I was like, okay. And then you went home. He goes, no. Then I went out for 2 weeks with System of a Down, and I smoked weed on a bus and a cloud of smoke. And it's just, and then he had to go back to rehab, and then he had to get in shape for hockey, and then it's wild. It's just, I only knew the tip of the iceberg of, I knew he had a lot of things going on, but I had no idea. And so it's a lot to put on the page of a comic, but I think John's doing a great job with it.
I will agree, and we'll put John over. John, everything John has ever done has been phenomenal with any of you guys. I mean, I've seen his work on, you know, Machika. I've seen his work on Donnybrook. Like, John is the most understated dude, but when he works, he works. He's a great worker. So we're gonna put John over. It's gonna make him uncomfortable, and I love it.
Yeah, tell us how great you are, John.
Yeah, tell us how great you are, John.
I mean, you guys are saying it all for me. No, I appreciate it. I wish I could work more on my art than I am, but hopefully one day. That's a dream, to sit in my studio and work all day instead of working like a damn Mexican all day and then coming home. But
it's okay, all the white people watching. We keep saying he's Mexican, so don't cancel John.
No, it's I miss working on. It seemed like when the cons were around and deadlines were looming, it was you know, more in my face about working and doing it. And now that we're in quarantine, it's good that we do things like this, because it reminds me of how it was and how I used to work.
So you want me to be more in your face? I got it. All right, I can do that.
So
yeah.
We have a question from Paul. Because everybody is close friends, has there been a time when you're working together with someone and you're hesitant to critique or change something because of your friendship?
Never.
No.
All the time. My first thing I want to do is yell at John and say, "This shit sucks." But I have to step back. And, okay, be gentle with the artist.
You have thick skin to roll with us.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't be scared to tell you. You know.
That's
Believe
a good
me,
question.
I think all my shit sucks. So when somebody says, "Hey, man, it's not gonna pass," then you know, I'm not offended.
I think that's a good question though, because I was a little trepidatious, you know, working with friends in the beginning, because, you know, if this doesn't work out, now I've lost a project and a friend, you know. So you know, you never know. You might not work out.
It's like,
you have to be careful.
It's like seeing an ex-girlfriend at the cons every time. Like,
yeah, right.
Kyle, like this last script I wrote it with a friend of mine. We co-wrote it, and I mean, we would argue. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, and I wrote some scenes on the first draft that I thought was like, this is sweet. It's money, and it's humbling, you know, because my man he's in Hollywood. He knows the business, but when you learn and you understand that, you know, you're learning something, you know, you got to take a step back. You know, it's like, it's cool because it's not like he's being a dick. It's just that, you know, like you said, you got to kill some of your babies, meaning sometimes you got to make some revisions and take out some scenes. You know what I mean? So there's nothing wrong with, you know, critiquing and making changes, because that's part of the collaborative effort. So when
I gotta not read
John
the private
and
chat.
Dom work on the Rocco Siffredi comic book adaptation, we want to make sure that there's no problems. You know, we want full representation of Rocco on the page.
We got to be a little more family friendly than that. Come on now.
No,
anyhow, so you guys have all worked on, you know, Eric, you've done your own stuff for so long. Casey, you know, and Dom, you guys as writers have done your own stuff for so long. Kelly and John, you know, Kelly, you've worked with Casey. John, you've worked with a lot of people.
I think John's frozen.
No, he's just holding real still. Oh, he is frozen. All right, well, whatever. I just assumed he was bored. With me trying to figure out how to phrase a damn question. So, here's the question: if you could pick one person you never collaborated with, and one IP from all of pop culture to work on, who would it be, and what would the IP be?
Out.
Who wants to start?
Can you say that one more time?
So, if you could pick one person in the industry who you've never had a chance to work with, and one IP to work on with that person from all of pop culture, who would it be and why? Or who would it be and what would the project be?
So from the industry, is it as far as like a writer or an artist in comics, or just
somebody to work with?
Go ahead, Casey.
Oh, I thought you had an answer. You made your big.
I'm going to say Carrie Nord, and there was a time when I was trying to get the license for the Altered Beast comic, which is a Sega Genesis game, if anybody remembers.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Power
right.
off.
Who's next?
Miss O'Hara.
You know, I would love to. I know they're already making a comic for it, but like Dune. I love Dune. I don't know who I'd work with. I don't, you know, I was just talking to Jay Fosgate yesterday. I said, I'd like you to write me something at some point, but not Dune, not for Dune.
I don't know. Fozzie's take on Dune would be
or
very
Fozzie's
interesting.
yeah, you know, or we could go really weird with it and do Fozzie's Dune.
With puppets?
My art? No, just him as a writer. Just him as a writer.
Okay.
Because I said that to Fosga just yesterday. I said, I'd love for you to write me something someday.
All right, who's next?
I'd like Eric to write me a Hulk story.
Ooh, that would be
We're
sweet.
We're both big Hulk fans.
I did. Yeah, he was one of my. I think Hulk is vastly underutilized in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but it is what it is.
Yeah, but he's pretty
yes.
badass in the comics right now.
You know, if Marvel don't sue us, we can do that.
Hulk
Disney now.
Hulk.
Good luck.
The Incredible Bulk, yeah. No, Kyle, does it have to be somebody living, or does it have to be? Like, can it be somebody that's? Huh?
It's more fun if it's somebody living, because then I can be like, I will use my considerably limited resources to make it happen. But
first, I
no.
do want to shout. I do want to say, and John knows this. My dream was to always work with Gary Reed on some sort of Dead World project, and it never happened. But it is what it is. God rest his soul. But yeah,
Gary Reed has been a through line today. It really has.
Man,
we've talked.
I think
to a lot of
everybody's.
Hey, Kyle, did you know me and Chris were working on a Gary Reed Dead World project? And
I had heard that.
Yeah, this was like a a thing we did for him. And we never got the chance to finish the story. We had the script, and we got into it, me and Chris, for a little bit, and then it just died. But yeah, it would have been cool.
I don't know that you can say that about a project with Gary without being a little dark humor there.
Yeah.
But
So,
yeah.
all right,
let me,
Eric, we need a real answer.
Let's see. Well, I mean, I still have to work with John. Well, that's going to happen soon, eventually. But
Somebody good he's talking about.
damn, that's a tough one, man. Oof. I want to say Alan Moore, but he's insane.
Alan Moore's an option. He's a person in the industry. What IP are you working on with him?
Man, that's tough. Well, everything he does, like, I'm never going to do it ever again because I hate the industry. All right, let's be more reasonable. I would say, like, artist-wise, again, besides John, which is going to happen eventually. Kyle Hotz or, like, Sam Keith. That'd be sweet. Ironically enough, the Max.
Yeah, you got a story you want to tell, or you want to do a Max story?
I'm just saying, I love his art. Always love their art. Just beautiful. Or even we go local, man. We go local and say Jim O'Bard, any one of those guys. Vince Locke, always big influences. Always dream of mine.
If I knew you were going to try and make it happen, I would have been Simon Bisley and Lobo. You know.
What's funny is Eric dropping Jim O'Bard. That's not like even that hard. I could text him.
Nice.
My buddies get that one right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's an inside joke, Kyle.
Oh yeah, I've heard the joke. All right.
I would like to see a. I've always been a big fan of the Castlevania video game series, and I'd like to see somebody like the art style of like Seth DeMoose, and see what he would come up with a Castlevania series, something a rated R, but like really capture the mood of that vampire series. I don't know why, but that's very intriguing to me.
I can see that.
Now I got to send 2 texts. All right. So we're running down on time. We only got 10 minutes left because time flies when you're having fun. Yeah, or when you're trying to hold it. So let's you guys have made me laugh so hard. I'm having problems over here. So let's go around the circle. We'll start with Kelly. The socials, the links. Where can people find you? Where do people need to go?
You can just find me at bebop.art on Instagram, Twitter, bebopart on Facebook, Kelly O'Hara on Facebook, and I'm working on a website.
Nice.
Kelly. Oh, Kelly.
Hi. I miss you.
Eric?
Facebook. Max Inebriated Rabbit has his own page on Facebook. Instagram, I'm Goody Max. It's GUTI 75. Goody Max 75. The Tweeter machine. It's the real Eric G. Also, Max and other books will soon be available. It's available on RocketEatStudios.com. That's pretty much it.
And then where can people find Bender? One more time.
Bender, you can go order it from Amazon. It's on Amazon. It's on Moviezing, ZYNG.com. It's all, like I said, soon to be streaming soon. We don't know the exact platforms, but that's coming soon, the announcement. But it's available for purchase. So, and that's Bender.
Eric can be found in DFAM's Dreams. All right.
Nice, Eric.
Nice. Thank you.
Hey, gotta live somewhere.
It's Kelly's
All
husband.
right, John.
Instagram and Facebook is John Boys Art, Boys with a Z. I'm not too savvy on the social media thing, but you can always contact me through there. And then Rocket Ink Studios is where you can find all my books and get a hold of me there.
All right. Casey Pierce.
You can find me at Content Casey, both with K's, on Facebook and Twitter, and Instagram, KCD Rights. And you can find Nora and Cirrus, my Viking Witch series, at sourcepoint.press. And you can find Mashika, of course, at Rocketing Studios.
And Red Pen Media.
Oh, yes. My editing company, Red Pen Media. You can reach me for copywriting, editing, even one-on-one creative advising.
See, so I knew I was going to have to remind you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Otherwise, Dave would yell at me. All right, Dom?
Yes, you can pick up the Arcane Awakening graphic novel trilogy, Donnybrook comic series at messbucketcomics.com. We have a store there, all available. We have merchandise options as well. If you want to follow us on social media, it's Facebook or Instagram at messbucketcomic. If you want to pick up Rowdy Roddy Piper, the Kilted Avenger, head over to prowrestlingtees.com. We have many different options at messbucketcomics.com. We have hockey jerseys, drink coasters, and all kinds of really, really cool stuff as well.
All right, so with our last few minutes, I'm going to ask the sentimental question. Because we've all not seen each other in person in like a year, and it'll probably be longer than that after we
Tommy.
Every time I see that head on a stick. Anyhow, so it'll probably be longer than that before we all get to see each other in person. What convention are you most looking forward to when you're allowed to leave the house again? And what restaurant is the reason why?
Oh.
Border City Comic Con, but I can't think of maybe the Burger King down the street.
Not the all-you-can-eat Chinese buffet across the street.
Let's have a castle at the Quinder on the way.
New York for the pizza and the food carts.
Well, I would like to say that it would be the New Jersey Comic Con. Which one was that, Eric? That me, you, and Tony went to. We did, none of us did well, but
but the food was amazing. Holy
my God, the food! And we went the Brazilian restaurant. Was it Brazil? What was it?
No, it's Colombian.
Colombian, yeah. Oh my! I fell in love.
Same thing, right?
I fell in love 4 times at that restaurant with the waitresses. My God, I would go there. I didn't want to go home.
Yeah.
Well, so I want to go to that one.
Yes,
and it was like a chain. God. It's good. It's good stuff.
But then we got the Italian sandwich also at the same style.
I remember these posts too.
Oh
yeah.
Man,
I'm
I want to talk about like legit Italian subs.
Yes.
I think I took mine home and I ate it for like 2 weeks straight.
Yeah, you don't even realize.
It's so good. Con horrible. Restaurant great.
Yes.
I'm muted. This is the second part of Mike Travis's comment, wherever Tony takes us, which is a true statement.
True.
If Uncle Tony says we're going to dinner, you just go. You don't ask questions.
Right. Now, I love Dirk Manning, but I don't really like his restaurant recommendations. Everybody agree with that?
Dirk,
no, if you're ever in a con where both I am and Dirk is, ask me.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Like you can't eat ice cream and fucking hamburger meat.
No, it's always he wants to go to a hot dog joint.
Yeah, it's
always a hot dog joint with that guy.
Some shitty fucking it doesn't have vegetables. We'll go here.
And I'll never forget. He goes, "We're gonna go to Paco's," and I go, "No." I go, "Why?" This is 2 years ago. I go, "No," and he goes, "Why?" I go, "Because I know every restaurant owner downtown. You pick any other place, I will get us a private room with our own wait staff and an open bar."
Hey guys, who picked the bad one in Chicago that had like the 0 rating as we all sat down? You remember that? Do you remember that case?
Wasn't there like 20 of us in a vehicle?
Trunk with John on the way there, remember?
Yeah, I got car seats in the trunk of the car.
Yeah, the 3 of us.
Usually I put people in the trunk. This time I was in the trunk.
Yeah. Casey almost puked on us. It was horrible.
I think
and then we had to go eat bad food.
I was like, oh my God, I'm sweaty. Why am I panicking?
You know what? I'll take that over a pandemic any day, though.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes.
The first part of Mike's comment was Astronomicon, so you go to Twin Peaks.
that's true. Yeah, tradition.
There's a wait, what's the kind of like Twin Peaks. It's also an Irish. Well, it's an Irish pub. It's like Twin Peaks, and it's near Motor City.
Twisted Kilt, the Tilted Kilt.
Tilted Kilt.
Yeah, Tilted Kilt.
That's pretty good.
Steve Nem says that car was dope.
Oh, it was. It fit all of us, 15 people or whatever. Yeah.
I gotta say Reggie's at C2E2 just for the environment, just for the the food's
The wings?
we go to Reggie's every time.
Wait, what about the China place?
Yeah, the Chinese.
Oh, the food there is phenomenal. Yeah.
See, that's been my answer. Has been C2E2 because I got deep dish deficiency. We got New York style pizza. We got proper New York pizza here in Toledo. I can drive to Detroit and get proper Detroit style pizza. I have deep dish deficiency because it's not here.
It's some rich stuff, man. I'm not knocking it, but it's like heavy.
I will tell you that it's actually lasagna.
Yeah, Tony says it's fucking lasagna.
Lasagna.
It's a pie. It's a pie.
All right, guys.
You gotta put mustard all over everything with Tony.
All right, we got about 2 minutes left, and so we'll go around the circle one more time, and it's my last fun dumb question, and then we'll hit the socials one more time. Favorite Pokemon?
Oh God, none.
Yeah, I'm not.
I have
Pikachu. I know that. Kelly's Googling it.
Nope, no clue.
I don't know anything about Pokemon.
Eva Unit 1.
The Black Lion or the Red Lion from Voltron. Those are my favorite.
I love it.
Your favorite line from Voltron? Now that's a question.
I would say
that's like
I like Drowsy. It just sleeps all day, doesn't do anything, and he's worthless. He's a lot of fun.
Yeah. So I it's Dom had to think about it, but he wound up choosing the right answer, which is Snorlax.
Oh,
yeah, there you go.
The right answer.
Still. Oh, Jesus.
Kelly.
Kelly's great. All right, guys.
Eric brings it out in everyone, don't he?
You guys,
time for bed.
This was my last panel that I got to host this weekend, and I saved the best for last. My friends, it's been so good to talk to you.
Thank you for having us,
Let's
Kyle.
go around the horn one more time. Let's go around the horn one more time. We'll start with Dom this time. Hit the socials, hit the links. Tell us where we can buy your stuff.
Okay, people, take your fat little fingers out of the Cheetos bag and take out your phone and go to messbucketcomics.com. Check out all the books we have for sale. Please buy 2 of everything. We're in a pandemic. We don't have cons. You want to support independent comics and support Dommies. Head over to messbucketcomics.com and pick up everything there. Kyle, thank you so much for everything you did. I had a good time tonight, and it was good to see these other 4 nerds. Good to see your faces. It's been a long time, and I hope this thing is over and we can crush beers on the road very, very soon.
Casey Pierce.
Oh, yeah, Casey.
Oh, Casey's in that.
Okay.
I brought her up.
You can find me at Facebook and Twitter at Cosmic Casey, both with K's. Excuse me. Instagram, KCD Writes. You can find Nora and Cirrus. Love and miss you too. At SourcePoint.press. Mashika, which is a collaboration between John and I, and Indigenous Sci-Fi at RocketInkStudios.com. You can find my editing company, Red Pen Media, on Facebook. And if you are interested in the variants, or even in Kelly's original Nora page, you can message me directly on Facebook.
Caught.
Kelly.
Hi, guys. Kyle, thank you for having me. It was so good to see you guys. You can find me on social media, bebop.art, Kelly O'Hara. You can find our lovely Nora comics at sourcepointpress.com, where you can order them up, or you can contact me directly if you're interested in any original artwork. Thank you very much.
Eric.
Facebook. You can go to the facebook.com Max Team
Facebook.
He burps and then says Facebook.
Facebook. Sorry, Mark Zuckerberg.
He turns around to vomit.
Instagram, you go to GutiMax, GUTIMAX 75. Twitter, The Real Eric G. You can message me on Facebook, whatever you want to collab or buy and shit. RocketInkStudios.com, where Max, the trade paperback, is on. And you can get all kinds of other great books there, and all my other future shit's going to be on there. So, yeah, that's basically it. And buy Bender.
All right, and Bender on Amazon. Buy Bender.
That's right.
John.
John Boy's art. With
He looks like the Godfather. He's got a cat.
My books are on Rocket Ink Studios, the Mashika graphic novel, and even if you haven't got your mariachi, get them now because we'll be finishing his book hopefully soon. And look out for the McCarty book. It'll be published through Image Comics, and it's written by Dom Riggio, and myself will be doing the art. But yeah, John Boy's art is Instagram and Facebook.
Yes, go to Image Comics.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Kyle.
Kyle. Nothing but love, brother.
All right, everybody, stick with us. We'll be back in about 30 seconds with Onrie Kompan, Mog Park, and Afua Richardson here on day 3 of the EXP Expo day 3. All right, we're back, and Miss Jen's here. Hi, Miss Jen.
Hello.
Okay.
That was a fun panel. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, those guys and I warned them all when we started talking that the rails were going nowhere to be found. Like we were never going to get on the rails. So,
are they all local to you?
Within most of them within a half hour, 40 minutes.
Oh, perfect. Lucky.
So, yeah, no, those are my con homies. Those are the guys I roll with everywhere. So we're gonna bring in some great people, who I actually met all of them through you, and I've become huge fans of everybody. So let's bring in. We'll start because she was, she's alphabetically first, and she's awesome. Afua Richardson. Mog Park, and because he has the least hair, Onrie Kompan.
What's up? How y'all doing?
Is this how we divide things now? Facial hair?
Yeah, I got facial hair. I shaved it all off my head and glued it on my face.
Oh my goodness gracious.
I'm trying, Afua. It's really hard. When you get older and uglier, you have to really get creative. This is a concoction.
I know, I have to get sparklier.
No, you're not a natural.
Yeah, I have to get more colorful.
Well, don't even get me started.
You understand.
Yes.
I hope you guys hit it off well.
Weirdly, I think everyone on this panel could rock a bald head.
I have an apple head. It's got valleys and peaks.
I think mine's shaped like a pumpkin. Something really weird and long and wide.
It's like an egg.
Well, like an egg, yes, like an egg, and it's white too. If I was a Batman, I'd be egghead. Straight up.
Oh my gosh! So did everyone have a really good holiday? Did you enjoy having today off?
There's no stopping.
No.
There's no. I work through every holiday.
Afua, how was your husband's birthday yesterday? What'd you guys get to go do?
Oh, it was nice. We actually did stop working for a little while. We went on a hike. It was really really great, and yeah, we were like the outside world. We leave our homes sometimes.
Weirdly, I think my husband and I, that's what we do also to bond, because it's kind of nice to go walk. You get to chat with each other, and it's very freeing to be outside.
Yeah, definitely. We hit one of those Korean saunas, and we were like, oh, we should be nice to ourselves more often.
Have you guys gotten to the point in your relationship? I've been married like 28 years, so now when we get to the point where we have birthdays and anniversaries, we don't really want to give each other things because it just means more things to clean around.
Yeah. We just want to go places and do things and travel.
Yeah, those things exactly.
But he did. I mean, I know it was his birthday, but he got me this, which makes me incredibly happy.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Is that like some version of Gudetama?
It is, with a mermaid tail.
That's awesome.
I keep it close by my desk to be like, you can do this.
Hold on, wasn't it his birthday though?
I know.
And he got you a gift. He's such a kind man. I love Cameron. He's a man.
He was like, you're so happy. It is a gift to me. And I'm like, what? I was laughing for a couple of hours. It's ridiculous.
Oh man. All right, so let's start with Afua. We're talking to you. You have so many talents, and you've worked in so many different aspects of just entertainment and comic books. Where did you start? What was the first thing?
Oh wow, it's almost hard to remember. Music came first. I was a flautist from about 9 to now. I stopped for a couple of years somewhere in my 20s, but I'm a singer, a songwriter, a voice actor, a comic book artist. Trying to be a writer. I'm trying.
Were you a band kiddo? Did you have to fight for the first chair?
And you know what? I just let people have it. People were fighting and bringing their moms and, like giving people eye daggers for first chair. And I didn't care. I wanted to make music. I actually liked sitting further back because you could hear more of the music. Like that was a really great experience for me, like sitting in an orchestra or in a concert hall at a really young age, and then being able to hear all the parts flying around my head. I was like, yeah, you know what? You can keep all that first chair, like right near the front. You have to sit perfectly and everything. That's great. I like it back here where you get like the wind from the trumpets on one side and then the clarinets on the other. You might get tinnitus, but it's a lot of fun anyway.
So funny. I started out doing the flute, which I love very much. But I grew up in a really small town, and so you need the other woodwinds, and so I can remember they took the first like 3 chaired folks and said, "Hey, we're gonna show you some other instruments. We need you to pick one." Kind of like, please do. Not like it wasn't a forced thing. It was just like, here, come into this room with this other instrument and see if you like it. And the teacher that they brought us to first was the bassoonist. And I fell in love right away. And then I realized the next one was the oboe, and I could have like saved myself some back pain if I had just waited like half an hour.
Those are both very, very unique sounds. They're some of my favorite instruments.
Did you ever try doing the piccolo also?
I did, and I lost it. So I decided not to give myself such a small instrument. I tried bass flute and I nearly passed out. That was a tough one. That takes a lot of air. I was like, like you were just hawking up a lung for that one. I couldn't do it.
I see your fluffy baby in the background.
Yes, this is Persephone. She likes to keep me company while I'm drawing. Your siblings will be
There's
around.
nothing like a cat. I know there's people out there that aren't cat people, but if you are a cat person, you're just like having a rotten day, cat on your lap will fix anything.
It's true. It's like, well, I made it in a cat. It's true.
And they just magically appear there. It's like they know. They're like, oh, my human needs healing.
It's true.
It is absolutely true. I grew up with cats. I love cats.
Yeah, me too. The funny thing is, me and my friend, we always used to live together, and we had 5 cats. And when I had a bad day, none of them came to me. I had to grab them.
The other thing about cats is that if they don't forget ever. So if you ever like forget to clear their cat box or forget to feed them as you leave the house, they will let you know.
Yeah, I was just taking care of my parents' cats for the last 2 weeks because they left for vacation, and I'm like recording in their basement. And every time I walk in the house, they're like both there because one time I literally forgot to feed them, and they like every day. And this cat was always afraid of me and would always like run away every time I'd come near it. This time she was like all up in my grill, like all day long. It's funny.
I was just telling Afua, I finally got to see, because I don't have HBO, so I didn't have a chance to watch any of the cool Lovecraftian masterpiece that everyone else has gotten to watch. And I thought what I was getting into was that they were saying, here, have a free, watch at this series, and I was going to get to blow through the series. And so you always watch it in a different frame of mind, right? So you're like, I'm just going to try this out is what I should have been thinking, instead of like, I'm going to totally be bought into this so I can like consume it. And so I get to the end of the first episode, so happy that your work is in the first episode, because otherwise I just like lost my mind and pulled out all my money from my pocket to buy the whole series, which I'm still probably going to do anyway. But it was so wonderful to see it on the screen, and man, that is a great show. If no one else is watching that yet, man, how did that happen?
I was recommended for Lovecraft Country by a couple of different people, and thankfully it was filmed very close to my home in Atlanta, Georgia, and so that meant that I was on site for a lot of it. So I got to see a lot of the sets and work directly with Misha Green, who's the executive producer, and JP Jones, who's the prop master who makes everything that the actors touch that isn't wardrobe. So from the swords to the armor to even the hand-bound books, I got to work with them directly, and I was responsible for all the art underneath Jada Harris, who is Dee or Diana Freeman. And I drew her comics, the little drawings on the atlas, and her mother, Hippolyta, has a travel comic. And so I did that as well. And since you haven't seen it yet, I won't spoil it for you. But the characters, the comic itself that her nerdy family draws is actually kind of like I wouldn't say it's integral, but it is a part of the storyline. So it was really, really cool to be a part of that and see just such a massive production up close. And it's so drastic from any of the other kinds of projects that I've gotten to work on. And I've worked in comics for about 15 years now. And so this was my first film project where I'm directly involved. And so, I've had a chance to work on things like Black Panther before it was a film, and Captain Marvel and things like that, but both for Marvel and DC. But this was a very, very unique experience. So they specifically wanted a Black woman to not only draw the comic, but to teach Jada how to draw, so that when she has the art underneath her hand, it'll look a little bit more natural, not like she is not drawing that. But so we had art lessons and a couple of hours of just showing her how I drew these things, and I got to design Hippolyta's hair. So Diana Freeman, her parents George and Hippolyta create a book called the Safe Negro Travel Guide, which in, I want to say, the 40s and 50s, it was based on the Green Book, which a gentleman who lived in New York, who traveled around the South, found out where Blacks and minorities were welcomed and where they weren't. And so this was based on that. And so she kind of sees her parents as superheroes. And so in the very beginning, you see Panther Man, which of course is hats off to Black Panther. But she creates a new series called Orthia Blue. And so it was fun kind of going back and forth and saying like, okay, well, will we give her this kind of hair? Will we give her the Betty Rebel? We'll make it blue. We'll make it, a big afro. And I was like, an afro might be a little difficult under a space helmet, but we can make it work. We can whatever you're feeling. And so it was fun to just kind of go between all the different sections of wardrobe and props and special effects and so on, and just see all that went into that. So it was an absolute honor to be just a small, tiny part of thousands of people coming together to make this.
But you really stood out, though, and you and I had conversations about that too, which is just really awesome. I remember when you revealed to me that clip like weeks before it got aired. And for those of you guys who don't know, and I won't spoil it, but Afua gets some mad props in this show, and I was so proud of you when you showed me that, because I know how hard you're working, and just with everything you got going on, it's really amazing. And your Kickstarter, I told you were going to kill it on there.
Thank you. Yeah, I just finished my very first Kickstarter for my first creator-owned book that's going to come out through Image Comics called Aquarius, the Book of Mer. And it's a modern retelling of mermaid myths and legends from all over the world. It'll be an ongoing series, but a quarterly comic, since I'm writing and drawing and making music for each issue. I'm like, I'll give myself time. And since I'm, wearing so many hats, I decided to wear all of those hats on this particular book. So this is a kind of a new venture for me, and plus, since I worked on Lovecraft Country and I got to see so many different genres and different stories and different elements come together, I think I felt like I had a little bit more confidence to say, okay, you know what? One, I'm just coming off the heels of this amazing show and this really, really awesome shout out within the show. I'm kind of like a off-screen character, which is cool. Thinking to myself, okay, if someone can trust me with, first some of the most amazing characters at Marvel and DC, and then with a project of this scale, then my ideas aren't so bad. Let me try to tell my story and put those kinds of things forward. And of course, Onrie was, he was encouraging me along the way, and just through this whole pandemic and everything last year, I was like, you know what? I might as well give it a try.
I know that we've got someone in the chat that's asking, how can they get that? Now that the Kickstarter's closed, where would they get it next?
Well, I'm going to be launching pre-orders tomorrow. So if you go to afuarichardson.com, I have a store there, but you can also sign up for the mailing list. So when that launches, it'll be in your inbox. And there were a lot of people who couldn't get some of the add-ons, so I'm going to offer some of those on my store for pre-order as well.
That's wonderful. So who have you worked with that you want to work with again in comic books?
I worked a little bit with Scott Snyder. He's a really, really nice guy, and just such a natural writer. I hope we get the chance to work on something again. I was going to work on a run of Batman, of All-Star Batman, and then I slipped and fell and really injured my neck. And it still kind of sounds like wood, but I couldn't turn my head more than this. Like I had like Batman neck, ironically, so it kind of cut our issue short.
So
but he was
sorry,
understanding.
man.
It happened.
There'll be other ones to work on, I'm sure.
Definitely.
And who have you not worked with yet that you really, really crave to work with?
Neil Gaiman and Gail Simone.
Yeah.
And Onrie.
Wow, really? Me too? Wow. That's a first. Wow, thank you. I appreciate you saying that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, well, honestly, Afua, you really helped me through a lot of the stuff I was going through with COVID too. And we were both, you and I met on the convention front lines like in 2019, and like you were just such an inspiration to me. And I would say we got a lot tighter once COVID came into place, because that's when we were kind of like stopped and everything. And honestly, like I owe a lot of my next project to you. I think a lot of it is in many ways dedicated to you, because you really helped. We were really there for each other in that time. Like
yeah, man.
the point where everything I was writing was just crud, and I'm still writing that entire script with the delete button. But you got me out of myself. I was in a really dark place. So I appreciate you saying that. That means a lot.
I mean, that's really kind of the cool thing about the comic book industry. I'm sure it exists in some other industry, but I'm in this one, so I see it the most, is that I really don't see so much creators being in competition with each other, but more trying to lift each other up. So it's a wonderful industry to be part of.
Because we know how hard it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
we all got
of
brought
course,
up, right?
Yeah, I mean, there are always some folks who are like competitive in an unhealthy way. Like, Mook, have you had the experience where people are just, they see your work and they see how good you are, and they think like, oh, well, you have it easy. Like, you get to do what you love. And it's like, do you have any idea like, how difficult this work actually is? It's not like physical labor where you're like lifting bricks and out in the sun or anything like that, but to kind of like pull your experiences and then be able to perform well no matter how you're feeling, no matter what you're going through. And so it's nice when I'll get a job or I'll get a job offer and I can't do it, and I'm like, ooh, this sounds like a really great opportunity. This artist over here is amazing. Please give them your money. Mm-hmm. Because in my mind, it's not like, oh, this person's gonna take off a job. Take my job. No, it's more like, please get wealthy doing your craft. We can form Voltron and save the universe. Yes. Yes. Like, we can make awesome things together. Like, that's what I want.
Absolutely the truth. Now, Mog is interesting. Mog's the one person I met by not meeting them, because I actually saw you had, I volunteered for Aloha Con the last time it was on, and they had a pallet that had been left there because I guess the last Aloha Con that was before that had been like tsunami'd out or something. So they just like abandoned all the things there and then just like reopen those pallets the next year. And your work was there in a little mini comic. So I'd seen your name, and when I finally like met you kind of like social media, I was like, I know that person already, but in a weird way.
Well, I'm glad you remember me through the work.
Yes.
Yeah, that's actually the best compliment I think as an artist, is that you're, instead of my face, I don't care what you look like. If you remember my work, I think that's the truest compliment. So thank you.
Absolutely. I was just so sad that I knew that those books weren't going to probably get into hands the same way that they were intended to, because they were meant for a specific time and place.
it was like definitely like I was trying to help Jimmy promote and also promote myself, like cross marketing. And yeah, I made those books, and I'm glad you. I hope you nabbed one because they don't exist anymore.
Wow. I made sure they ended up on the pallet that got taken back and they were not abandoned anywhere. So they're
Okay.
somewhere. Jimmy's probably got them stashed somewhere and doesn't remember. Mog, tell us how where do you work in the comic book industry? What do you do?
I'm like all over the place. Yeah, like Afua probably knows.
I should have said, what don't you do?
Recently, let's see. I'm doing a lot more comic covers, which is great. It's all helping out independent artists. That's how I actually got to meet Onrie. But actually, I knew him before I met him at a con. He doesn't recognize me. I was just, quiet.
I totally know who you were. I remember I met you. I forgot what show it was. I think was it Atlanta or something? It was somewhere in the East Coast because I don't really get out west much, and I really want to get out to the Hawaii con at some point. Well, now I definitely have to.
I was like, it was just really weird because you were doing the comic Isunshin, and it's based off a Korean general, and so I thought Isunshin, oh my god, who's doing this? And I asked this white guy that was on the booth,
a white guy whose head is shaped like an egg.
Yeah. Where's the author, man?
Where Chicago? That's right. Chicago is my hometown.
Yeah. And then suddenly this white guy is like, oh yeah, I'm the creator, I'm this and that, and I know everything. So of course, being me, because I'm kind of very detailed in a way. I like information. And what I'm doing is, as I'm questioning you, I'm comparing the notes that I have in my mind just to see if you really knew your shit.
You were getting drilled.
I'm analytical like that.
I get drilled all the time. It happens all the time. They put me on game shows in Korea, and I had to learn the language and everything. It was no joke, But we'll get to that. Mog, you're up, and I'm fascinated with what you have to say. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I wish I was nice like Afua and people orientated, but I'm just very interested in facts. Facts, man.
So we should associate with you in PBS terms. We should just watch Novas together. That would be good.
I don't know. But anyway, so yeah, and then I thought this is but you seem like a really very professional guy, and I thought I would never associate with you in some way. I don't know, because you're like, man, this guy is so professional.
She didn't say it to my wife, because my wife's like, you're the most vile human being I've ever laid eyes. Okay. You just see me at conventions. That's it. I appreciate the compliments, though.
Yeah.
But Mom, your artwork, especially the stuff that I've been seeing come out of you on Artist Alley Shopping Network, and just in general, even before, you worked on Game of Thrones, dude. You are both you and Afua bring so much to the table in terms of your backgrounds. You guys have worked on some of the hottest TV shows in history. Game of Thrones, you were designing the sets. And I remember when I had you on Live with Onrie, you were talking about how you did all this research in order to nail all the jobs and everything that they gave you. And you built out these beautiful, beautiful sets. And just the Batman Samurai stuff you're doing, it's I'm blown away by your artwork. It is sensational. Sensational.
Okay, thank you. Speak for me. I'll just be quiet in the corner.
This is what I love about this business is that we meet so many interesting people like Afua.
Afua has this intuition, and we've had conversations before where she just puts things into perspective, like naturally, just because of her own experiences and her background. Like when I got to know you, Mog, I discovered like you're somebody who collects information because you want to do the best you possibly can. And I think that is such an important aspect of what we do. And, like, especially when it comes to art, because of course people are going to grill you. Of course people are going to like say like, oh, everybody's someone's always got something to say. Someone's always got some critique, and you got to have an answer to it. And even if the answer's not right, and I got plenty of stories where they weren't, you still got to kind of shrug your shoulders and say, whatever. But in your case, there's no disputing your artwork, the level of detail, the quality of it. It's just truly marvelous. And you got these metal prints that you're doing now, and they're awesome. I need to get on that.
Tell us more about the
Wow.
prints. I want to know about those.
Yeah.
I don't know. Am I lagging by any chance? Is it me?
I think everyone's got a little bit of glitch.
It could be, it could. I think Jen's right. Everybody's got a little bit of lag.
I don't know. I really do believe that to become like success in any area, you can't do it alone. And I learned to become more of a people person thanks to my spouse. My spouse was the one who really shaped me, shaped the career. We're like a working team together, and he would like coach me. I'm like the athlete, he's the coach. So the print was like his idea, and he created these like metal prints that I did some like sketch covers for, and these are variations that is based on like famous like Marvel characters or DC characters, and I would change their design into more of either a Japanese aesthetic design, like sometimes an armor, sometimes ninja, sometimes some kimono in there, stuff like that. And then I guess it turned out well, because now we're selling that as a print. So and they're medals. So exactly like what Mel just wrote in the comments there. I mean, that's what it is. I hope I answered your question. I'm not sure because there's like a lag. I can't really hear.
So I have, this is just my thought process, since Marvel's been doing some really killer covers recently with their thinking about the Amazing Spider-Man cover that they recently released. That was
God,
string art. Yeah. I think honestly, this is my honest opinion. If they took your art, Mog, and actually put it on a book, it would sell so many stinking copies. I can't even tell you how many I would order.
Mog. Once she's done talking to you and getting everything from you, can I tell her what you and I talked about last week?
For me?
For Mog.
Okay.
Is that cool for Mog?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. Sorry.
What's up?
Well, so we're going to be doing a Kickstarter for the next issue of East and Shin, and I have asked Mog to do a variant cover for us, and she totally agreed. And so I am so freaking excited about it, and she's just such a phenomenal artist, and this is such an important issue. And she right away, just out the door, started asking me like all these questions in order to like really get a sense of what we're doing. And it's interesting that you brought up variants, Jen, because there are some covers that get certain attention for certain reasons, like a certain artist is on there, there's a limited amount of copies on there, or in particular, the work just really stands out and it really like just helps sell the book. And I've seen some of Mog's like Batman samurai, armor pieces. That just belongs on a Batman cover. Just throw it on there, make it like a 1 in 25 incentive. You got that thing will sell all day long.
You're gonna laugh at me. I've got a partner in crime who's another comic book store owner. Everyone knows Brainy Singh. I'm sure he's like messaging me right now. let's make a variant cover with Mog as the cover artist.
You're
Right
hired.
on, man. Yeah, but just out of curiosity, like as a creator of what, like, or also, I'd like to know if it's okay you share with us. When you create like a piece, what is your process like? Because like I do a lot of info thing, and I want to know how you work.
Kind of the same way, I guess. It depends on the project. If I'm drawing something for myself, I do ridiculous amounts of research, from textures to locations, textiles. If it's animal based, or since I'm working on a mermaid book, I'll study the region, and then what animals are local to the area, what legends are local to the area, what historical figures I can possibly braid into the storylines. But if it's something that's known, like Black Panther or Dracula or Dark Phoenix, or something that doesn't necessarily have a history outside of the fictional world, what I'll start with from my client is usually discovery, a lot of questions. What's the feeling of what's going on? Can you give me a synopsis? Like, what do you want this to convey? What's kind of the apex moment of this that I won't be, giving a spoiler of, but just try to get as much emotional and as well as like detailed information about the story as possible. And then when I sit down to start drawing, I won't necessarily start with a sketch. I'll start laying out diagonals on the page. Like, I'll connect my corners and then create all these vertices. And then I'll start laying out like, okay, well, where's the text going to go? How much space do I have? And then what kind of composition do I want to create with the space I have left over? And then I'll start like creating these different dimensions within the vertices and the different things that I make there. And sometimes that doesn't work at all, and I just have to sit, I have to leave the house, take a sketchbook, and like sit in a coffee shop and just doodle thumbnails first before I take it to the computer, like whichever way gets the result. And if all of that fails and I'm just having a terrible art day, I have to go and go back to the basics and go out and live draw, or I'll go to like New Masters Academy or lineofaction.com, and I'll start doing figure drawing and drawing what I see, so that when I'm trying to restore my memory banks, it's from real life and not just my pulling on an empty well of my mind. How about you?
Wow, that's like, this is what I love about it. It's like the way it's different. Of course, the pattern is we do info gather, right? Mm-hmm. But I think with you, it seems like I hear sometimes artists do this. They say this to me, that it's they have to get an emotion, like they have to kind of get a feeling. It's like a feeling orientation. But for me, feeling is like the last thing I consider. I don't really care about that. I just want facts. So when people give me like an information, it depends on the person. If the creator, right? It really depends on the creators, and then you get to see how they write. Like, I'll say, hey, so I'm doing a cover or something, and then tell me about this character, and they'll say, oh, this character is about the history of this character and then the feeling of it. But for me, it's like, okay, that's good, but what's the age? What's the eye color? Come on, give me the like freaking details. Like, give me solid facts, man. but I notice like with creators, that's kind of I don't know. It's because they do so much creative work, that like abstract creative work, that the detail or the solid like physical reality is not like their interest. I think that's just the general tendency. So I feel sometimes like I'm kind of mean. Like, hey, I know you gave me like 10 pages. Can you give me the
things that you need to make?
Like, what's the race? Like, come on, does he have a beard? Like, I want to know.
That's super vital.
Yeah,
when people
I
kind of
sometimes feel terrible, but I really want to know because that would help
that's
me.
necessary. It's like, oh man, I've had a few nightmares where I've worked on comics, and I'll do the thumbnails, I'll do the sketches, I'll do the pencil work, and then from my rough layouts, I'll go right to inks and colors at the same time since I'm working in Illustrator. Man, and then after I've gone through all of that and finish this page in a vector program, it's like, oh yeah, sorry, that person, he's Latino and he should have a mustache, and I'm like, no, nowhere in the script, nowhere did you put that really important detail that I should have known. You just there are some books where it's just this is supposed to be a historical book. It was like, just draw anything. And then when I draw it, it's like, they wouldn't be wearing a dress. I was like, I don't know who this is. Jean Grey.
Not Jean Grey.
Oh my word.
I've turned off Cerebro. I can't scoop this out of your mind.
Robin has a question. I think this was aimed at Afua. I think we were still talking about your art process, and I think they wanted to ask that question.
With the writing process, I don't know. Sometimes it'll spark from an idea, or usually just a question, where did this particular thing come from? Where did the concept of mermaids come from? How many indigenous soldiers were there in World War I? Just something random where you start going down this rabbit hole and you start answering the questions well, what if, this, the most decorated Canadian French Micmac soldier who is a sniper and had 374 confirmed kills in World War I had, some mermaid dust with him for good luck, whatever it was in that leather pouch that he carried with him everywhere. And he only got sick when he lost it. Just kind of taking things that exist, kind of like hip hop, where you're just all right, I've got this classical beat, and I'm just going to morph it into something that that feels like it could be true, but it's absolutely not true. But you want to know the answer to anyway.
So I just had a thought in my brain, and it's probably a dumb question. The music that's going to be part of the book, is it your original music?
Yes.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Oh my God, it's so good. Oh, I got to hear multiple tracks. You're so good. It's amazing. I just want the album. I mean, I want the book too, but I want the album. I'm going to be listening. I like Afua, everything you've shared with me. And of course, I've seen just a little bit, but I heard the music, the song that you played on your Kickstarter. I definitely heard that one while you were developing it and everything. And it was so beautiful. Your sense of music, your lyrical flow, just everything about your music speaks to so many different things. And really, I think that the book and the soundtrack are really companion pieces. I don't think anybody who is backed the Kickstarter realizes how much the two go hand in hand. You really need the soundtrack. You need it. You need it really bad. It's so good. Sorry, I can't shut up.
Thank you. No, I'm glad that you're so excited about it.
I am, because it's great. It's just the one thing I was thinking about when you were answering your question was about the writing process, right? And I keep thinking to myself, what it's like writing, and really it's kind of I saw the image of committing seppuku, where you just cut yourself, and that's literally what J.M. DeMatteis taught me to do with Marx, is just cut yourself open, bleed out on the page. And that's how I felt when I listened to your music, is that you really did that with your music, and you're doing it with your book. Everything you've shown me, and I've read some of your scripts. The scripts are beautifully written.
so much detail, so much going on cerebrally, because the scene I read was a dream sequence, and it's hard to write dream sequences, like, because there's so much going on, there's so much randomness to it. But the way you wrote it, there was this understanding of something very personal and intimate that was going on in your life, and just the artwork I've seen from the book, the conversations we've had. There is no book I'm more excited for in 2021. I'm more excited for Book of Mare than I am of anything I'm working on, for sure. It's going to be such an awesome book. And there's a David Mack variant. You guys want to talk about a book that's going to have a cover that's going to sell out real quick? Get that David Mack variant. As soon as you see it in previews, order up on that. I know I'm going to do that.
Basically, I'm just doing like a print on. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm such a sucker for books that teach you something also. So yeah, it's totally down my alley. I'm sure everybody else feels the same way. So you get music, which you can really enjoy and learn something, and just consume amazingly good art. Man,
I love lore. I love weird historical facts. Like in this process of writing the story, it's kind of like I'm allowing myself to literally go everywhere, like from indigenous cultures to sci-fi to, quantum physics. I get to have conversations with my dad about like time travel and getting into religious territory, or even some of the lineage of French and English royalty connected to the Starbucks mermaid. I know it sounds completely random, but Melusine de Lusignan is apparently the genetic ancestor. You know how it is with bards. It's like, we own this land because we are related to a dragon / mermaid. So there's stories like that where it's like there were these battles over territories, and they hired someone who was like a Rosicrucianist and an amazing writer to write the history of their family as it's related to a fae and the Scottish king. The king of Scotland. It was like, what? Dragon ladies?
Was that the weirdest thing you found out, or there weirder things even?
It gets weird. Like there was a dam in Zimbabwe that halted construction because Unjuzu, which is a Zimbabwe mermaid creature, scared them out of work. Like they went down into the hole where they were digging, and then they come running out like, we are not going in there. There is Unjuzu. And like they hire new people who don't believe in Injuzu, and then they go down there and they come back up and they're like, listen, we don't know what that is, but we believe in Injuzu now, and we're not going back down there. And so they hire like foreign workers who are white, who have never heard of Injuzu, who like have not heard of this at all, and just they were like, do you believe in mermaids? They were like, what are you talking about? Like, no, of course not. And they go down there and they come running back out, and they're like, listen, look, there's some kind of wild animal down there, and we're not. This was in like 2012. This isn't even like a long time ago. This was recent.
They went about it all wrong. And here's something I could say. If they would have brought her down some chocolate, some flowers, maybe a nice dinner, I think they would have they would have come to an understanding. That's still incredible, though. That's something that's going to really stick in my head.
The Minister of Water made a beer to get rid of her, or it. I don't know if it was male or female. Like, yeah.
Yay.
They made a beer. They made a special kind of beer and did a ceremony, and then it was gone. He said he didn't believe in Injuzu, but the locals did, and it got rid of whatever was down there. And I'm like, and those are the kinds of, yes, exactly, Robin. Got to get the treat right, So whatever it was,
just buy a beer. Alcohol is the best solution.
Buy a beer. That's it. Just take care. It's done.
I mean, this is so fascinating because even in like rituals and ceremonies that we conduct in the Far East, always you got to have alcohol.
I was going to say,
Wine and spirits.
Mog's response is the most Korean response ever. Just bring a beer, dude. That's it. That's what it's all about.
You guys, I can just see the commercial now. It's like, have mermaids in your septic system? IPA.
IPA.
That's awesome. Onrie,
yes,
we need to know more. I mean, you've got two series that I love so much. The one about your grandfather, about Marx. Do you have a picture of it? I forgot to grab it.
I have it right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Tell everybody about that. It's I know that's the nearest and dearest to your heart. So
It is. It very much so is. Marx is the story of my grandfather's life, and during World War II, he was a Russian Jewish soldier that battled the Nazis. And it's a standalone story. There are no sequels or prequels to it. And the thing that's really special about Marx is it features 3 very distinctive art styles. I wanted the book to have consistency, and whenever I take on comic projects that I self-publish, I really want consistency. That's the most important thing, whether it means the covers and the artwork on the interiors are the same. That's always been a really important thing for me. Well, I didn't get that wish with Marx. What ended up happening was I ended up having to hire 3 different artists because the feel of the book changed so dramatically throughout my grandfather's life. So my grandfather had a pretty rough upbringing, and he was raised in communist Russia, and his mother died when he was 10 years old from complications during childbirth. And when he was 14, his father was killed by Stalin. He was just taken off to, he was probably shot and thrown in the ditch. And he was actually a very prominent, I forgot what kind of doctor he was, but he was a pretty, I don't know why it's slipping. It's just been a long day. But he basically had a plaque dedicated to him in Pasteur Institute. He wrote a bunch of research papers, and he was just a really prominent figure in communist Russia. And he got whacked. So my grandpa was an orphan by the age of 14. And then he turned 18, and the Germans invaded Russia, and he was basically thrust into war. And his stories of survival were just insane. There was this one story he told me, and this is the interesting thing about this was I decided to tell this book from my perspective, and it was really hard for me to do that because I didn't want to put myself into the story. And it was really my editor who forced that out of me. And it took me 5 years to write this. I'm a slow writer. I couldn't work for Marvel or DC or any of these bigger companies because I just can't make that deadline. I'm just literally every time I write comics, it's like I cut myself open and bleed out on the page, and it takes a while. And there was actually a question I had for Afua and Mog, which was, what do you do on those days where you can't come up with, good ideas? How do you force yourself to do it? Because there's just times when I can't, and I had to, because my editor told me one day, he's like, if you don't finish this, I'm leaving. I have other projects to do. I have other things going on, and you need to get your stuff together. So I got it done. I mean, that was it. I mean, and especially it was my money going into it. I bootstrap my projects, and then I go to Kickstarter when I'm ready to do it. And it's tough, but we managed to get it done. The 3 distinctive art styles. The first style is more of like a fairy tale type of story telling, and I hired Nick Bell to do that. And when we get to the darker periods of my grandfather's life, I hired Vasilis Gogzilis. He's based out of Greece, and he has kind of like this Bill Sienkiewicz-y feel to his art. And for the war scenes, I hired Dan Doherty to really capture the realism of the front lines. And then the art retracts to it goes back to Vasily's style because things get dark. My grandfather got pulled off the front lines and thrown into a Russian prison camp. And then the story ends with how he meets my grandmother. So it goes back to that fairy tale type of style that Nick Bell brought in. So it took a very long time to put together, but I'm very, very proud of it. It's a very wonderful book, and it's only going for $15. So just letting everybody know all that information there.
Onrie understands this. Always be selling, right?
Yes, ABC, ABS.
So the other thing that I love is that I don't know how you decided on writing Yushu Shin, but when you pitch the book, it almost feels like it can't be real. Like that can't have really happened. But to wrap your mind around the fact that that's totally, you're just telling history in the most entertaining way. Like, how did you decide on him?
Well, it was because of that very fact that it's like, there's no way this guy could have done this. There's no way anybody could have done this. And, what really made me realize I could do Yisun Shin was 300, of course, because, you read the graphic novel, and it's like, there's no way 300 Spartans, took on the entire Persian military and like beat them so badly, like they lost all taste for war in 3 days. Yeah. I mean, it happened, and that's the thing that's brilliant about military tactics is it's really kind of like a game of chess. There's so many factors. And Yisun Shin was unparalleled when it came to strategy because he was really faced with outstanding circumstances that if he literally lost one battle, that was it for Korea. He was not in a position to lose. And he had a very short amount of time to not only build out a very small and pathetic navy, it was maybe about 15 ships total at first. He didn't have the resources or the support from the government. He was basically learning everything about naval combat a year before the Japanese invaded. When in his first battle, in the Battle of Akpo, that was his first naval battle ever in history. And in 2 hours, he ends up killing 4,000 Japanese soldiers and sinking like the entire fleet that he went up against. And up to that point, the Japanese had already invaded Korea and were basically just like, the samurai were just like burning down villages, raping women, enslaving children, killing elderly people, just doing horrible, horrible things.
Classy.
Oh, they were brutal. It was just the nature of it because, and it's not even that they were not people of honor. The Japanese, they have a tremendous view of honor. It was really Hideyoshi Toyotomi who was basically like, Korea's yours, guys. You do what you want. This is your place to be stupid and, behave however you want, And the entire Korean military didn't stand a chance against the Japanese. They were too ready for combat. They had been beating the crud out of each other for 100 years, and now they were strong, they were united, and they had advanced weaponry. There was no way Yisun Shin would have been able to fight the Japanese on land. So he took them to sea, and every single time he used the sea, he was able to use cannons, which had much more range and much more power than the Japanese rifle. And they were basically like sitting ducks out there. And it was also the positioning because the Japanese learned they weren't stupid. You're talking about one of the strongest military powers in the world, even today, by today's standards. The Japanese are still a strong military. And, this guy, Yisun Shin, I mean, he had the drop on all them fools. And even when he had to go up, there were points when he was so outnumbered, he actually had to fight. There was a battle where he killed an enemy commander, cut off his head, hung it on the mast of his ship, and said, "We will attack again." And that's just a testament to, to man in general, and that's
a message.
Well, yeah. Well, just to mankind, I should say, not man.
Yeah, I
mankind, know. But yeah, like it's a testament to the fact that we can all do whatever we put our minds to, and there's no limitation to that. Like, and I think you guys, just with all of the stuff that you contribute to comics and what you're continuing to contribute, is really speaks to that idea that there's nothing's impossible. And Yisun Shin saved Korea. He saved his people. How many times do you hear about this in history that like someone tries to save everybody, but then gets killed and everybody ends up dying anyway, like Spartacus? What a sad story. Like he tried to free slaves and he ends up dying, and then they all end up dying too. That wasn't the case with Yisun Shin. He beat the Japanese so badly that they stayed away from Korea for 400 years because they thought he was like inhuman. And the Koreans kept telling him like, yeah, he's still alive. and they believed it. It was pretty funny until they realized that no one lives to be 400. So
Yeah, except for the like Yao Bikuni, but she ate mermaid meat.
All right, everybody. This is crazy. You guys know what just happened?
What's
We
that?
shut this thing down. This is
Yeah.
we're the final panel with guests for all of the experience. This is 36 hours of programming in which I don't think Kyle got to sleep a wink in the last 3 days.
I don't think you got to sleep much either, Jen. You've been working like crazy hours. Like I wake up at 6:30 in the morning and I'll see like a post from Jen. I'll be like, wow, she's up already. Crazy.
I pre-apologize to everyone for having to see my face way too much this weekend. Apologize.
Your face is lovely, dear. It's lovely.
So everybody,
I can actually count on two
share
hands.
your socials. Afua, tell everyone where they can find you. Where can they find to link up with you and find your work?
On Instagram, I am at Dr. Fu, DOTCAFOO. On Twitter, I am Afua Richardson, AFUA Richardson. You can also find me at afuarichardson.com, and I'm on Facebook under my name as well.
Thank you, Mog.
Okay, mine's very simple. Mog Park. Okay, Instagram, Facebook. That's it. Oh, also ArtStation. But I just want to make an announcement for you guys. Please follow me after this. I'm having a live auction, and I'm going to be drawing, painting my auction pieces and stuff like that. It's going to be happening after this show on my page, Mog Park, Facebook. So please come by, say hi, and maybe we can talk more.
The party keeps on going. I love it. Onrie.
I'm clicking.
Are you?
All right, guys, I'm about to jump on CBSN. The Comic Book Shopping Network. If you guys haven't joined the Comic Book Shopping Network, do so now. I have a show on there that airs every Wednesday and Thursday. And I'm also on my own show as well on my own network. So friend me on Facebook, Onrie Kompan. Follow me on Instagram, Kompan. Like my page, Hunter Killer Collectibles, Eastern Shin Comic Book. We got lots of new comics coming out this year. Awesome stuff's about to happen. Rock on! Come on out here. We're gonna sell some comics. Yeah, sorry.
Man, you need to keep your energy, get your energy higher.
Right?
You're just
I
so
need
calm,
more coffee.
Henri needs to switch to decaf.
No.
I usually don't eat until like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I'm just on water all day. So.
I always need Onrie in my life. I could just call him up. We'll do a video chat. My energy goes from like here to there.
Right? That. Well, it's so great being with Mog and Afua. I love you guys.
Yes.
It's such an honor.
Thank you so
I
much.
love you guys too, man. Afua, I mean, this is like our first official meet.
I know, right?
Yeah, man, I love you.
We have to
Love
eat
you
hang
too,
out more
Onrie.
often.
Okay.
Connections have been made. I love it.
Yes.
I too must have Moog on my covers.
Oh, totally.
I will save all my pennies. Many.
Oh, I would definitely love to talk more about creative processes with you guys, but unfortunately, it's the time. You guys finally, Jen, Kyle, you guys can rest.
Anytime you guys want to come on and do interviews separately or together, the experience is always going to have time for you guys. That's what we're here for, is to give you exposure and point people to what you're putting together, and extend the love of comic books to everyone we can.
We love you guys. That's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome. Kyle, Jen, you guys are awesome. Awesome. All right. Sorry.
All right. So I'm going to do this. All right, guys. Stick with us for just about a minute and a half, and we'll be back with an AMA with Team Comic Book Shopping Experience. We've got a bunch of the players here, and we will be back in just about a minute and a half once I click the thing here. Welcome back in, everybody. Jen and I have been here most of the weekend, but it's time to bring in the rest of the people. You got to meet her earlier this weekend. She did a couple of great panels, including one with her friends from All Yeah Comics, but she walked away from her desk, so she's not going to come on right this second. There she is. Dr. Christie is here.
Hello.
She'll be doing shows on the network. And then the other two people who are responsible for bringing Christy and I and everyone else to you, Jesse James, the six-shooter who did a couple panels for us, and someone who has worked tirelessly behind the scenes to help put this thing together and help bring in so much talent and so many of the great creators you got to see this weekend. Nikki B. Nick Barucci from Dynamite Comics, Dynamic Forces. Welcome in.
Say, and then Onrie took the words out of my mouth. You guys are awesome, awesome, awesome.
It's been a long weekend, and I gotta give a shout out to Jesse and Christy who did panels for us, and Jen did so many, and I did a few, and it's been so much fun. But this is Team CBSE. We're almost all here. A couple people weren't able to join us, but you'll meet them this week as we launch our full slate of programming starting tomorrow night at 6 o'clock Eastern. Guys, 6 o'clock comes awful fast. Why am I still awake? So let's do this. If you're out there in the comments, if you're out there watching and you have a question for any of us, throw it in the comments and we will get to it. But I'm gonna ask. I've asked Jen this weekend, but I'm gonna ask Christy and Jesse and Nick a question that I've asked every panel I've hosted this weekend. Why are you in comics? So who wants to start?
I'll go first. So I'll tell you what, it's been such a busy week this week. I was reading a couple of comics all day today, and I couldn't figure out why I couldn't understand my comics. And I realized I bought all these comics in German. And it took me, I was like, I don't understand what's going on here. I know I have read the first Craven, but I don't understand Craven der Jager. So the comic book business is awesome. It's a great comic book therapy for me. I've been doing this for 38 years, since I was 12 years old, and at the Friendly Neighborhood comic book store in Las Vegas. And I think what I love about comics is there's a story within every comic, and that's the story you carry, with where you bought it, when you bought it, who you bought it with, how many times you read it, and that some of those stories transcend with you your whole life. And so that's kind of why I'm in it. I think it's part of my history, it's part of my culture, and it's definitely part of my tradition.
All right, who else?
Nikki, you go.
No, ladies first.
Oh, okay. I'm no lady. I don't know. I'm in comics because I picked up a Prince Valiant book that my parents had on this little book stand, and I thought it was super cool. I thought that was the special shelf. However, it was just the oversized books. And I carried it around so much. And then Star Wars came out, and I just devoured everything Star Wars, and the comics were one of those things. I never really thought that I would be in comics until I was always reading them. And then when I started teaching, I was teaching anthropology, and, students just weren't paying attention. I mean, they weren't reading the books, and I thought, I'm going to do something different. So I was teaching culture change, and I used Why the Last Man. And it went over so well that I got into comic studies, and then I had a comic shop, and then I started writing comics, and now I'm editing comics and selling them, and everything I do is comics. So I can't even imagine my life without comics because it permeates every single bit of my life. That's
Nick,
it.
you're up.
Blame it on the Catholic Church. That's all I'll say. I started buying comics 3 for 20 cents, 3 for a quarter when I was 10, 11, 12 years old. Covers ripped off. And one day in school, they handed out Pope John Paul II. And I felt the calling. And the calling said, find a comic store. Find a comic store where you can get more comics with actual covers on them. And I found the comic store, and, short version, grew up kind of poor. And to get more comics, I had to sell my comics. So I set up at a comic convention. My father was so happy. He thought I was going to sell all my comics because, of course, being Italian descent, I needed to play baseball or become a doctor. So I went in with 2 long boxes and came out with 3.5 long boxes and $30 in my pocket. And I thought my dad would be so happy. And instead, he was really upset. And just it's been with me ever since. I was a weekend warrior all the way till college. And then when I got out of college, I started Dynamic Forces. So, for me, it's always been family, friends, comics. And most people in the comics industry are family and friends. So I just can't see myself doing anything else. I love the industry. I love comics. And I love getting the word out, which is why I feel blessed again. I feel blessed to be working with Jen, Jesse, Kyle, Christy, Chris, and Aaron, and everyone new that we bring to this, because the biggest thing that will come from our channel is we are going to continue to preach the gospel of comics, and it's just going to be so much fun. I mean, this is something, if you would have asked me, even when I was selling on QVC and HSN, is something like this possible? I would have said no, but who knew what determination can get you? And we're all determined. This is going to be fun. I talk too much.
Okay. No, it's fine. I'm just popping the comics. I'm just reading the comments here. We got Steve Gall. You guys done real good. Thank you, Steve. We tried to done real good. Will Holland wants to know what Dr. Christie's doctorate is in.
My doctorate is in education, and I did my dissertation on comic book scholars and why we do what we do when there's not really a benefit, because most people, academics, are like, oh, comic books. And I'm like, yeah, comic books. So why we do what we do when it kind of like puts a little asterisk next to our name almost. And it's just because we're smarter than everybody else. That's why.
Preach.
Oh, yeah. Comic book
We got
people
Alex.
are actually the smartest people that I know, people who read comics.
Alex says hi, just stopping to say hi. Brian Silverbacks wants to know how he gets on a Dynamite cover.
Practice. Are we talking photo cosplay, Brian? Or you? I apologize. Forgive me if you're an artist. Get through to me via, you know what? It's real easy. Drop me a line. No guarantees, no promises. But my email address is nick, dot Barrucci, B as in boy, ARRUCCI @dynamite.com. And we'll see what can happen.
Yeah, and I think
Silverbacks,
I
hit
think
Jen or I up if you need it.
Yeah, and I think he has a lot of good references just right here on this channel itself. So
Perfect.
Yeah. What a great weekend. Had a blast. Stay creative. Dirk Manning, you all rocked. Brainy saying, "Hey, I want on a Red Sonja cover." Brainy's gonna cosplay as Red Sonja. We can probably make that happen.
I'm in.
Yeah, I guess assumptions can be bad. Is Brainy a guy or a girl?
It's a guy.
Okay, so basically he's going to be a severed head on the cover.
I bet Brainy would be down.
There you go.
Shout out to Brainy. Brainy Singh. Enjoy comics, games and comics. Also, Taji Beats everywhere. He was our DJ for our after party on Saturday night. Follow him on all the socials and make sure you head over to Mixcloud and follow him there, where you can hear all of his mixes and all of his music.
I have a question for Nick.
Yeah.
Is Nikki B Dynamite your DJ name?
I got no comment that's clean to that.
I feel like we're in the Brady Bunch.
Yeah.
Put it down.
It's true. I've been doing it all weekend. I've been asking the person to my right a question, going,
It's all about Kyle.
my head goes the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's true. We have had a great weekend, guys. If you're out there and watching us on any of our socials, anywhere that you can see this, shoot us a message. If you got a question, you want to find out more about the comic book shopping experience, about what caused this madness, why are we doing this? Just throw it out there and we'll talk about it. Are there gonna be more Dr. Seuss homages coming soon? Love them. They drew me into Dynamite.
All the way through issue 5. We're going to have fun with it through there. And then we'll figure out how to change it up after this mini-series. If there is another series, which who knows, maybe there is. I will tell you this is one of the most fun series that we've had. And this series reinforces that everyone should realize you don't know everything. When Joe and Nate, our editors, pitched me this series at the beginning of the year, my response was, come on, people are tired of zombies. Marvel zombies keep coming out, and DC has DCs, and they've got so much going on, and Tom Taylor's killing it on DCs. How can we do something that compares to that? And they talked to me a few times, and you got to trust the people you work with, right? So I said, I tell you guys what, we'll do this, but let's just launch it in October. I'm not sure how this is going to sell. Maybe if we have an October launch, because beginning of the year, you're sitting there like, okay, do we do it now and have a trade in October? Do you launch in October? So I said, let's launch it in October. And obviously, everything that happened with the pandemic happened. And then when we launched it in October, it was our best-selling book of the year. So remember one thing, none of us know everything, because I was so happily surprised how well this did. So, hey, Alex, I'm glad you're enjoying it. And you can thank Nate Cosby and Joe Rybant for putting it together. All I did was say, go for it.
Will Holland has another question. Thank you for the invitation to be a part of this con. Will you be doing more of these cons in the future?
I think that's more up to Kyle, whether or not his stamina can be there.
I've done, so this is since Ohio shut down March 29th, was the day Ohio shut down for the COVID. This is my 4th of these since then, and this is the biggest, longest, most expansive one that we've done. I did one for myself that was just one day that I thought would kill me. And then I did a 2-day with some people who were on earlier, Pat and Rob from Cherry Capital Comic-Con, who are creators, in their own right, and that's why they were here. But did one with them that was 2 days plus a Friday night. And I was pretty sure that was going to kill me. Then Jen and I did two full days and 2 after parties for Cadets Con, and I was sure that one would kill me. So now I've done 3 days and 2 after parties, and I'll be honest, I'm more energized than ever.
So basically, you're unkillable.
No, I'm pretty sure that at some point my body's gonna be like, "You're an idiot," and attack me from every direction. But right now,
can you wait till we train Jerry enough?
yes,
Yeah.
yes, absolutely. You know, but it's funny is the reason I feel that way, and I can tell you is I've gotten so many emails and messages from people who have been on this weekend, and I've heard from so many stores and so many people who are so excited about what we're doing. And you know, I have a title here in this madness, and I have a job to do here in this madness. But I really feel like my job is to be the biggest cheerleader for the comic book direct market and comic book creators and just comic books in general, the whole industry. And I get to do something that I'm pretty good at in terms of making content. And, you know, I taught myself to animate this week. Like, are you kidding me? So I get to be the cheerleader for everybody, you know, and that gets to be my job. Who can be as lucky as I can? You know what I mean? It's like I'm so jazzed right now and so amped up just to keep bringing people into comics and to keep spreading the word and to grow the third market, the live sale market, to grow this thing and to get it off the ground so much further, and to bring new ideas in and try new things. We shot a game show last night live with no prep and we pulled it off. Like, who does that? This group of people.
I was going to say Kyle Northrop does.
I don't even do that. I couldn't do it without Jen, and I couldn't do it without everybody. And it's just great. I feel so much love for the industry right now, and I'm so blessed to get to be the guy who helps to push it.
Well, you know, just adding to what you said, and this is definitely a mantra we all feel. You know, you brought up the third market, which is what this is. But the most beautiful part about this third market is that our goal is to still drive fans back into the first market. Because without the first market, none of the other markets really matter. Here's the thing. No disrespect to the industry, but none of us want to see comics become vinyl records. We don't want it to be something where people are just selling back issues, where new books are released in more limited quantities. We want all the comics retailers, all the people we love, people we've either met at Diamond Seminars or Comics Pro or New York Comic Con or San Diego. We want them all to thrive because we want this industry to continue to grow. And I will tell you, this does happen with the tireless efforts of Jen and Jesse, Kyle, Christy, everybody here. You know, Aaron, nobody has as much energy as Aaron, as far as I can tell, at least not visible energy. Ours is all contained like a rubber band ball. It's all in the middle. You know, and Chris, you know, this is the beauty of what we're doing. We're taking it to the next level, but taking care of the first level.
Yeah, and I just want to add the biggest part about the experience is just giving people hope that our industry will continue to flourish in every direction possible. This is just a new nuance that we're adding, that comic book stores get a chance to actually say, wow, I get to reach customers afar, orphan customers across the nation, across the world will be entertained, not just buying books, but they'll also be entertained. They'll be self-directed back just by putting in their zip code on some of the advertisements or the ads that we'll be promoting. They'll just put it in their zip code and boom, they zoomed right to that local comic book store as close to them. So this is a great opportunity to give our industry that kind of hope, that vision that we're not stopping. We're going to move forward. But guess what we're doing? What the experience is doing is we're bringing everybody to the dance with us. There's no one excluded from this. I think that's what makes this so exciting. It's so exciting that I actually have to go leave and sling some books in about 3 minutes. But I just wanted to stop in and tell you all it's been it's a great honor and pleasure to be with you all. And we're just going to rock this out. So I will talk to you guys tomorrow.
Awesome. Thanks,
Jess.
Okay.
So we have a question. Can you each give us a tease of something you'll be contributing to the experience?
I'll say ladies first again.
I say Jen.
I think I think Nick actually is the first to show up on our first day of regular slated programming. Oh, it's Kyle gets to go first. Ooh, Kyle. Eat lots of lozenges.
It's me, then it's you, then it's Nick. Nick is third.
It's a trifecta of awesomeness. I love it. Tuesdays are traditionally those days where everyone's processing their comic books and trying to figure out, how they're going to put them on their racks. And people are doing reviews of books that have them in their hands already. And that's really what we're going to try to bring to the experience. Is we've got 3 shows in a row on Tuesday, which aren't trying to sell you things. They're trying to sell you on the books, what you need to go pick up at your local comic shop. So bring like your notebooks so you can write down what you hear that you might want. And so I have a show called Minute to Skim It, which I've been running for about 5 years. Yep, there's your notebook. They're super cheap. They don't cost hardly anything. You get them from Sam's Club for a giant brick for like $10 or something. We hope to the 3 of us bring different perspectives about what's coming out the next day. You can find on your local comic shop rack. And it's obviously different perspectives. We've got, a publisher's perspective at what's going to be coming out in Nick. And then you've got me. I'm definitely firmly a Marvel and DC and indie everything person. I have a hard time choosing any one thing at all. So you see in me a huge fan. I approach it from a fan base, not as necessarily a store owner. So when you hear my voice, it's never me trying to like sell you something. It's me like, please read this book so we can like have a chat later and we can discuss about why they did what they did, what's that character up to, what's the next big twist. That's really what my heart is when I'm doing my reviews. So that's what I'm bringing.
All right, Christy.
Bad jokes.
Oh no! I want tell people about story time with Dr. Christy.
Oh yes. Let me get my dog off my lap. So story time for Dr. Christy. So I do a show that we call What We Do in the Comic Shop. I'm a huge fan of What We Do in the Shadows. So we named it after that. And I always read the titles and the covers, and I've been doing the Lois Lanes, and so people have been asking me if I would do a story time, which I think is odd, but okay. So I've got my Gandalf pipe, so I'm going to sit and so it'll be a split screen. So you'll see the comic on one side, the page, and you'll see me on the other reading it to you. And we're going to read things like there's a really cool Jim. I think I have it here. Maybe a Jim Stranko story somewhere. Oh yeah, right here. Oh no, I don't. But we're gonna do things like the Giant Lois Lane. So we're gonna read, stories about Lieutenant Lane and Baby Lois, and so they'll just be short, little 15-minute stories. And we're gonna do that. We're gonna do little things about what we actually do in the comic shop. Like Kyle suggested, just trying to find a stapler some days, going through back issues, opening, boxes and doing unboxings and just little things like that, chasing the dog around. And I'm going to do 2 shows, sales shows on Wednesdays and Fridays, and we show just about everything. We have, things from we had a Batman 6 all the way up to, new books. So we're just going to I'm just going to bring me and I love comics and I love having fun with comics and I like making people happy. So that's what we're going to do, or try to do at least.
Nick?
Well, so I'll be doing 3 shows a week and I'm trying to mix it up. So my Tuesday shows are going to be more of me as a fan. And I'll be talking about the books from all publishers. I will be mixing up, obviously, we'll be talking about Marvel, DC, Image, Dark Horse, Dynamite, Boom, IDW, but we'll also be covering the smaller publishers. We'll be covering whether it's American Mythology or Zenoscope or anyone, 7 Seas. We'll be talking about the books that are in stores that Tuesday and Wednesday. Then on top of that, we will be talking about some of the graphic novels, back issues. Kyle and I will have our little debate of of what's going on right now with DC versus how cool it is compared to Crisis. We practiced this last week. Thursdays are going to be about original art. I'm an original art collector, and I want to bring a little bit more fun and knowledge to everyone. And I have a co-host, Will Gabrielle, who'll be coming on board, and we'll have special guests. The first special guest we have is Spencer Beck. And then Saturdays will be more of a traditional sales show, Dynamic Forces Presents, harkening back to our QVC and HSN days. But every show, no matter what, will promote the direct market. And that's the most important thing.
If you were watching between the last panel, you saw an ad for next Tuesday's show. And there'll be one that'll air after we're done for next Tuesday's show, as well as all the ads we have for this week. So you guys can get all of the links and things there. For me to answer that question is a much longer answer than anybody has given. So I'm going to highlight 3 things I'm very excited about. One, 3 times a week, I'm going to do the news. It'll be me giving you my unique take on what's happened in pop culture news. So when things like, I don't know, Cobra Kai comes out and does exactly what we all expected it to do, you'll hear from me about it. Things like that. It's my unique takes with a little bit of comedy, a little bit of, mostly actual news, but my unique brand of, well, yeah, I mean, what else did you expect other than Cobra Kai to be great? I mean, come on. The other thing I'm really excited about is we're doing something called, temporarily at least, unless somebody can come up with a better name, it's called the EXP list, which is examining parts of comics that you may have forgotten. 10 Avengers you forgot were Avengers. 10 times you wish someone had poked Cyclops in his eye. 10 horror movies that scared the crap out of you as a kid, but don't hold up, and why 3 of them are Care Bears. Things like that. Lists where we examine these things and we talk about them and kind of delve into some parts of comics and some parts of pop culture that you've forgotten about. And then the third thing is actually something that'll be debuting next week today, a week from tonight. Yeah, a week from tonight, which will be our show Shop Talk, which will be our version of a I'm going to just say it's my version of Last Call with Carson Daly. I'll be co-hosting it with all of these wonderful people, everybody from the network, where we will be having interviews with comic creators, artists, writers, people in the industry, and we will every episode we'll have a special guest artist. Someone will be live drawing during each episode with an opportunity for you to pick up that original piece at the end of every episode. So that'll be a lot of fun. I'm excited about that. And then I've got like 90 ideas, guys. Like, it's just a matter of having the energy and the time to shoot them all and produce them all. I got one show that I really want to tell people about, but it's on hold because of COVID. So hopefully that will get rolling here once vaccines and stuff get whatever they need to be. So I'm really excited.
And real quick, the good part about Kyle's 90 ideas on this one, over half of them are legal. At least a little bit more than half. At least 46 out of 90.
Right. The lawyers are still out on a couple. The black market comic buying show might not go. We might not be able to get completion insurance on that.
Yeah.
Kyle might get shot trying to buy comics out of the trunk of a car. But, we'll see. Val, this was an enlightening weekend for all comic fans. One thing for Jesse to inform us. Now I have faced a personality link with the name. Thank you, Val. Val is a great supporter of the industry, guys. I just want to give Val a shout out. She's been here all weekend, liking, commenting, that kind of stuff. So Val's a great supporter. But she had a real question. Now the real question: what energy drink does Jen, Kyle, Jesse, Christy consume to have 2 hours of sleep in 3 days and maintain energy and excitement to make God so wonderful? I will tell you.
Coffee.
Monster Energy, Mountain Dew, and Powerade.
Did we get our checks from these guys for endorsing them yet?
I'm sharing this with my El Favorito, which is you guys.
I actually, at one point, did have a deal with Monster Energy when I was in radio.
Nice.
Also, I have to give a shout out to Dr. Pepper and Lil Sweet. because he's my co-host.
Mm-hmm. It's important.
Hey, Kyle, I did hear back from the lawyers. If you disagree with our review, you have to do a shot of Jack Daniels. They said X-nay on the shot A. They said that one's not going to fly.
I'm just over 6 years sober, so it's good. We'll find another thing to do.
Not us drink, the viewer drink.
Oh, well, that we could do.
That's what they said no to. They said the viewer can't drink.
They're going to want to drink anyway, having a look at us. All right. The art show. You're getting a lot of love for the art show there, Nick.
Yeah, art show's going to be great.
It's gonna be
Yeah,
fun.
I'm very excited for that. We've got Nick. Nick has worked really hard to curate a collection of stuff that everybody can have access to. You know, the high-end stuff, but also stuff that's totally affordable, and you know, your average collector can have in their home and own an original page or own an original piece, which is so cool. Any other questions out there from the viewership? Otherwise, I will ask everybody another one of the questions that I've been asking every panel. While we wait for more comments, I'll just ask the question. Ultimate Nerd Garage. You get one car and one spaceship from all of pop culture. Jen has answered and I've answered. My answer's changed a few times, though, because people have reminded me of stuff. But as of today, it's Christine from Stephen King, because then I could just lay in the back seat and let Christine take care of my enemies. And the Slave One, because it stores flat and I have a small garage.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Dr. Christie, Nick?
Nick, do you have your answer?
Yeah, Spaceship Yamato from Star Blazers.
All right, and then what's the car?
The car would have to be, I guess the horse that Zorro rides on doesn't count. It is a mode of transportation.
I would count it. I'd say
We let Ghost Rider's motorcycle count yesterday.
All right. But if I really have to go with one, the Spider-Mobile. I would love to go up those walls with those big-ass wheels. So, Spaceship Yamato, Spidey-Mobile. Hopefully nobody picked those. Hopefully I'm as unique as always, the odd guy out. Anybody else pick those?
We heard Spider-Mobile from somebody, but it may have been John Romita. May have said Spider-Mobile.
That doesn't count then.
No.
He drew it. Doesn't count.
That's what I'm saying. That's actually what I told him. Christy, you got one?
Yes. Mine is the Normandy from Mass Effect. Mass Effect 2 is my favorite video game. And I can guarantee you probably nobody, I'm going to guarantee it. Nobody has said this except for me. Columbo's car, so a Peugeot Model 403 Grand Lux Cabriolet. It has to be a convertible and has to hardly run. So that would be.
You put that in the comments earlier. I didn't pop it up because I was saving it for this.
Columbo is my all-time favorite. Columbo and Man from U.N.C.L.E. So yeah, but Columbo would win if there's a contest. So
I gotta tell you, those TV series that become old school TV series that end up becoming movies. It's such hit or miss at times. But Man from U.N.C.L.E., was that a perfect movie?
So good. I went 3 times the first weekend. It was
perfect.
Perfect. And the soundtrack was perfect, and they were perfect. And please let us have a sequel, because we weren't even to the Man from U.N.C.L.E. yet. We were just forming U.N.C.L.E. And I need more.
Yeah.
So
what are you doing right now? Looking for a pillow. Why? Well, last time I was drunk, I fell and hit my head, so I'd like to let it first off.
Oh, it was wonderful. The whole scene where he's eating the sandwich and everything while Armie Hammer's out there. Oh my gosh, it was perfect.
That movie, I mean, again, it's like you see all those old TV shows that become movie and you cringe a little, It's like it wasn't cheesy. It was tongue-in-cheek. The acting was phenomenal. The way they separated everything, I mean, it was just, sorry, I digress because we started talking about.
And it was, I'm a huge Robert Vaughn fan. It's like he's like one of the greatest humans ever to exist. And they did such a great job with with Napoleon Solo. It's just it was almost like what he would be today, you know, what Robert Vaughn would do today. So I'm absolutely pleased with it. So yeah.
So if you didn't get to watch, Jimmy Palmiotti broke that game today. When he said he didn't want any of it, he just wanted Felix the Cat's bag, because then he could just put all of them in it, and there was nothing I could do about it.
Brilliant.
That's Jimmy for you.
I couldn't argue with him. Couldn't argue with him.
Well, you could, but you wouldn't win. So
no,
There
it's
you
true.
go.
I can't argue the logic.
And whoever watched Columbo because of the pandemic, all of them, it's brilliant. I put one on as background almost every day. I own like 6 sets of it just in case one doesn't work right, you know? Just got to be careful. So it's a great series.
Yeah, Val has a question, and I can answer this for people. Val, I do, but that is not a thing that is for public consumption. What I will tell you is that it is a whole bunch.
More than Val plus 1, right? You got more than Val plus 1?
I would say more than Val plus a lot. We've had a very good weekend, very successful weekend. I want to thank everybody who's tuned in. But that number, if it does become public, it's not because I'm telling you. So just know that we've had many amazing viewers across all of the. We've been streaming. Every second of this has gone out to 6 different locations. Many of the hours have gone to the Space Cadets page and my page as well, my store page as well. But we have had many people. Brainy, we're not the Super Bowl, but we try to be. We've had a very good weekend.
We got a percentage. We got a percentage of that 4.6 million.
We've got Tom Raider. Or Tim Raider, sorry.
But we had a very good weekend, and we're so thankful for everybody who tuned in and watched.
Oh yeah. So Nikki, if you ever get the rights to Columbo,
We're talking.
yeah.
Yep.
We are absolutely talking.
I'd buy the crap out of a Dr. Christie Columbo book.
Oh my God.
All right. Will had a question inspired by my question. You can choose one superhero team to protect you from Null. Who would you pick?
Legion of Superheroes. You didn't say it had to be a Marvel team, right?
No, and that's kind of the thing I was thinking.
Venture Brothers.
Ooh, Venture Brothers. Jen?
I would pick a team that has been influenced by my girl Kobik, who is the Cosmic Cube. She just touched everybody that she liked, and all of them are working for me now.
There you go.
And my answer, just because we'll just constantly be running away, would be the Legends of Tomorrow. Hey, there's no. Let's run. Seems fair.
Thor Corps.
Yeah, the Thor Corps would be good. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Legends of Tomorrow. But the early version with Rip Hunter from the TV show, not the later version where he was gone. I want Rip Hunter.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. So, anybody else have any questions out there in viewership land for Team CBSN, Team the EXP, Comic Book Shopping Network?
I want to go back. 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 I want to go back.
Nick wants to change his answer.
I do. The 7. I want the 7.
Oh my gosh.
I get
that might be a fair fight.
No, wait. The 7, the first version or the later season 1 version or season 2 version?
I think you need season 2 for one reason. You need a nice butt-kicking Nazi.
I have to say, Nick, that show is amazing. It's yeah.
You wouldn't believe how much they consult me on that show. I mean, it is unbelievable. Not at all. That's why it's great.
I like how Nick just used the omega-13 on us.
Yeah, exactly. It was a little bit longer, but we'll take it. By Grapthar's hammer.
That's right.
Now,
Come on, Kyle. You
if
can
I
stay
could
awake.
pick-
20 more minutes, Kyle. 20 more minutes.
If I could pick a not superhero team, I would just pick John Wick, because, I mean, come on,
He already did the impossible task.
He
What's
did.
this?
Yeah,
Cakewalk.
this is nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Brainy said what I was trying to get to, which was, I'm surprised you didn't pick the boys.
Let's wait. You know what? Maybe once
is that
they
like playing with house money?
What was that?
Is that like playing with house money? You just don't do it? Don't
You
risk
just
your
don't
own
do
IP?
it. Nope.
That show has totally ruined Dolphins for me, though.
I assume you've seen season 2.
Oh, yeah.
Let's just say that Patton Oswalt ruined fish for me for a while.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm literally
the dolphin, and I'm like, ooh.
I'm watching it with Pam, and I'm like, I can't see this part. I can't see this part. When I stop hearing Patton Oswalt's voice, I'll lift my head back up.
No, that's a good answer. Brainy had to mute us because he hasn't seen season 2.
Oh. They're all
So-
at the end, Brainy.
It's 5 months later, Brainy. Sorry, we don't get to say spoiler alerts now.
I'll be honest, I'm only halfway through season 1 because I started watching it in pandemic, and then we ramped this up, and I couldn't watch it anymore. And
Jen, I think it's time to promote Jerry above Kyle.
Well, but this is the thing, right?
Has Jerry seen it all? First of all.
Well,
Probably
that's
not.
true. That's true.
But the thing is like it's on my list. Like the second I'm not working 20-hour days, I'm gonna finish it.
So no time soon. No time soon at all.
Fair. That's fair. But it was one of those I was so excited about because when the pandemic happened, I finally had time to do stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So like I'm gonna watch The Boys and The Watchmen, and Boys is number 1 on the list. Like, don't get me wrong, Watchmen's way down the list. Like I need to rewatch Friends a couple times before I get there.
Oh,
So
no, watch, move it up the list. It's awesome.
oh, it's great, but
like
but no, it's one of those.
I had to pause it during the second episode just so I could tell Jeff, this is so good.
Right. My thing is that I know it's good, and I know I'm gonna enjoy it, so I don't care if it gets spoiled. And it's been too long, so I just I don't mind waiting until I got some time to really sit down and dig into it, because the way I've been consuming it is I was watching it and reading the trades at the same time. So I'm reading them together, and it's like that thing where you compare different versions of the book to see where they changed it.
Right.
And I really loved it. So, all right. Does anybody have any questions about the Comic Book Shopping Network in the comments? Throw something out there. Is there something you want to see? Give us your ideas. I'm not too proud to beg. Give us your ideas. But while we're waiting on that, seriously, throw them in the comments. You can have one superhero's powers for only one day. You don't get them forever. You get them for one day. What do you got?
Flash. I can get a lot done in one day.
It's true.
Ooh.
It's a character that I like very much that has kind of disappeared off the face of the comic book thing, which makes me believe he's super powerful and we're going to see him again, is a character that was given to us just right in the center of, I think, Civil War II, Ulysses, who seemed to be able to see into the future, in which he saw a future in which, let's see, Miles Morales had killed Captain America, and that did not happen in that series. I need to be him for 24 hours so I can look forward and see what in the world he saw and if it's still coming down.
Well, I would have to be Doctor Strange just because he's my favorite and I love him and I want to wear the cape.
Mm-hmm.
So
Now, if you're Doctor Strange, it's kind of like finding a genie bottle. You can't use your magic to extend it.
oh well, that's okay. I'll take, you know what? I would take a day. You know, I've
You'll
got
take
him
it back?
tattooed on me. I've got the Sanctum Sanctorum. I got to go with Doctor Strange. Plus, his hair is so good. You know.
It's true.
Who would have thought Benedict Cumberbatch would be such a great Doctor Strange? That was really inspired casting.
Yeah,
I mean, Marvel.
I was still voting for John Hamm.
You know what's funny? I've heard John Hamm for Doctor Strange, and I've heard John Hamm for Captain America. There are a few people that wanted him for Captain America, and I will say he would have been good.
He would have been good as I can't see him as Cap, but I can see him as Doctor Strange or Oscar Isaac. But to be fair, I want him in everything, so that doesn't really count, you know. But yeah, I just think John Hamm, after seeing him in so many things where he can do everything, you know, he would be awesome.
I remember watching an interview with him where he said he had to turn down a lot of roles because pretty much every role he was being offered for the longest time was just another advertising exec role. And he was like, no, I'm not taking that. No, I'm not taking that. And finally he got offered The Town, the movie with Ben Affleck. And he was like, finally, I get to play an FBI agent, you know, or anything different. Of course, then he does Richard Jewell, which is he's an asshole FBI agent.
Jerk.
Yeah.
It's like, you're so mean.
Yeah.
I want John Hamm as old Reed Richards.
And then he was Larry David.
So my answer to the previous question, the first 8 people I thought of were bad guys. So it took me a minute to get to Brainiac 5, but when he was a good guy.
Okay.
Somebody who's infinitely smart. If I can know everything for one day, I'd like to.
Question is what does that do to you after that? You've got the power to absorb all that knowledge. After 24 hours, do you lose everything or do you just go crazy?
No, because I would just be sitting here for 24 hours typing.
Yeah.
And I would just write it all out in a Word document. Like, it'd just be there. As much knowledge as I can save off onto a hard drive in 24 hours, I'm gonna.
And then in the last 10 seconds, you tell yourself, forget all that.
Yeah,
probably. The hard drive.
It's kind of like Donna when, you know, she became the Doctor in Doctor Who, and she had to forget everything, which was so sad. Oh.
Ship wants T-shirts. They're coming. We're working on it. Give me a couple weeks. Paul Anthony, Comic Book Shopping Network 24-hour comic book day, which I think I've always wanted to do one. I've always wanted to produce it as a live show. So maybe that's something we can play with. Is that still a package that comes out? Didn't they used to do that?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Maybe we should do that. I know Aaron's done stuff similar. Maybe we should. I mean, that's something we should totally look at. I think it'd be cool, and then produce the book and sell it, you know, as exclusive for us.
Yeah.
So
Tom Zoller's got some good 24-hour comic book day advice, so you can check with him.
Yeah. Will Holland wants to know about a small, tiny Black History-based mini Comic-Con in February. Will, give me a week. I'm meeting with somebody about that next week. I'll let you know. Whether it's for this or maybe for something else. Somebody approached me about it. We're gonna figure that out. But I'd like to bring it here. Are there are comic book shopping networks? How about comic book shop? We're gonna have exclusives. We're gonna have that's an eventual thing. You got to work toward it. You know, you got to build relationships. You got to build time. There's a process that goes into those kind of things. Nick can talk a lot about that because he deals with that kind of stuff all the time. The process of designing a book and getting it made and then selling it and distributing it and all that kind of stuff. So, but that's definitely something we've talked about. As for T-shirts, we're working on T-shirts, coffee mugs, tumblers, not the Batman one, the kind that are useful that you can put liquids in. What else did I make? Mouse pads, bumper stickers. I designed a hat that I think I will wear a lot. That kind of stuff. We've got all of that kind of stuff in the works. It's just a matter of time, getting that shop set up and getting that stuff distributed.
I also think we want to build the audience first. I think that as far as the commerce part, I mean, I'd like to see Christy and Aaron and Chris, Jen and Jesse, make sure they're generating revenue for themselves in the stores. But as far as the fan experience, I don't think we want to hurry up and get into the t-shirt cap business, because we want to spend more time building the network, building the fun. So, Val, I think that patience will be really great to have, because going back to what was said earlier, our core value is to promote the direct market. Our core value is, obviously, we all need to make money. We need to take care of our families. We need to take care of our employees. I have employees and freelancers. So, but also that's why on Tuesday, I'm going to be promoting all publishers and all comics. I'm going to read the comics that come out, and the ones that I enjoy the most will be the ones I talk about. I have no need in any way, shape, or form. If there's a comic I don't enjoy for whatever reason, I'm just not going to talk about it, because let everybody else on Twitter start complaining about books they don't like instead of promoting books they like. For us, it's all about talking about the books they like. Tuesdays, I think you're going to have a lot of fun watching. Kyle will hopefully co-host this first Tuesday with me. I don't know yet, but we'll see. He and I had really, really good fun on our test. We did just a test run. But, before we worry about starting to make money and creating t-shirts and everything else, it's great that we have a dedicated fan like yourself that wants this. But we want to get more people to get not only dedicated with us, but then more dedicated to shop in the comics market. Our goal, we don't feel like we're competing against comic retailers or comic publishers. We're competing against every other form of entertainment out there. And, for me, once the world gets better, we're competing against movies. Right now we're competing against streaming services and video games. We want the existing fan base to invest more in the comics market, and we want people who are not fans, like we've said before, that are buying the apparel or that are buying the video games or the toys or watching the movies and TV series to come back and buy the comics. So we need to give a pure experience first to get everybody really excited, and then we'll worry about, creating that, because we will want to service you. We will want to give you what you want, and we will do it in ways that will also be fun. So, sorry for the long answer.
What we really crave, honestly, is since all good things are things you probably want to share with friends, this channel is only going to grow by concerted effort across the board for people to actually share it with their friends. And you can consume it in so many different ways, whether you're a Twitter person or, you're more comfortable on Facebook, or if you love the YouTube, or you just want to watch it straight from our webpage. People aren't going to know about those things unless you share it with them. So, you guys are going to be our heroes if you can do that, because our reach is really designed to try to get to people that may not be comfortable with comic books yet, or understand comic books or comic book people or the culture. So, share it with your entire friend group. Aunt, Christy might love comic books and just not know how to get to them. So it's going to take, a village to make this really reach the entire audience that we're hoping to.
Well, and that being said, go ahead, Christy.
I was just going to say, this isn't Fight Club. No Fight Club rules. Tell everybody.
Yes. Well, that being said, it's time to do the job, which is to say, on Facebook, it's facebook.com/THE capital CBSE, or it's easier to go to bit.ly/the_EXPFB. bit.ly/the_EXPFB for Facebook. On Twitch, it's twitch.tv/the_EXP. Our Twitter and our Instagram are at the _EXP1. The website is comicbookshoppingexperience.com. What are the other things?
And on Twitter, it's the #1, not spelled out one.
Yes, #1 on both.
On both.
#1 on both. We're on Periscope, but you get to that through our Twitter. If I can figure out how the young people do it, we'll maybe have a TikTok. If I can figure out how the young people do it, we want to be everywhere you are. And so if there is someplace you are, let us know where that is so we can go there. We want to just put Nick over a little bit more. Christopher Priest, Ron Vampirella was hilarious and brilliant, and Afua loved it. Nick, put Afua's name in your registry of people to work with.
Are you kidding me? I love Afua. She actually did one of the covers to the run, and she is incredible. Oh my God. Such a talented person and such a nice person too.
And she can cosplay like crazy.
I have never seen her cosplay.
Oh,
I'll have to check it out.
I miss you, Afua, and it was so awesome to see you name dropped in Lovecraft Country. So awesome. I'm so proud of you.
All right, guys, that is technically our time. What's wild is that Jen and I have to jet off now to shoot a show that will debut here on Thursday called Nerd News Now, coming to us from our friends at Woodlands Online in the Kingdom of Geekdom, which is going to be a great comic book news show. That will debut here on Thursday. So before we leave, tomorrow night, 6 o'clock Eastern, the pull list with me, where we talk about what's on my pull list and what should be on your pull list starting this coming week. Minute to Skim It with Miss Jen and Hannah, live from Space Cadets Collection in Houston, Texas. We will definitely have that show on every week. And then following that, Nick and I are going to hang out and do I'm still stuck on the old names. In stores this week with Nick. In stores this week, where we talk about the new books that are in comic shops near you this week, so that you know what you're looking for when you go out on Wednesday or Thursday or Friday, whenever you get to your comic shop. But just make sure you go to your local comic shop. Wednesday night, 6 to 8 p.m. Dr. Christy Blanche with What We Do in the Comic Shop. now my throat decides to give out.
Sorry.
Then 8 to 10 p.m. With Chris Rupp. Chris will be jumping off of his Comic Book Shopping Network show and right into a Comic Book Shopping Experience show on Wednesday night. Chris has amazing stuff. Thursday night, we've got Nick, 6 to 8. We've got original art with Nick and Will with special guest Spencer Beck. And then Miss Jen brings you a new show from Miss Jen called What's in the Box? Nice. That's this week. That's the next 3 days. Guys, if you share this out, it's going to be amazing. Oh, I can feel my heart starting to beat funny. So we're going to get out of here, and thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. Thank you guys for the opportunity to do this. Thank you to all of our guests, to all of our viewers. This has been one weekend that I will certainly never forget until they remove my brain to do experiments on it or something. So we will see everybody very, very, very soon, especially tomorrow night starting at 6 o'clock here on the Comic Book Shopping Experience. This has been the EXP Con, or EXP Experience, the EXP Expo.
Yep. Yep.
This has been the EXP Expo. As my camera freezes, it's time to go. We will see everybody very soon.